This is a world where learning English is 100 times harder. Some people spend their whole lives trying to say just one word. But an old man simply said the word wind, the clear sky suddenly filled with wild winds and dark clouds. Then he said the word rain, and the once dry desert instantly began to rain cats and dogs. After seeing this, I was so shocked I couldn't help but say, grass. Instantly, the empty land was covered in green grass. The old man was surprised and asked, "How did you do that?" Then, he took me to a place called the Eternal Sect. That's when I found out that English was this world's ancient forbidden spell. All you had to do was say the word, and the spell would work. Now, I was standing in a line, waiting for the sect's entrance test. The test was to read the divine text out loud on the longevity bell to make it ring. The more rings, the higher your status would be. 1 ring made you a normal disciple, 7 rings made you an elder. Bells rang every now and then, but the most was only 3 rings. Many more people couldn't make it ring at all and walked down the mountain looking sad. The examiner, Shishan, looked on and sighed. "Sigh, it's been 50 years since we've had a disciple who could make 6 rings. In the last 10 years, we haven't even had anyone made 5. Then, it was finally my turn. I stepped forward and bowed to Shishan. "Examiner, my name is Qianxiu, and I am here for the test." Shishan nodded for me to start, but he sighed to himself, "He just looks like a normal. Probably another poor person who will fail." I looked up at the giant longevity bell, and words appeared on its surface. I was completely stunned, wondering if I was seeing things. It was just English. Hesitantly, I read the word on it. The longevity bell let out a huge ring. Then, new words appeared. As I spoke them, the bell rang a second time. The examiner snapped his head up. Even talented students from rich families had to pause for a moment before reading the divine text, but this boy read it instantly. Before Shishan could recover from his shock, the longevity bell rang twice more. Shishan became excited. He is the first disciple with 4 rings this year. This kid is special. The inner cabinet finally has a new disciple. At this moment, the third elder also opened his eyes, which had been closed. Even inner cabinet disciples would hesitate for a few seconds to read the text for the first 4 rings, but this boy didn't pause at all. Shishan was thrilled and was about to announce me as a disciple of the inner cabinet. However, something happened that shocked him again. The longevity bell rang 2 more times. After the 6th ring, the longevity bell began to glow with a golden light. The disciples in the square burst into an uproar. The third elder shot up from his chair and stared at me in disbelief. OMG! After 100 years, the sect finally has a child of 6 rings. Following that, a powerful spiritual energy from the mountain valley began to scan the square. It was the sect master of the Eternal Sect. The third elder tried to calm down, but his voice was still filled with disbelief. "You read the divine text on the longevity bell without even thinking. Did you already know it?" Since the Eternal Sect was founded, there have only been a few dozen students with 5 or more rings. Even the disciple who got 8 rings, the highest record, took tens of minutes to read the first 6. But you only took 10 seconds. At this point, what the third elder felt was beyond shock. It was terror. I also recovered from my own shock and thought to myself, divine text? Isn't this just English? The first few were in a normal font, and then it switched to a fancier script. That's considered divine text? Of course, I couldn't let them know I was from another world, so I quickly answered in their local language, "No, I've never seen it before." Hearing this, the third elder looked at me with disbelief. "Then how could you?" "Never mind. You are a child of incredible talent. I will say a few divine words. Try to repeat them after me." But I shook my head and refused. "Please wait a moment, I'm not finished with the test yet." The third elder looked confused. "What? Not finished? Could this boy possibly be going for a 7th ring?" But just then, I read the divine text for the 7th, 8th, and 9th rings all in one breath. In my eyes, it was just English in a different font. The bell rang 3 more times in a row. This was the first time since the founding of the Eternal Sect that a candidate had made the bell ring 9 times. 9 rings means a divine son has appeared. The examiner Qi Shan went limp and collapsed on the ground. The third elder was also dumbfounded, his mouth wide open. Qi Shan, how can the longevity bell ring 9 times? Hearing the commotion, the great elder Lin Feng also arrived at the examination square, riding his sword. At the same time, deep in the valley of Eternal Mountain, 3 giant bronze coffins hanging in mid-air suddenly shook. 3 shadowy figures flew out of them, giving off a terrifying power. The great elder could feel that the 3 ancestors had awakened. Years ago, when the Eternal Sect was nearly destroyed, the ancestors hadn't woken up to help. But now, they had awakened just for a new candidate. The 5 most powerful masters in the sect could not all leave their posts, so they sent the most respected Venerable Bai to the square to see who this person who caused 9 rings was. A disciple who can make the longevity bell ring 9 times is to be named the divine son of the sect. The elders and the most powerful masters must all obey him. After recovering his senses, the third elder pointed at me, his voice trembling, "Great elder, it's him. This boy made the longevity bell ring 9 times in 1 minute. I'm afraid even the ancient ones in the sect have been woken up." The great elder squinted and looked at me, but he couldn't see anything special. "What is your name? Which noble family are you from?" "My name is Qian Qiu. I'm just a commoner." The great elder felt a little embarrassed hearing this and thought to himself, "If you really are the one who caused the 9 rings, and you call yourself a disciple in front of me, the 3 ancestors would probably destroy me." But he still had doubts. "Since you can make the bell ring 9 times, you must have studied the divine text. I will now say a phrase in the divine text. Try to repeat it, Pearly Lotus." Lin Feng said the phrase in English, and a pink, flaming lotus appeared in his hand. I thought to myself, so it's true, this world's divine text is just English. If that's the case, won't I be invincible now that I'm here? Thinking this, I repeated the phrase, "Pearly Lotus." Then, an identical lotus appeared in my hand too. The disciples and the other elders present burst into an uproar again. "That's impossible. That's the great elder's special skill, how could that kid know it too?" The great elder was stunned for a moment and terrified. Could this boy truly be a once-in-a-millennium genius? Unwilling to accept it, he said another divine word, "hurricane." Immediately, a ball of fire appeared in his hand. The fireball grew larger, and a fierce wind swept across the square, knocking over many unprepared disciples. But this time, I didn't just repeat him. I had my own idea. I raised my hand above my head and shouted, "Super Hurricane." He finally got it wrong. The word he said is completely different from the great elders, a few new disciples said happily. They were hoping I would make a fool of myself. But in the next second, they saw a ball of wind gather in my hand, even bigger than the great elders. I threw it into the sky, and those disciples who had been mocking me were instantly blown away. Even the longevity bell was shaken by the wind. The shocked great elder quickly used his own magic to protect them. At the same time, he looked at me with amazement. "What did you do? Why was the divine word you spoke different from mine, but the spell you used was the same, only several times more powerful?" I paused for a moment. "I improved it a little. Actually, I can make it even stronger." "What? That's impossible. Elder Lin, you should step down now. Don't embarrass yourself here," Venerable Bai said bluntly to Lin Feng. By now, I understood everything. This world's divine text was just English from my old world. As long as I said the right words, they would become real. I was overjoyed. Venerable Bai spoke, "Qian Qiu, your talent is extraordinary, making the longevity bell ring 9 times. According to the sect's rules, you should be taught by the sect master himself and be called the divine son of the sect. However, the sect master has not arrived yet. You must first pass the test of the elders and the masters to officially earn this title." He paused, then continued, "What is your current cultivation level?" Hearing this, I was totally confused. Level? What's that? All the disciples in the crowd burst out laughing. He doesn't even know what a cultivation level is. Ha ha ha. How can someone who doesn't understand cultivation read the divine text? Could he be from the demon palace? Venerable Bai also frowned. He clearly didn't expect that I wouldn't know what a cultivation level was. But since I had really made the bell ring 9 times, he patiently explained, a cultivation level, this requires you to know a divine phrase which should be no problem for you. Enlarge. Behind Venerable Bai, a glowing figure that looked just like him instantly appeared. It grew bigger and bigger, finally turning purple and reaching 10 meters tall. The surrounding disciples were all amazed. That's the spirit shadow of the reincarnation realm. So cool. I nodded and immediately said, enlarge. Soon, a glowing figure appeared behind me too, but it was only a white figure, 2 meters tall. The disciples around me roared with laughter. Ha ha ha. I thought he was so powerful, but his cultivation is only at the still water realm. So what if you can ring the bell 9 times? Still water realm? My dog is at the heavenly realm. That's hilarious. Venerable Bai also looked disappointed when he saw my spirit shadow. Although this boy's talent is incredible, his cultivation is too low. Seeing their reactions, I understood that my level was probably pitifully low, and I couldn't help but feel a little down. I thought I was going to be invincible, but it turns out I can only read English and have no cultivation. Wait a minute. If English words can become reality in this world, does that mean? Thinking of this, I suddenly shouted in English, level up! Level up! Even Venerable Bai next to me couldn't understand what divine text I was saying this time. But in the next second, his face turned pale. Because the spirit shadow behind me was growing taller and taller. It turned from white to blue, then blue to yellow. Soon, the shadow had grown to 10 meters tall and turned purple. But it didn't stop there. The spirit shadow behind me grew again, rushing to a height of 15 meters as it turned from purple to red. At that moment, 3 figures nearly 100 meters tall appeared in the sky above. The 3 ancestors had been completely shocked by my actions and had all appeared in the sky over the examination square. WTF. That's the color of a void realm spirit shadow. He leveled up on the spot, and 5 times in a row? What kind of monster is this? Look at the sky. It's the 3 ancestors of the Eternal Sect. The one in the lead, Ancestor Worji, was the first to speak. Young man, you rang the longevity bell 9 times and have been named the divine son of the Eternal Sect. Are you willing to take me, the Wuji Sword Saint, as your master? Hearing this, the crowd in the square erupted. Who was Ancestor Wuji? He was a cultivator who had already entered the Saint realm, just 1 step away from the Emperor realm. On this continent, any cultivator who entered the Saint realm could give themselves a holy title, and this ancestor's title was the Wuji Sword Saint. Wuji Sword Saint? When I heard that, I almost rolled my eyes. Isn't that a hero from a game in my old world? Before I could answer, the 2 ancestors next to Ancestor Wuji also spoke. Don't listen to that old Wuji. He's just a bit better with a sword. Take me, the Bodhidharma Saint, as your master, and I can teach you many lost secret arts. Who doesn't have secret arts? Young man, I am the Void Dragon Saint. If you become my disciple, you only need to practice for 2.5 years, and you can learn the art of dragon taming. Taming the astral dragons from the void as your mounts will be no problem at all. By now, the 7 elders still standing in the square were speechless. Venerable Bai was also stunned. The 3 great ancestors were actually fighting over a young man? Is this how the divine son of the Eternal Sect is treated? After arguing for a while, Ancestor Wuji was the first to break the deadlock. Let's stop fighting among ourselves. Let's just ask the divine son who he wants as a master. Then, the 3 ancestors all turned their gazes to me. I weighed my options. These 3 ancestors were the top masters of the Eternal Sect. Choosing any of them would be a good deal. So I replied, I don't know how to choose. How about all 3 ancestors take me as their disciple at the same time? As soon as I said this, the inner sect disciples who had come to watch started to mock me. He's dreaming, right? He wants to be the disciple of all 3 ancestors? Since the Eternal Sect was founded, there has never been a disciple with more than one master. Arrogant. So arrogant. Just as the disciples were all talking, thinking my status as divine son was about to be taken away, the three ancestors looked at each other and said in unison, "We will do as you say." What? The crowd had lost count of how many times they had been shocked. When I heard that, I immediately knelt down and said, "Disciple Chen Qiu pays his respects to the three masters." Ancestor Wuji said with a chuckle, "Since you've just joined the sect, go with the elders first to handle the necessary procedures. Come find me tomorrow morning at the Holy Land on the back mountain." "Yes, Master." As the spirits of the three ancestors left, the sky finally returned to normal. At the same time, I recovered from my sudden power-up. After shouting "level up" repeatedly, I felt my whole body was filled with strength. I looked at Venerable Bai with excitement. "Venerable Bai, what procedures do I need to go through now to officially join the sect?" Venerable Bai snapped out of his shock and quickly said with a wry smile, "Divine Son, I can no longer decide your admission process. We need to ask the sect master." "The sect master?" "Yes. You are now the divine son of the Eternal Sect. Except for the three ancestors and the sect master, all the elders and masters must bow to you. As for your admission process, the sect master will naturally decide." "Then where is the sect master?" "I am here." As soon as the words were spoken, a hollow voice came from afar. I immediately looked in that direction and saw a giant figure walking through the sky. In the next second, the Eternal Sect's master, Shi Xiaoya, appeared in front of me. To my surprise, the sect master was a woman. Her expression was cold, but she looked amazing. I was stunned for a moment, then quickly said, "Disciple Chen Qiu pays his respects to the sect master." Shi Xiaoya looked me up and down, her eyes full of confusion. The reason she was able to become the youngest sect master in the history of the Eternal Sect was because she had a pair of very magical eyes, the eyes of Sicily. She could instantly see a cultivator's level and talent. But Shi Xiaoya had already been observing me since I rang the sixth bell. She saw that my cultivation level was the lowest, the still water realm. But then, with just one divine phrase, I instantly jumped to the void realm. You have to know, even for a peerless genius, it would take decades to go from the still water realm to the void realm. But I did it in less than a minute, with just one phrase. Shi Xiaoya was shocked inside, but her face remained as cold as ice. "Qian Qiu, follow me." Qian Qiu knelt on one knee and said, "Disciple Qian Qiu, I obey." Then, Shi Xiaoya announced loudly, "9 bells ring, establish the divine child." Except for the three ancient patriarchs and the sect leader, all venerables, elders, and disciples in the sect must half kneel and bow to the divine child. The many elders present and Venerable Bai shouted in unison, "We obey the sect leader's order." The disciples present also quickly knelt on both knees and said, "Disciple obeys." Shi Xiaoya led Qian Qiu into the main hall of the Eternal Sect. Only the supreme venerables and the sect leader were allowed in. Even the Grand Elder Ling Feng needed the sect leader's approval to enter the main hall. However, as the divine child, Chen Qiu's status was only below that of the three ancient patriarchs and the sect leader, and he could enter and exit the main hall freely. Inside the hall, except for Venerable Bai who remained outside the assessment square, the remaining 4 supreme venerables were seated on the venerables' seats. Upon seeing Qian Qiu, they were all surprised. They did not expect the divine child to be a young boy who looked ordinary and had no special physique. Of course, Chen Qiu had just transmigrated to this world and knew very little about it. How could he know that his ordinary body sounding the longevity bell 9 times had shocked everyone in the sect? Qian Qiu said to the stern Shi Xiaoya, sect leader, 3 ancient patriarchs, "Oh no, where do my 3 masters live? Where can I find them?" No rush, as the divine child, you need to first understand the many rules and responsibilities of the Eternal Sect. Please speak, sect leader. Shi Xiaoya sat on the highest throne in the main hall and said to Qian Qiu, "The 3 ancient patriarchs, as your masters, will only teach you the path of cultivation and immortal techniques. As for the sect's history and social interactions outside the sect, I will teach you." Qian Qiu was overjoyed. He had not expected that after becoming a disciple of the 3 old ancestors, the beautiful sect leader would also become his teacher. This was too awesome. Qianxiu did not show his inner thoughts on his face. Pretending to be calm, he asked, "May I ask what cultivation realm the sect leader is at?" Qi Xiaoya said lightly, "Saint Realm." Saint Realm? Sect leader, you are also Saint Realm? But my masters are only Saint Realm. If you are also Saint Realm, wouldn't you be on equal footing with the three ancient patriarchs? Qianxiu was extremely shocked. Qi Xiaoya sighed. It seemed the young man in front of her knew nothing about cultivators. Although the three ancient patriarchs are Saint Realm, they have entered the Saint Realm for decades and have already reached the Quasi-Emperor Realm. Moreover, the strength of a cultivator is not just determined by their cultivation realm, but also by their soul power. Soul power is divided into White Soul, Moon Soul, Blazing Soul, Kuei Soul, Sha Soul, and Immortal Soul. Soul power is more difficult to cultivate than cultivation realm. Most cultivators' soul power will not progress further once they reach Moon Soul, and many Saint Realm powerhouses' soul power may only be ordinary Moon Soul. The soul power of the three ancient patriarchs has reached the Kuei Soul level. Qianxiu was astonished. He didn't expect that besides cultivation realm, there were also levels of soul power. It seemed he needed to find a time when no one was around to try saying upgrade soul power in Chinese. Qi Xiaoya seemed to see through Qianxiu's thoughts. She frowned slightly and said, "You'd best not directly improve your soul power using advanced divine texts like you did to advance your cultivation realm. To improve soul power, you must have a powerful physique. You haven't cultivated your body at all, so you cannot withstand powerful soul power and are very likely to explode and die." Qianxiu was once again bewildered. Body cultivation? Yes, the three ancient patriarchs will teach you all this, so I don't need to say more. Forget it, you may withdraw. Rest well today, and you will begin learning from the three ancient patriarchs starting tomorrow. Qi Xiaoya waved her hand, and a strange force directly pushed Qianxiu out of the main hall. Qianxiu was amazed. Is this the immortal technique of a high-level cultivator? Outside the main hall, Venerable Bai had just returned from the assessment square. He took Qianxiu to the accommodation arranged for the divine child. After Qianxiu left, within the main hall of the Eternal Sect, Qi Xiaoya looked worried and murmured to herself, "I wonder if this child can help our sect overcome this once-in-a-millennium disaster." Other major sects have been preparing for decades, but the Eternal Sect has not received any talented disciples in recent years. I hope this divine child can represent the Eternal Sect in the war. After Qianxiu settled into the room arranged by Venerable Bai, he sat cross-legged on the bed. Many books about cultivators were placed in this room. To quickly integrate into this world, Qianxiu picked up these books and planned to learn all about cultivators. Qianxiu picked up a book and said, 10 times reading. A flash of light shot through Qianxiu's eyes. He flipped through the books at lightning speed. In a moment, he had memorized all the knowledge about cultivators in this world. He had a general understanding of the world's layout, but what he wanted to do most right now was to enter a place he saw in the books, the Void Star Realm. Earlier, at the assessment square, the Void Dragon Saint, also known as the Void Ancestor, had said that there were Star Realm dragons in the Void Star Realm. By following him, he could capture Star Realm dragons as mounts in the future. But Qianxiu didn't want to wait until the future, he wanted to enter the Void Star Realm now. To enter the Void Star Realm, one must speak the divine text to open it. However, the divine text to open the Void Star Realm is very long, and cultivators without sufficient cultivation realm and soul power cannot speak it. Therefore, even if the divine text to enter the Void Star Realm is known to everyone, only a few high-level cultivators can enter. For Qianxiu, whose native language is Chinese, no matter how long the divine text is, it's just a simple sentence. Qianxiu recited the divine text to enter the Void Star Realm from the book. Instantly, above the sky of the room he was staying in, the sky showed an anomaly, and a void rift tore open from the sky, distorting the surrounding space. Deep in the valley of Mount Eternal, the lids of 3 Qing bronze coffins suspended in mid-air suddenly burst open again. The 3 ancient patriarchs' souls simultaneously left their bodies. Ancestor Wuji's face turned extremely pale, who opened the void gate to the Void Star Realm within the sect. Ancestor Bodhi's expression was equally grim, impossible. Besides the three of us old guys in this sect, even Sister Chi cannot open it. Could it be an invasion by a Saint Realm expert from another sect? The three ancient patriarchs immediately enveloped the entire Mount Eternal with their divine sense and discovered that the void gate to the void star realm had opened above the sky of Qianqiu's residence. Inside the main hall of Eternal Sect, Qi Xiaoya also noticed the anomaly in the sky. She sent out her divine sense and saw the void gate above Qianqiu's residence. What? Who opened the void gate? At this time, Qianqiu didn't know that by opening the entrance to the void star realm, he had made the three ancient patriarchs and Qi Xiaoya, the sect leader, feel danger. Qianqiu walked out of his room, looked at the void gate that had already torn open in the sky, and said, "Fly." In the next second, Qianqiu flew directly into the void star realm. After Qianqiu entered, the void gate instantly closed, and the sky returned to calm, as if nothing had appeared. Inside the void star realm, what greeted Qianqiu's eyes was a void, with strange sights and mist everywhere. He floated on this void war mist. Is this the void star realm? Qianqiu murmured. As his thoughts moved, his body floated forward on its own. Qianqiu didn't know that the void star realm was a divine realm left by ancient deities, and this divine realm had already mutated, constantly devouring the antimatter of this world. Ordinary cultivators did not dare to roam in this void star realm. Cultivators who dared to enter the void star realm must at least reach the Saint Realm, otherwise they would be torn apart by the creatures here at will. In the war mist of the void star realm, many void creatures that could not survive in the normal world were hidden. Each of these creatures had reached the Saint Realm cultivation of cultivators, and there were even void lords who had reached the Emperor Realm. Outside the main hall of Eternal Sect, the three ancient patriarchs and Qi Xiaoya had all arrived here. They found that the void gate of the void star realm had disappeared. Old Ancestor Wuji's face was gloomy and said, "This is bad. It must be that the divine child's earlier ringing of the longevity bell 9 times alerted those void saints in the void star realm. They opened the void gate here and abducted the divine child." Old Ancestor Bodhi was full of regret. "It's our fault for being careless. We knew that the longevity bell was a divine artifact left by ancient deities. The 9 rings of the longevity bell were equivalent to activating the divine artifact, so those void saints would definitely be alerted. We didn't set up a barrier here in time, and the divine child was captured." Qi Xiaoya's expression was also not good. After all, the divine child who finally appeared gave Eternal Sect the ability to resist natural disasters. Who would have thought that this divine child was captured before staying in Eternal Sect for one night? No, we can't just sit back and wait. Qi, you go and find the Supreme Venerables now and work with them to open the sect protection formation. The 3 of us must enter the void star realm. The divine child must not fall here. Old Ancestor Wuji said, and then prepared to open the void gate of the void star realm. Qi Xiaoya hesitated. In recent years, Eternal Sect had been caught in the vortex of struggles between major sects, which was why they could only recruit disciples once every 5 years. If it weren't for the 3 ancient patriarchs constantly guarding the sect, Eternal Sect would have been annexed long ago. Old Ancestor Bodhi saw Qi Xiaoya's worry and comforted her. "Qi, don't worry. Those people from outside sects won't know we've entered the void star realm. We must find the divine child. This is the only hope to save Eternal Sect before the natural disaster." Inside the void star realm, Qianqiu floated to a huge bronze door. There was a very strange pattern on this bronze door, like a giant eye. Qianqiu reached out his hand, but a roar suddenly came from inside the door, the sound like thunder. "Who dares to disturb my rest?" A low voice came from the stone gate. Qianqiu was stunned and thought, this person calls himself Emperor, could he already be a quasi-Emperor Realm cultivator? Or even reached the Emperor Realm? In that case, his cultivation level would be 1 level higher than his 3 masters. Qianqiu said, "I am here to find the Star Realm Dragon. May I ask Senior where I can find the Star Realm Dragon within this void star realm?" In an instant, a powerful beam of light flashed from inside the bronze door and enveloped Qianqiu. He felt as if he had been stripped naked, and was seen through by the person inside the bronze door. After only a few seconds, the strong light disappeared, and a surprised sound of "ha" came from inside the door. "Strange. Your cultivation level is only Void Realm. How did you enter this Void Star Realm? I read the divine text for entering the Void Star Realm. How else could I get in? Xianxiu was a bit confused. The strong man inside the door was silent. After a few seconds, he spoke, "You shouldn't have come here. Why are you looking for the Star Realm Dragon? To be my mount. Ha 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 ha. Ha ha ha." The person inside the door seemed to have heard a great joke and laughed loudly. Xianxiu didn't understand why he found it so funny. "Mortal, do you know what you are saying? How can a cultivator of your realm control a Star Realm Dragon? Ignorance, true ignorance. Since I'm in a good mood today, hurry up and get out of here." Before Qianxiu could react, the bronze door suddenly opened, and a pair of huge hands stretched out, tearing open a void, and then Qianxiu was directly pushed out. Qianxiu instantly returned to the outside of the main hall of Eternal Sect and happened to see his three masters. The three of them, including Old Ancestor Bodhi, were about to open the gate of the Void Star Realm. Unexpectedly, Qianxiu reappeared here. The three of them were stunned at the same time. "Disciple, how did you get out?" Qianxiu hadn't figured out what was going on from entering the Void Star Realm to being driven out by the strong man behind the bronze door. His mind hadn't caught up yet, and he said blankly, "Disciple just opened the door to the Void Star Realm, and shortly after entering, I was driven out by a strong man resembling an emperor realm." The faces of the three ancient patriarchs changed greatly. Old Ancestor Bodhi said, "What? You mean, you opened the Void Gate?" "Yes, there is a divine text for opening the Void Star Realm recorded in the books in the room." Hiss. The three ancient patriarchs gasped at the same time, and the three looked at each other. They originally thought that Qianxiu was abducted by the Void Saints in the Void Star Realm, but they never expected that Qianxiu not only came out of the Void Star Realm intact but also said that he opened the Void Gate. How could this be possible? Old Ancestor Wuji stepped forward, looked Qianxiu up and down, and questioned again, "Disciple, can you read that divine text?" Qianxiu nodded. Old Ancestor Wuji was immediately overjoyed, his eyes even turned red, and he said excitedly, "Old man Shukuan, Old man Wuji. Our Eternal Sect has produced a rare genius in 1,000 years. Eternal Sect is saved." The faces of the three ancient patriarchs were all full of joy. It was one thing that Qianxiu didn't understand the mystery, but the three old ancestors knew. A cultivator who hadn't even reached the Saint Realm, but could read the divine text that opened the gate of the Void Star Realm, what kind of monstrous existence was that? At this moment, in a hidden river in Yonghong Mountain, a scattered pile of white bones suddenly surged out of the river. The surrounding immortal energy quickly gathered, shaping a transparent physical body for these white bones. He opened his eyes, which glowed with a faint blue light, and the huge black immortal shadow behind him symbolized his Emperor Realm status. He felt the Void Star Realm being opened while in hibernation, and the aura of that Void Great Emperor also leaked out from it. Void Great Emperor. How did his aura appear in Yonghong Mountain? This skeleton murmured. What Qianxiu and the three ancient patriarchs didn't know was that the aura revealed from the opening of the Void Star Realm this time had already attracted the attention of many Emperor Realm powerhouses on Hanggu continent. After the three ancient patriarchs learned that Qianxiu had opened the Void Gate alone, they had no intention of letting Qianxiu wait until the next day to cultivate. That night, Qianxiu was taken by the three ancient patriarchs to a forest on Mount Eternal, which had waterfalls and a lake in the woods, and was arguably the place with the strongest immortal energy on Mount Eternal. Patriarch Bodhi said, "Disciple, your two other masters and I have discussed it, and each will teach you for 3 days." Disciple obeys Patriarch Bodhi's arrangement. Your talent for understanding divine text has exceeded our expectations, but among cultivators, being familiar with divine text is far from enough. After all, divine text is only used to activate immortal techniques. Hard power still lies in your cultivation realm, soul power, and physique. Only when these three are combined can one be a true powerhouse. Qianxiu listened intently to Patriarch Bodhi. Although you have mastered divine text, your physique is too ordinary. As the divine child of the Eternal Sect, you need at least an immortal body to match your identity and facilitate your future cultivation. Qianxiu asked, "Master, how can I cultivate this immortal body?" Patriarch Bodhi laughed and replied, "This immortal body not only requires cultivation but also a prepared physical body of a cultivator who has reached the firmament realm. You can only become an immortal body by absorbing his cultivation." Firmament realm? Qianqiu gasped. He was only in the void realm now. Where would he find a prepared physical body of a cultivator in the firmament realm? Moreover, besides sect leader Qi Xiaoya and the three ancient patriarchs, were there any cultivators above the void realm in the eternal sect? Patriarch Bodhi saw through Qianqiu's worries and stroked his beard, saying, "Don't worry. As the divine child, the sect will naturally hunt for a prepared physical body of a cultivator in the firmament realm for you. You just focus on cultivating." With that, Patriarch Bodhi began to teach Qianqiu how to cultivate his physique. Many parts required the assistance of divine text, which was easy for Qianqiu. After teaching the cultivation method, Patriarch Bodhi said to Qianqiu, "Alright, you cultivate for these 3 days. I'll check your physique after 3 days. It normally takes other cultivators 5 or 6 years to comprehend, but with your comprehension, you must cultivate to over 30% in 3 days and fully comprehend this book in half a year. Only then will you be worthy of the divine child's identity." Patriarch Bodhi stepped into the air and left the forest, leaving Qianqiu alone. Qianqiu kept reciting the cultivation technique that Patriarch Bodhi had just taught him, thinking that it wasn't that difficult. Why would his master think it would take him 3 days to cultivate to 30%? Feeling dejected, Qianqiu suddenly thought that he could now manifest things by speaking, so he might as well have a drink to relax. "Coke," Qianqiu said in Chinese, his hands ready to produce a cup of coke. However, after tens of seconds, his hands were still empty. Qianqiu was a bit confused and repeated it, but nothing happened. Qianqiu was not discouraged and said, "Sprite, iced red tea, instant noodles, chocolate, ice cream, potato chips, spicy strips." He said all the names of the snacks and drinks from his original world in one go, but strangely, nothing appeared. Qianqiu was stunned. Wasn't it "speak and it shall be done"? Where were the things? Had it failed? Thinking this, Qianqiu quickly said, "Sword control." The next second, a flying sword instantly appeared under Qianqiu's feet, and then lifted Qianqiu into the air. "That's not right, it hasn't failed." Qianqiu stared at the flying sword under his feet, lost in thought. Soon, Qianqiu reacted. It wasn't that the divine text had failed, but that the things he was saying didn't exist in this world. The divine texts he had spoken earlier and the flying sword he had just mentioned did exist in this world. In other words, only things that existed in this world would appear when spoken through divine text. Qianqiu sighed. He had thought he could control everything in this world and have whatever he wanted by speaking, but it seemed there were still limitations. However, compared to other ordinary cultivators, Qianqiu felt he was already close to being invincible. After all, the divine text, which was extremely difficult for ordinary cultivators to master, was incredibly easy for him. But, how can I return to my original world? Qianqiu gazed at the starry sky, missing everything from his original world intensely. Qianqiu sat on a large rock under the waterfall, enduring the immense impact from above, and began to silently recite the cultivation technique taught by Patriarch Bodhi. Half of this technique was composed of this world's language, and half was in Chinese. Qianqiu only took 10 minutes to comprehend 1/10 of it, and then came the 2/10. When he encountered parts he couldn't penetrate, he would say understand, penetrate, enlighten in Chinese. If Patriarch Bodhi had seen this scene, he would have coughed up blood from anger. In less than an hour, Qianqiu had comprehended 90% of it, with only the last 10% remaining. Qianqiu had also completely entered a state of enlightenment. He didn't notice that a colossal immortal shadow had appeared behind him, accompanying his enlightenment. The red immortal shadow merged with the waterfall's flow, and golden light emanated from his body. Patriarch Bodhi could never have imagined that the cultivation technique he had taken a year to comprehend, Qianqiu had grasped in just 1 hour. Just as he stepped back into the bronze coffin to rest, Patriarch Bodhi saw the golden light emanating from the eternal forest and could no longer contain himself. What? He has already comprehended it? A monster, truly a monster. Patriarch Bodhi was shocked, but more than that, he was excited. His disciples' understanding of divine text not only surpassed ordinary people, but his cultivation talent was also terrifying. In time, he might become the first Emperor Realm powerhouse in the Eternal Sect besides him. Xianxiu finished cultivating his technique and felt an unprecedented sense of comfort all over his body, but he was already very tired after cultivating. Xianxiu went back to his residence and fell asleep directly. In the middle of the night, Xianxiu was sleeping soundly in bed. He had a bad habit of talking in his sleep. Before Xianxiu transmigrated to this world, he had just finished watching an anime from Japan and was still immersed in its plot. Xianxiu, drooling, mumbled in Chinese, Shibaku Tensei. In an instant, a purplish-red luminous pearl appeared in the night sky above Eternal Sect. It began to gather the surrounding immortal energy, and then a large amount of stones started to gather towards this luminous pearl, gradually growing from the size of an apple to a sphere with a diameter of 10 meters. The luminous pearl was still growing, and this terrifying energy gathering had alerted the 5 supreme venerables in the main hall. Venerable Bai, who was dreaming, suddenly opened his eyes, felt the terrifying immortal energy outside, and shouted, "Enemy attack, enemy attack. All venerables, activate the sect protection formation." In just a moment, Venerable Bai disappeared from his room and flashed to the square of the main hall. The other 4 supreme venerables also arrived one after another. Venerable Wan, ranked second, exclaimed in surprise, "What's going on? What is that giant rock in the night sky?" "Don't worry about that for now, quickly notify the sect leader, we must activate the sect protection formation immediately. That giant rock looks like an immortal technique from a powerful expert. The terrifying energy gathering is stronger than all 5 of us combined." While speaking, Qi Xiaoyao also appeared in the square of the main hall. She frowned and looked at the giant rock in the night sky. "No, this shouldn't be an enemy attack. The energy gathering is indeed powerful, but the soul power of the person gathering the energy is clearly very weak. I think it's only at the white soul level." Venerable Bai looked worried. "Sect leader, if this is not an enemy attack, who would dare to be so arrogant as to release an immortal technique above the main hall?" At this moment, Xianxiu in his room mumbled again, "Banshou Tenon." In the dark night sky, a starry night rift tore open, and a large number of extraterrestrial meteorites flew out, hurtling towards Eternal Sect at extreme speed. Qi Xiaoyao's expression changed when she saw this. She immediately had a bold guess in her heart and then said, "5 venerables, quickly activate the defensive protective barrier. Although this immortal technique is strange, its power is not great, and you can resist it. I'll be back soon." The 5 venerables looked at each other. Venerable Bai gave a wry smile and said to the other venerables, "Since the sect leader said we can resist it, then we shouldn't underestimate ourselves. Venerables, obey my orders, activate the 5-pointed star defense formation." The 5 venerables simultaneously said, "Gather energy," and then the immortal shadows of the 5 of them were instantly revealed. The 10-meter-tall purple immortal shadow was particularly conspicuous in the night. All 5 of them were cultivators at the Samsara realm, and among them, Venerable One's purple immortal shadow vaguely revealed a hint of red, which was a sign of breaking through the Samsara realm and advancing to the Void realm. The 5-pointed star defense formation was the most powerful combined immortal technique of the 5 supreme venerables of Eternal Sect, and it was not a problem even when facing cultivators in the firmament realm. As expected, the 5-pointed star defense formation resisted dozens of extraterrestrial meteorites that fell from the night sky, but the giant rock was still gathering energy and growing larger. It had now become a giant sphere with a diameter of nearly 30 meters. Because he became Qianxiu's master, the 3 ancient patriarchs no longer returned to the Qing copper coffin to hibernate, but meditated in the immortal cave where the Qing copper coffin was placed. The 3 ancient patriarchs simultaneously sensed someone gathering energy in the sect. Patriarch Bodhi frowned and said, "Who is gathering immortal energy in the sect in the middle of the night? How is this girl Qi disciplining her disciples? Something's wrong. I sense that the Supreme Venerables have activated the 5-pointed star defense formation. Is the sect being invaded by outsiders?" Patriarch Wuji got up and replied, "Normally, even if outsiders come to harass us, cultivators at our Saint Realm level shouldn't act. But our disciple is still in the sect, and we can't let him be disturbed. Let's go and see who has the nerve to launch a night attack on Eternal Sect. Do they really think Eternal Sect is a pushover? With a thought, the three ancient patriarchs instantly appeared in the main hall. Outside Qian Xiu's room, Qi Xiaoya was already standing at the door. When she saw the seemingly powerful immortal technique with such weak soul power, she immediately suspected if it was from Qian Xiu. Before Qi Xiaoya could push the door open, the three ancient patriarchs appeared behind her. Girl Qi, which sect launched a night attack? Patriarch Bodhi stroked his beard. Qi Xiaoya was also surprised to see the three ancient patriarchs and quickly replied, "It's not an outside enemy attack. I suspect this was done by the Divine Child." Oh? How so? Qi Xiaoya did not answer Patriarch Bodhi. She pushed open Qian Xiu's room door and found him lying on the bed wearing only a pair of shorts, with his upper body bare, in an extremely indecent sleeping posture. At this moment, Qian Xiu was still mumbling Chibaku Tensei and Bansho Tenin, occasionally interjecting with the cultivation technique that Patriarch Bodhi had taught him that evening. The three ancient patriarchs and Qi Xiaoya froze. Qi Xiaoya, in particular, said in disbelief, This is divine text. He's speaking divine text even in his sleep. The anomalies outside were indeed caused by him. Divine text was the prerequisite for activating the highest level immortal technique in this world. Ordinary cultivators had to put in a lot of effort just to read out divine text while awake. Yet, Qian Xiu was speaking divine text in his sleep as if it were mere dream talk. Pervert. This was the only word Qi Xiaoya could think of to describe Qian Xiu at this moment. The three ancient patriarchs were also momentarily stunned, because apart from the divine text related to the cultivation technique Patriarch Bodhi had taught him, they couldn't understand any of the other divine text he was speaking. Patriarch Shukuan exclaimed, "I have never seen a cultivator who can so easily treat divine text as dream talk. If not for the fact that Qian Xiu doesn't have a special physique, I would truly believe he is the reincarnation of an ancient immortal emperor. Heaven will not destroy my eternal sect. How can I, Wuji Sword Saint, be so fortunate to take such a genius as a disciple?" Patriarch Bodhi was not as surprised as the other two patriarchs, because Qian Xiu had completely comprehended the cultivation technique he had taught him that evening in just 1 hour. Even he himself, who was exceptionally talented in his youth, had taken a year. Therefore, any astonishing feat Qian Xiu displayed was no longer surprising. Patriarch Wuji woke up the sleeping Qian Xiu. Qian Xiu sleepily opened his eyes and found his three masters and the sect leader standing in front of him. "Three masters, and sect leader, why are you here?" Qian Xiu glanced at the still dark sky outside the window and said, "It's not even dawn yet." Patriarch Wuji let out a wry smile and said, "My good disciple, if you don't wake up, this eternal sect will be torn down by you." "What? I have to dismantle the eternal sect?" Qian Xiu looked at Patriarch Wuji with a dumbfounded expression. He was clearly asleep, so how could he have dismantled the eternal sect? "And disciple, you weren't quiet in your sleep, muttering divine texts that even we masters have never heard of. If it weren't for your current cultivation level and soul power not being high, this eternal sect would have been dismantled by you." And Qian Xiu got out of bed and walked outside, finding the 5 supreme venerables gathered in the main hall square as if facing a great enemy, having formed a formation. Meteorites of various sizes were scattered throughout the sect. In addition, there was an incredibly huge sphere hanging in the night sky. Everything was too familiar. Wasn't this a boss skill from an anime in his original world? And did he unconsciously say it out loud while sleeping? And Qian Xiu tentatively said, "Withdraw." And as expected, the giant sphere instantly disintegrated, shattering into pieces. And seeing the sphere in the night sky disappear, the Supreme Venerables immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Then, Qi Xiaoya ordered them to clear the scattered meteorites within the sect to prevent any disturbance among other disciples. After the 5 Supreme Venerables left, Patriarch Bodhi stepped forward and said to Qian Xiu, "Disciple, you must keep your mouth shut when you sleep in the future, lest you cause such a misunderstanding like tonight." "And got it, Master." And Qian Xiu felt depressed. He hadn't expected himself to mutter words in his sleep. "And we don't understand the divine texts you spoke in your sleep, disciple. Where did you learn these divine texts from?" And Qian Xiu didn't know how to answer Patriarch Wuji. He couldn't tell them he was a transmigrator and that these words were from an anime, could he? And helpless, Xianxiu could only say that he created them himself and didn't learn them from anywhere. And three ancient patriarchs and Qi Xiaoya gasped simultaneously. And created himself? None must know that divine texts are languages left by ancient deities, the languages of true gods and immortal emperors. How could an ordinary cultivator create divine texts? And no matter how the three ancient patriarchs pressed him, Xianxiu insisted that he created them himself. And seeing that his three masters did not believe him, Xianxiu simply said, "Three masters, if you don't believe your disciple can create a few more divine texts that masters won't understand." And Patriarch Wuji felt that as masters, it was not appropriate for them to lose face for their disciple. So, he waved his hand and said, "No need, disciple. If this is truly something you created, you might really be the reincarnation of an ancient deity, but remember, this immortal technique must not be used lightly. If not for your soul power being temporarily weak, this powerful immortal technique would surely lead to great disaster. Wait until your soul power becomes strong in the future, then use this immortal technique." And disciple will remember Patriarch Wuji's words. And Patriarch Wuji nodded, preparing to leave. He said to Xianxiu, "All right, rest a little longer, and then you should get up and cultivate. The cultivation method your master Bodhi taught you, you must cultivate it quickly and form an immortal body as soon as possible." And before Xianxiu could speak, Patriarch Bodhi spoke for him, "Old man Wuji, I'm afraid you'll have to teach our disciple today." "And oh? Why is that? Didn't the three of us agree that Xianxiu would be taught by us in turns, with each person teaching him for 3 days? And Patriarch Bodhi looked at Xianxiu, signaling him to speak for himself. And Xianxiu was slightly surprised. He didn't expect Patriarch Bodhi to have seen through him, realizing he had already grasped the cultivation method. He stepped forward and said to Patriarch Wuji, reporting to Master Wuji, "The cultivation method Master Bodhi taught me for cultivating my physique, your disciple has completely comprehended it yesterday and achieved great success in cultivation." And this was no longer the first time Xianxiu had shocked Qi Xiaoya and the patriarchs tonight. In their eyes, Xianxiu was now a monstrous existence. And Patriarch Wuji was extremely surprised, even his immortal energy fluctuated. He repeatedly exclaimed, as expected of a heavenly talent. "As a divine child, this talent is too terrifying. Even in the history of cultivators, there has never been anyone who cultivated as fast as you." And initially, the three ancient patriarchs only thought Xianxiu had extraordinary talent. Now, they truly began to believe that Xianxiu might really be the reincarnation of an ancient deity. And the three ancient patriarchs returned to their immortal caves, leaving only Qi Xiaoya and Xianxiu in front of the main hall. "And sect leader, do you need me for something else?" And Xianxiu scratched his head. He was only wearing underwear, and standing almost naked in front of the beautiful sect leader was undeniably awkward. And Qi Xiaoya also felt a bit awkward, but as the sect leader, she had to be aloof. She pretended to be indifferent and said, "I forgot to tell you earlier, I also have 2 disciples. They will return to the sect tomorrow after their external training. In the days to come, you should communicate more with them. The 3 ancient patriarchs are nearing the end of their lifespans. Except when teaching you cultivation methods, they must remain in hibernation in their immortal caves. Therefore, if you have any questions, you can ask my 2 disciples." And understood, sect leader. And Qi Xiaoya glanced at Xianxiu's lower half and said, "If you understand, why aren't you going back? As the sect's divine child, wearing only a loincloth is unbecoming." And Xianxiu's old face turned red, and he quickly ran back to his room. And back in his room, after the commotion, Xianxiu had lost all desire to sleep. And he sat cross-legged on the bed and began to circulate his qi according to the cultivation method taught by Patriarch Bodhi. And Xianxiu quickly discovered his own problem: his cultivation realm was very unstable, and he was at risk of regressing. And he realized that this might be because, during the assessment in the plaza, he had advanced from the still water realm to the samsara realm in one go using divine texts, resulting in an unstable foundation. Unlike other cultivators who accumulated gradually, he was experiencing a trend of regression. And alas, it seems that upgrading with cheats is not advisable. I must cultivate steadily and advance diligently in the future. And after a sigh, Xian Xiu muttered again, consolidate cultivation realm, consolidate cultivation realm. N. After dawn, Xian Xiu arrived at the Eternal Forest. Patriarch Wuji was already there. Master Wuji, good morning. Patriarch Wuji nodded lightly, then with a thought, he summoned a long sword. This sword emitted golden light. The moment Patriarch Wuji grasped the sword, he instantly unleashed a sword chi that repelled Xian Xiu a considerable distance. And cultivators who reach the Saint Realm can bestow titles upon themselves. Patriarch Wuji's title was Immortal Sword Saint, and the sword in his hand also had a significant origin. Xian Xiu, I will teach you all my life's knowledge. To use a sword to its highest realm is to hide the sword within your heart. Of course, to cultivate swordsmanship well, you also need a good sword. And with that, Patriarch Wuji produced another sword made of obsidian gold and handed it to Xian Xiu. And this sword is called Black Roar. It was forged by the best swordsmith of the sword sect. Back then, we were on good terms with the sword sect, and they gifted me this Black Roar. Today, I present it to you. In the future, when you leave the Eternal Sect, if you have the opportunity to find a legendary divine artifact as your weapon, becoming a new sword saint will be within reach. Ancestor Wuji taught Xian Xiu the Ascension Lightning Control Art. Xian Xiu diligently studied the sword techniques and the insights Ancestor Wuji shared with him. This Ascension Lightning Control Art is almost impossible for cultivators below the Saint Realm to practice. However, with your extraordinary talent, you will surely uncover some of its mysteries in the Samsara realm. By the time you reach the Firmament realm, you will have mastered at least 50% of this lightning control art. For swordsmanship, even with more divine texts, Xian Xiu's abilities wouldn't be significantly enhanced. He could only use divine texts to create all sorts of peculiar immortal techniques. Double the cultivation. While Ancestor Wuji wasn't paying attention, Xian Xiu quietly recited a phrase in Chinese. Immediately, his body felt a strange sensation, his mental power became more focused, and his sword practice accelerated. Xian Xiu knew his talent was ordinary among cultivators, but he had the cheat of mastering divine texts, which compensated for almost all his shortcomings in cultivation. In this world, grasping divine texts was equivalent to finding the path to godhood. If I can cultivate to the Emperor realm, perhaps I can find a way back to my original world. Thinking of this, Xian Xiu cultivated even more diligently. Xian Xiu cultivated until the afternoon, feeling like his body was about to fall apart. Ancestor Wuji stood by with his hands behind his back and said to Xian Xiu, cultivating sword techniques requires the support of powerful soul power. Your soul power is your weakness. Without strong soul power, the lightning control art cannot unleash its full potential. Master Wuji, how can I cultivate soul power? Xian Xiu had also sensed his inadequacy during cultivation. Even using double cultivation was of no avail, always feeling a wall within him preventing further advancement. He wanted to rely on the divine text soul power advancement to increase his soul power level, but this time the divine text didn't work. White soul, moon soul, fiery soul, soul, fierce soul, immortal soul, these are the 6 levels. Your soul power is at the lowest level, white soul. Practicing this advanced sword technique is naturally inadvisable. There are 2 ways to cultivate soul power. One is through extensive combat. In battles, soul power will increase rapidly. The other is that every sect has a soul tower for cultivating soul power. Entering the soul tower to cultivate soul power, however, is much slower than actual combat. Xian Xiu gained new understanding he hadn't known about soul towers before. Ancestor Wuji waved his hand and said to Xian Xiu, never mind, put the Ascension Lightning Control Art aside for now. Go and improve your soul power first. May I ask, Master, what is your current soul power level? Ancestor Wuji chuckled and disappeared from his spot the next second, but Xian Xiu could still hear his voice. Soul. Xian Xiu was shocked, not expecting that a powerful being like Ancestor Wuji only had a soul power level of soul. To reach fierce soul and immortal soul, wouldn't one need to reach top-tier realms like the Emperor realm? It seems this world is more complicated than the cultivation novels I've read. Not only do I need to cultivate my own cultivation realm, but also my physique and soul power. To become a true powerhouse, one must cultivate all three. Leaving the eternal forest, Xianxiu went to the main hall to find sect leader Qi Xiaoya. Xianxiu's immediate priority was to cultivate his soul power level in the Soul Tower. However, since joining the sect, he had only stayed in the main hall and the eternal forest, never venturing outside. Therefore, he could only ask Qi Xiaoya about the Soul Tower. At this moment, a man and a woman stood inside the main hall. The man had a fair and smooth face with sharp features, looking very handsome. The woman beside him stood gracefully, with crescent-shaped eyes. Dimples and fangs at the corners of her mouth made her look incredibly cute. These two were disciples of eternal sect leader Qi Xiaoya, Zuanan, and Mu Yu. Senior brother, I heard that Ancestor Bodhi and the others have awakened from their slumber, and the three ancestors have jointly taken on a disciple. Zuanan raised an eyebrow, looking very surprised. How is this possible? Three ancient patriarchs taking on one disciple simultaneously, what is this person's identity? I heard from the inner cabinet disciples that a couple of days ago, when the sect was recruiting disciples, this person struck the longevity bell 9 times and was established as a divine child by Master and the ancestors. Zuanan's brows furrowed instantly, his fists clenched. Although his expression was neutral, the anger and unwillingness in his heart had already killed the yet unseen divine child 10,000 times. Zuanan joined Eternal Sect at 15. Because his family and his innate soul power were fiery soul, sect leader Qi Xiaoya noticed him at a glance and took him as a disciple. After 3 years of cultivation, Zuanan finally qualified to be a divine child, only to be preempted by someone who had just passed the assessment. Is that so? Where is he now? Zuanan asked, almost gritting his teeth. Just then, Zuanan saw a young man stroll in from outside the main hall, whistling leisurely. His face was full of unrestrained swagger, showing no regard for the rules of an eternal sect disciple. No one except the sect leader and the supreme venerables could enter the main hall. Zuanan and Mu Yu, as disciples of sect leader Qi Xiaoya, had the privilege to enter. And this unruly young man appearing in the main hall now enraged Zuanan. Who was he to dare trespass into the eternal sect's main hall? Zuanan blocked Xianxiu's path, his face icy cold, and said, "Whose disciple are you, to dare trespass into the main hall?" Xianxiu looked at the man and woman before him and was a bit stunned. Didn't the sect leader say only supreme venerables can enter the main hall? Who are these two? Xianxiu raised an eyebrow and said, "I am a disciple of Ancestor Bodhi, Ancestor Woji, and Ancestor Shukuan. Besides the supreme venerables and the sect leader, I have also been granted the privilege to enter the main hall." Mu Yu covered her mouth and exclaimed, "Heavens, you are the divine child." Xianxiu felt an innate good impression towards the cute-looking girl before him. He smiled and nodded at her, "It's me, my name is Xianxiu." Mu Yu immediately replied, I'm Mu Yu, a disciple of the sect leader. The one beside me is my senior." A pink lotus instantly appeared in Xianxiu's hand, and he raised his palm to strike at Zuanan. A petty trick. You think you're arrogant just because you know a few divine texts? Zuanan snorted coldly, disappearing from Xianxiu's front in the next second. Zuanan's sudden disappearance caused Xianxiu to strike empty air. His hair stood on end instantly as he realized Zuanan had appeared behind him. Xianxiu was also very fast, and decisively used a flash to create distance from Zuanan. At the same time, he realized that this young man in front of him had a higher level of immortal technique usage and soul power than himself. Fighting him with normal immortal techniques and soul power would absolutely not make him an opponent. Xianxiu thought to himself that he'd at least get scolded, but he couldn't just stand there and take a beating, right? With that thought, he rushed out of the main hall, and Zuanan chased after him, shouting, "Trying to run? Is this main hall a place you can just come and go as you please?" Zuanan immediately chased after him, but to his surprise, Xianxiu stood still. He then gathered his energy again and activated an immortal technique that was temporarily forbidden by the 3 ancient patriarchs, Myriad Phenomena Attraction. In an instant, a starry night rift tore open in the sky, and dozens of burning meteorites instantly appeared from it, falling towards Zuanan at an extremely terrifying speed. Seeing this, Zuanan's expression changed drastically. "What? This is an immortal technique that opens up another realm. With his cultivation level and soul power, how is this possible? Xuan Nan's face gradually turned pale. With his current strength, he could not block such an immortal technique. Muyu, seeing the meteorites falling from the sky, also became flustered and shouted at Qianxiu, "Divine child, quickly put away your immortal technique." Qianxiu thought to himself, he made the first move, and now he wants me to stop? Am I an idiot? Xuan Nan watched the meteorites that were already close with fear. He could already feel the high temperature emanating from them. At this critical moment, a woman's figure appeared in front of Xuan Nan, instantly gathering her energy and activating an immortal technique to block the attack for Xuan Nan. Xuan Nan broke out in a cold sweat. Ever since he started cultivating in the Eternal Sect, he had never felt so close to death. The person who blocked the fatal blow for him was the Eternal Sect leader, and also his and Muyu's master, Qi Xiaoya. Qianxiu was very surprised to see his attack blocked. He looked closely and realized it was Qi Xiaoya, and he immediately cupped his fists and knelt on one knee. "Divine child Qianxiu, greetings sect leader." Xuan Nan and Muyu were stunned. Qianxiu referring to himself as divine child in front of the sect leader, this could not possibly be an impersonation. Could it be that this ordinary person is really the newly appointed divine child? Muyu was not particularly surprised. After Qianxiu activated the divine text immortal technique that could open up another realm, she had already concluded that although Qianxiu's cultivation level and soul power were not high, he had mastered a powerful divine text immortal technique. Divine child, why did you use an immortal technique that the three ancient patriarchs have forbidden you from using to harm my disciple? Qi Xiaoya asked Qianxiu with a cold face. My disciple? Qianxiu was a little confused. The person who had just tried to kill him was Qi Xiaoya's disciple? No wonder his strength was so great. After a moment Qianxiu said, reporting to sect leader, he said I was impersonating the divine child and trespassed into the divine hall, and directly attacked me with an immortal technique without any explanation. Qi Xiaoya's expression became even colder. She instantly turned her head and looked sharply at Xuan Nan, who was sitting on the ground. Xuan Nan, is what the divine child said true? Xuan Nan had never seen such a cold look from his master and was immediately so scared that he didn't know what to do. Seeing Xuan Nan remain silent, Qi Xiaoya turned her gaze to her second disciple, Muyu. Muyu looked at Xuan Nan with a troubled expression. She didn't want to lie to her master, but she also didn't want to disappoint her senior brother, so she also remained silent. Seeing her two disciples remain silent, Qi Xiaoya understood that what Qianxiu said was true. She showed an angry expression. Xuan Nan, on your first day of joining me, I told you not to be arrogant. You probably saw that the divine child's cultivation level and soul power were low, so you deliberately fought with him, right? This disciple thought that with such talent, he couldn't possibly be made the divine child, so this disciple thought he was impersonating the divine child. That's why I directly attacked him with an immortal technique in the main hall. Is that it? Nonsense, it's utter nonsense. How dare you question the divine child established by the three ancient patriarchs? Xuan Nan felt like crying. He had just returned to the sect from training with his junior sister, and he had no idea that the divine child would be such an unremarkable young man. Even more so, he never expected that Qianxiu, a cultivator of the void realm, could actually activate an immortal technique that opened up another realm. Qi Xiaoya took a deep breath and looked at Qianxiu. Divine child, the decision on how to deal with Xuan Nan is yours to make. Within the sect, other than the three ancient patriarchs, no disciple is allowed to use immortal techniques against you. He has already violated sect rules. Qianxiu was stunned and quickly said, forget it, forget it. It's not his fault for not knowing I'm the divine child. Fortunately, sect leader, you intervened in time, otherwise my immortal technique might have seriously injured him. Qi Xiaoya did not expect Qianxiu to choose to let Xuan Nan off. She knew that although Qianxiu was the divine child, his strength was indeed inferior to her disciple Xuan Nan's. The reason Qianxiu was able to suppress Xuan Nan just now was only because Xuan Nan was careless and didn't expect Qianxiu to have such a powerful immortal technique. Therefore, for Qianxiu to be put in such a difficult situation by Xuan Nan and then to voluntarily give up punishing him made Qi Xiaoya have a new understanding of Qianxiu. No excessive pride, no dissatisfaction, no showing off. very good, worthy of being the divine child. Shi Xiaoya praised. Thank you for your praise, sect leader. Muyu breathed a sigh of relief, thinking how fortunate it was that Qianxiu was not holding a grudge, otherwise senior brother Zuanan would have been in great trouble. At the same time, she carefully observed Qianxiu and found that he had a majestic physique, his eyes shot out like shooting stars, and his broad chest made him look full of integrity. Unconsciously, Qianxiu had left a very good impression on Muyu. However, Zuanan, who had broken out in a cold sweat from Qianxiu's earlier attack, did not feel any gratitude for Qianxiu letting him off. Instead, he harbored an intense hatred. Zuanan thought Qianxiu was too hypocritical. He had clearly tried to kill him just now, and if his master hadn't arrived in time, he would have been seriously injured or killed. And now he was acting so sanctimonious, wasn't that hypocrisy? Moreover, Qianxiu had preempted him to the position of divine child that he had just obtained, which made Zuanan hate him even more. After the farce ended, Shi Xiaoya asked Qianxiu why he had come to the main hall. Shouldn't this be his cultivation time? Master Wuji said my soul power is too weak and it's not suitable for cultivation practice for now. He told me to go to the soul tower to improve my soul power. I originally planned to come to the main hall to find you, sect leader, but then I ran into. Shi Xiaoya nodded, then said to Muyu and Zuanan, who were standing beside her, Zuanan, you've returned from your training, and you need to test your soul power. You two take the divine child to the soul tower. Muyu and Zuanan took Qianxiu to the soul tower together. Along the way, Zuanan had a gloomy face and didn't say a word, while Muyu and Qianxiu were chatting enthusiastically. Divine child, are you really only in the white soul? How did you read the divine text on the longevity bell and make it ring 9 times? Maybe it's talent, he. Qianxiu looked at the girl beside him. She looked about the same age as him, but she had an indescribable aura about her. Zuanan, who had been silent the whole time, snorted coldly and said sarcastically, talent? You're talking about talent with Xiaoyu? She already reached the unbreakable realm at 13, and then she spent 5 years to cultivate to the current firmament realm. Qianxiu was surprised that Muyu had entered the firmament realm at the young age of 18. It's worth noting that the 5 supreme venerables of the sect are only in the, and they are all in their early 30s. Seeing Qianxiu's surprised expression, Zuanan became more smug. Looking at the entire Hangu continent, there are very few 18-year-old firmament realm cultivators. How dare you mention talent in front of Xiaoyu? Zuanan's aggressive words finally made Qianxiu understand that the person named Zuanan had a strong hostility towards him. Qianxiu's expression was calm, and he looked at Zuanan. Yes, her talent is indeed terrifying, but this is her talent. How come when you say it, it sounds like you are the 18-year-old firmament realm cultivator? After speaking, Qianxiu looked at Zuanan again and said, although you are also a firmament realm cultivator, if I'm not mistaken, you are already 25 years old? Zuanan's face instantly turned red, and he retorted, so what if I'm 25? What are you, a mere the void realm, shouting about? Although it's a mid to high level realm, your soul power is only white soul, which is worse than most unbreakable realm cultivators. Muyu saw that the atmosphere was not right and quickly stepped in to smooth things over. She tugged at Zuanan and said, Senior brother, don't be like this. If our master knows you are disrespectful to the divine child, he will punish you. Seeing that his beloved junior sister stopped provoking Qianxiu with words, Zuanan snorted and quickened his pace, walking ahead. Qianxiu narrowed his eyes and didn't bother with Zuanan anymore. Qianxiu thought to himself, you piece of trash, I went from the still water realm to the firmament realm in just 1 minute, while you spent 25 years working yourself to death to reach the firmament realm. Aren't you just a clown? However, to Qianxiu's surprise, Muyu, as Zuanan's junior sister, did not immediately follow Zuanan but stayed by Qianxiu's side. Muyu blinked her big, watery eyes at Qianxiu and whispered, Divine child, don't be angry with my senior brother. He's just like that. He always has a sharp tongue, but in reality, he has a kind heart. It's okay, I'm not angry. You don't have to call me divine child all the time, it feels strange. We're the same age, you can just call me by my name. MHM, then you can call me Xiaoyu. Qianxiu? For some reason, his heart started pounding when Muyu called him that, and he couldn't help but blush. In his original world, Xianxiu was just a otaku who liked to read novels and watch anime. He had almost no interaction with the opposite sex in his 18 years of life. Now, with a sweet-looking and gentle girl like Muyu talking to him, he was naturally a bit shy. Seeing Qianxiu blush, Muyu, perhaps intentionally, leaned closer to Qianxiu and asked, "Qianxiu, senior brother never talks about sex matters, but I'm different. I heard that you were still in the still water realm during the assessment, and you immediately advanced to the void realm after reading just one divine text." Qianxiu hummed, unaccustomed to someone of the opposite sex being so close, and subconsciously took a step back. "So, my talent is nothing compared to yours." After Muyu finished speaking, she gave Qianxiu a shallow smile and walked forward with her hands behind her back. Qianxiu followed Muyu and Zuanan to the inner court of the Eternal Sect. Unlike the empty main hall, the inner court was filled with many disciples and mentors. The tallest building in the inner court was the Soul Tower. The moment Qianxiu saw the Soul Tower, he was shocked by its imposing appearance. The Soul Tower was a full 100 meters tall, its body was deep red, and at every 20 meters, there was a halo surrounding it, for a total of 5 halos, with the halos getting larger as they went up. Even before getting close to the Soul Tower, Qianxiu could feel the powerful soul power it faintly emanated. This is the Soul Tower. Seeing Qianxiu's unworldly appearance, Zuanan thought to himself, where did this country bumpkin come from? How could he be the divine child like this? Thinking of this, Zuanan became even angrier. "You haven't even seen the Soul Tower," Zuanan said dismissively. Muyu stood beside Qianxiu and explained to him, the Soul Tower is divided into 3 levels, the 10-meter tower, the 100-meter tower, and the 1,000-meter tower. Most small sects have 10-meter towers, and only powerful large sects have 100-meter towers. The only 1,000-meter tower on the Hanggu continent is located in the Temple of the Gods. Qianxiu silently recited, "Temple of the Gods. What kind of organization is that?" All the disciples of the Eternal Sect knew Zuanan and Muyu. After all, as the sect leader's disciples, they were the strongest cultivators in the Eternal Sect, besides the 3 ancient patriarchs and the sect leader. Especially Muyu, she was regarded as a goddess by many male disciples in the sect, with a large number of admirers. "Quick, look, isn't that senior sister Muyu and senior brother Zuanan? They're back from their training. Senior sister Muyu has become even more beautiful. I heard that senior sister Muyu and senior brother Zuanan have no plans to advance their cultivation realms for now. They are currently trying to break through from the late moon soul to the fierce soul." Many disciples around discussed them noisily. However, they soon discovered something astonishing. Muyu and Zuanan had a person behind them, and Muyu was chatting and laughing with this person. Inner court disciples were not allowed to leave the inner court during their cultivation. So, on the day of the sect's recruitment, they only heard the longevity bell ring 9 times and learned that someone had been taken as a disciple by the 3 ancient patriarchs and appointed as the sect divine child. But no one had ever seen what the divine child looked like. Therefore, these disciples did not know who Qianxiu was, but he was actually chatting and laughing with senior sister Muyu. By what right? Who is that kid next to senior sister Muyu? He's not even wearing the inner court sect uniform. Is he just an outer court disciple? Nonsense, he's not even wearing the outer court sect uniform. He's probably a disciple from another sect. This kid looks like he has a very low cultivation level, just a low-level cultivator. What makes him worthy of chatting and laughing with my senior sister Muyu? Little did Qianxiu know that before he even entered the Soul Tower, he had already incurred the hatred of a large number of inner court disciples. Muyu, Qianxiu, and Zuanan arrived at the foot of the towering Soul Tower. Muyu said to Qianxiu, "Qianxiu, since you haven't entered the Soul Tower before, you need to go to the entrance of the Soul Tower to test your soul power first." Qianxiu nodded and walked towards the main entrance of the Soul Tower. At the entrance of the Soul Tower, there was an ordinary elder. He had not seen the true face of the divine child on the day of the assessment, so he naturally did not recognize Qianxiu. Hello, I need to do a soul power test." The elder guarding the tower was named Situ Ming. Situ Ming saw Qianxiu, who was not wearing any sect uniform, and was stunned for a second. What is your name? Why aren't you wearing a sect uniform? Eternal sect, other than the disciples of the sect leader and the ancestors, all other disciples must wear sect uniforms corresponding to their level. And Situ Ming saw that Qianxiu wasn't wearing a sect uniform, and his face immediately darkened. And not wearing a sect uniform while cultivating was a major taboo and had already violated sect rules. And sect uniform? I don't have a sect uniform, and Qianxiu answered Situ Ming truthfully. And nonsense, all eternal sect disciples have sect uniforms. To enter the Soul Tower, one must wear a sect uniform. You say you don't have a sect uniform, are you perhaps not an eternal sect disciple, and I am an eternal sect disciple? But I saw Mu Yu and Zhuan Nan weren't wearing sect uniforms either, why do I have to? And Situ Ming acted as if he had heard the biggest joke in the world. He burst into laughter, which attracted the attention of many surrounding disciples. And even the disciples preparing to enter the Soul Tower gathered around, wanting to see who was making Elder Situ lose his composure in front of the Soul Tower's main gate. And who are Mu Yu and Zhuan Nan? They are sect leader's disciples. Only the disciples of the sect leader and the three ancestors do not need to wear sect uniforms. All other disciples must wear them. And Qianxiu let out a plain "oh" in a very calm tone, saying, "Then hurry up and test my soul power." And Situ Ming was stunned, thinking to himself, wasn't he clear enough? And this time, even the surrounding disciples couldn't help themselves. They cursed Qianxiu, asking if he had a hearing problem. The leading man among them stepped forward. And he said to Qianxiu, "You little brat, are you being stubborn? Can't you understand Elder Situ's words? Without a sect uniform, you cannot step into the Soul Tower, nor can you test your soul power." And the surrounding people gasped because the person who spoke to Qianxiu was Yi Xiu, a disciple of Wan Zun's, one of the 5 supreme venerables. Nai Xiu was among the top 10 cultivators and eternal sect disciples. All disciples knew that Yi Xiu hated disciples who violated sect rules the most. And Qianxiu tilted his head and looked at Yi Xiu, saying, "And who are you?" And all the disciples were stunned, thinking, this idiot not only isn't wearing a sect uniform but doesn't even recognize senior brother Yi Xiu? And could he be a newly joined disciple? Someone who doesn't understand any rules, and impossible, even if he's new, he would be taught the sect rules by the elders on the first day of joining the sect and wouldn't be so ignorant. Nai Xiu clearly hadn't expected that despite his reputation within the sect, there was still someone who didn't recognize him. Nai Xiu said, "It's none of your business who I am. Since you don't have a sect uniform, hurry up and leave, don't block the way here." And Qianxiu narrowed his eyes. What if I insist on testing my soul power today, and also want to enter this Soul Tower, and then I will make you understand that every home has its rules, and every sect has its rules. And Mu Yu, who was standing behind the crowd, saw that the situation was not right and wanted to help Qianxiu out of the predicament, but was stopped by Zhuan Nan beside him. And senior brother, Qianxiu is the divine child. I can't just stand by and watch them bully him like this. Mu Yu said anxiously. And Zhuan Nan shook his head and said calmly, he is the divine child. If he can't even resolve this little trouble, he doesn't deserve that position. And little Yu, be good. You don't want the sect to have a good for nothing as the divine child, do you? In the end, Mu Yu was still stopped by Zhuan Nan and could only watch as Qianxiu was surrounded by the crowd. And the atmosphere between Qianxiu and Yi Xiu became tense, but Qianxiu inwardly didn't want to conflict with Yi Xiu, as he had already caused a misunderstanding with Zhuan Nan in the main hall earlier. If he were to have a big fight with a fellow disciple now, he would inevitably be scolded by their 3 masters when he returned. And Qianxiu took a deep breath and said to Situ Ming, "Elder Situ, is that right? I indeed don't have a sect uniform. My master has never mentioned this item to me." And Situ Ming frowned and asked, "Your master is?" And Ancestor Wuji, Ancestor Puri, Ancestor Shukuan. And as soon as he said this, the previously noisy crowd fell silent. After a few seconds, everyone burst into laughter. And Situ Ming's face turned black, thinking that he had been toyed with by a junior. "And according to you, you mean you are the divine child?" Yi Xiu said sarcastically. And Qianxiu nodded. And this time, Yi Xiu no longer wasted words with Qianxiu. He immediately gathered his energy, and his immortal shadow instantly appeared behind him. The imposing aura emitted caused the surrounding disciples to step back several steps. However, Qian Xiu, who was closest to Yi Xiu, didn't move at all, not even blinking. And this made Yi Xiu slightly surprised. And how dare you? Not wearing a sect uniform, spouting wild words, and impersonating the divine child, you have consecutively violated 3 sect rules. According to sect regulations, I can punish you on the spot. And Qian Xiu looked at the purple immortal shadow behind Yi Xiu and grinned, muttering to himself, "It's just the reincarnation realm." And upon hearing this, Yi Xiu became even more furious. The reincarnation realm was described as just in this person's eyes? And I'd like to see if the reincarnation realm you look down on can make you kneel here beneath the soul tower today. And after Yi Xiu spoke, he directly activated his immortal technique. Elder Sita Ming, who was by his side, wanted to stop Yi Xiu, but it was too late. He inwardly cried out that it was not good. And the surrounding disciples were also greatly shocked. They hadn't expected Yi Xiu to directly attack Qian Xiu here. They had already anticipated Qian Xiu being sent flying in the next second, paying the price for his ignorance. And however, in the next second, a scene that shocked everyone appeared. And Qian Xiu clasped his hands behind his back and chanted, "Gather Qi." A giant red immortal shadow instantly expanded behind him. Then, in a detached tone, he spoke a sentence in divine script, "Hurricane," and instantly, an incomparably tall hurricane rolled up around Qian Xiu. Just as Yi Xiu's immortal technique was about to touch Qian Xiu, the suddenly activated divine script immortal technique directly repelled it. Nai Xiu's reaction was also fast. He only retreated a few steps before stabilizing himself, but his previous disdainful expression had already turned into disbelief. And how is this possible? The color of the immortal shadow behind him is the Void Realm, and that divine script immortal technique is the signature immortal technique of Grand Elder Lingfeng, and it wasn't just Yi Xiu who was shocked. The other disciples were completely dumbfounded when they saw the red reincarnation realm immortal shadow behind Qian Xiu. Nai Xiu's surprised expression flashed by instantly. He immediately drew his sword and launched an attack at Qian Xiu. Nai Xiu's master, Wan Zun's, was also a sword cultivator, and he passed on the swordsmanship to Yi Xiu. And minor thunder control art, and Qian Xiu almost burst out laughing when he heard Yi Xiu activate his immortal technique. And minor thunder control art? Are you sure you're not trying to be funny? And Qian Xiu thought to himself, perfect, since someone is delivering themselves, I'll try out the sword technique I just learned. And Qian Xiu stopped entangled with Yi Xiu. He immediately took out Black Howl, which was bestowed upon him by Ancestor Wuji. He formed 2 fingers and drew them across the sword body. Black Howl instantly emitted black sword energy, eerie and domineering. And Ascension Thunder Control Art, as he spoke, the Black Howl in Qian Xiu's hand emitted a cold light. The enlarged version of Black Howl also appeared in the hand of the immortal shadow behind Qian Xiu. With a hand movement, the sword energy directly cleaved towards Yi Xiu. And upon seeing this, Yi Xiu's face instantly turned pale. Ascension Thunder Control Art. That was Ancestor Wuji's Saint Realm immortal technique. Why could he use it? Nai Xiu finally realized that the person in front of him, who wasn't wearing a sect uniform, was indeed the divine child. Qian Xiu's Black Howl erupted with immense power. Black sword energy slashed at Yi Xiu, instantly shattering his minor thunder control art. Yi Xiu was sent flying. The immortal shadow of Yi Xiu, lying on the ground, instantly shattered. He spat out a large mouthful of blood and immediately passed out. Besides that, a sword mark, emitting a faint black mist, remained on the ground, cleaved by the sword energy. The disciples who had been mocking Qian Xiu were stunned into silence, not a single one speaking. This is Ascended Thunder Control Art, the genuine Ascended Thunder Control Art, one disciple stammered, regaining his senses with immense shock. Senior brother Yi Xiu couldn't even withstand one move. My heavens, is he really the divine child? The onlookers erupted in commotion again. Everyone in the sect knew that Ascended Thunder Control Art was the famous immortal technique of the Supreme Ancestor. Some disciples even recognized the Black Howl in Qian Xiu's hand. He must be the newly appointed divine child. That sword in his hand is the Supreme Ancestor's Black Howl. The situation instantly reversed. Everyone was now convinced that the young man who defeated Yi Xiu in a single blow was the divine child. Xianxiu sheathed the black howl and glanced indifferently at the unconscious Yixiu, not overly worried. He had held back his strength. Otherwise, with such a potent immortal technique, Yixiu would have surely died without any defensive immortal technique. Elder Situ, can you test my soul power now? My 3 masters really didn't give me any sect uniform. Xianxiu looked at Situming. Situming finally snapped out of his shock. Hearing Xianxiu's words, the corner of his eye twitched. He thought to himself, how dare I refuse to test you? You'd probably kill this old man. Sect uniform? Of course, the divine child wouldn't have a sect uniform. Yixiu was quickly carried away by his followers to the medical pavilion for treatment. Zuanan, who had lingered at the back to watch the spectacle, looked as if he had eaten a fly. He had intended to see Qianxiu make a fool of himself, but instead, Qianxiu defeated Yixiu in just one move. I didn't expect he actually had some skill. Zuanan said resentfully. Muyu gave Zuanan a strange look, thinking that her senior brother had become strange since returning to the sect. Why was he targeting Qianxiu everywhere? At this moment, Situming began Qianxiu's soul power test. The disciples, whose attitudes had completely flipped after learning that Qianxiu was indeed the divine child, immediately reversed their stance. I knew he was the divine child. In the sect, besides senior sister Muyu and senior brother Zuanan, surely only the divine child wouldn't need to wear a sect uniform. I heard that on the day of the assessment, the divine child was only at the still water realm. He only used one divine text and instantly advanced 5 realms from the still water realm to the void realm. That's 5 realms in one day. The divine child's soul power level must be high, at least late moon soul, or perhaps he's even entered fiery soul. These onlookers were always like this, fawning over whoever had the higher status or power. Situming also felt a bit of anticipation for the test results after learning that Qianxiu was indeed the divine child. This was because, in recent years, apart from some disciples with naturally strong soul power who reached mid-moon soul during their tests, most disciples only tested at late white soul. The release of an immortal technique by a cultivator depends on their soul power level. Only with a higher soul power level can a large number of immortal techniques be released in a short period. Divine child, please place your hands on this soul stone and then gather your energy. Qianxiu placed his hands on the watermelon-sized soul stone as instructed by Situming and then gathered his energy again. Everyone had high expectations for Qianxiu, the divine child. Perhaps he could break the Eternal Sect's soul power testing record. The record for Eternal Sect's soul power test was set by the current sect leader, Qi Xiaoya. When she first joined the Eternal Sect for her soul power test, she directly tested at early fiery soul. It's worth noting that for a normal cultivator, reaching fiery soul is more difficult than cultivating to the firmament realm. However, Qi Xiaoya was naturally fiery soul, which alone surpassed countless cultivators, and this is what led her to become the new sect leader of Eternal Sect years later. The soul stone sensed Qianxiu's gathered energy. Its originally black-gray surface began to change. After a minute, 4 wobbly characters appeared on the soul stone. Everyone held their breath, awaiting Situming's announcement of the test results. Seeing the 4 characters on the soul stone, Situming gasped, even thinking the soul stone might be broken. However, the soul stone showed no anomalies, indicating that the test result was correct. Situming announced the result with a hint of confusion. Divine Child Qianxiu's soul power test result is early white soul? This result stunned everyone. They couldn't believe that the sect's divine child, who could make the longevity bell ring 9 times and advance 5 realms in a day, only tested as early white soul. Any cultivator with even a little talent would at least test as mid-white soul. How could the exceptionally talented divine child have a lower soul power than an ordinary cultivator? Hearing this result, Zuanan couldn't help but burst into laughter, as if a pent-up breath had been instantly released. Muyu looked at Zuanan with a hint of disgust and murmured, "Why has senior brother become so ungracious? But how is Qianxiu's soul power only early white soul?" Qianxiu also felt extremely embarrassed, his face flushing. Damn it, what's going on? Is my soul power talent that bad? Qianxiu wished he could burrow into a hole. It was bad enough to be seen by so many disciples, but Muyu was also there. After just impressing her, he was slapped in the face by his soul power test result after not even being impressive for long. Xianxiu scratched his head and gave an awkward, yet polite smile. Ahem, Elder Situ, since the soul power test result is out, please let me enter the soul tower to cultivate quickly. Elder Situ was stunned. He was still bewildered, unable to comprehend why the divine child's soul power was only early white soul. If that were the case, how could he have released such a powerful immortal technique as the Ascended Thunder Control Art just now? Heh, divine child, please go in quickly. Oh, right, I need to explain the rules of the Soul Tower to you. The Soul Tower has 100 floors. The higher your soul power level, the higher you can ascend. Conversely, if your soul power level is too low, even if you force yourself up, you will be restricted by the soul tower itself and unable to reach the higher floors. So, if you can ascend to higher floors, it indicates an improvement in your soul power level. Of course, you can't come to the soul tower to cultivate every day. Doing so will damage your soul, making it difficult to improve your soul power afterward. Xianxiu nodded and thanked Sitaming. He didn't rush into the soul tower. He turned to Muyu, smiled, and said, Xiaoyu, didn't the sect leader ask you to test your soul power? Come and test it quickly. It's my first time in the soul tower, and I'll be waiting for you to teach me how to cultivate. Xianxiu's words to Muyu drew the jealousy of countless disciples. Zuanan, standing nearby, also clenched his fists and stared intently at Xianxiu. Muyu nodded, flattered, then walked in front of Sitaming and smiled faintly at him. Elder Situ, thank you for your trouble. Oh, Xiaoyu, I haven't seen you since you went out for training outside the sect. Let me see the results of your training this time. Sitaming took out a soul stone, had Muyu place her hands on it, and then gather her qi. Muyu placed her hands on the soul stone to gather qi. The black and gray soul stone changed again, and after a moment, 4 large characters appeared on the stone. Sitaming smiled with relief and announced loudly, early stage of fierce soul. The crowd buzzed, shocked by the results Sitaming announced. Among all the disciples in the Eternal Sect, excluding the disciple known as the Soul Son, Muyu's current soul power level was the strongest. Remember, a month ago, before Muyu left the sect for training, her soul power level was only at the late stage of Moon Soul. In just 1 month, she had broken through to the early stage of Fierce Soul. Not bad, not bad. Xiaoyu, you're already in the early stage of Fierce Soul. With your talent and cultivation speed, reaching the middle stage of Fierce Soul within a year will be no problem. Muyu stuck out her tongue. Hee, Elder Situ, you flatter me. Senior brother Zuanan trained with me this time, and his soul power didn't improve any less than mine. After speaking, Muyu took a step back, giving Zuanan her spot. Zuanan calmly placed his hands on the soul stone, gathered his qi, and the soul stone began to change. The test results were quickly presented. Sect leader disciple Zuanan, soul power test result. Middle stage of fierce soul. Zuanan showed a smug expression. He slightly raised his head and cast his gaze towards Xianxiu, his expression seeming to say, see that, you good for nothing? Middle stage of fierce soul. You, a good for nothing at the early stage of white soul, are you worthy of being a divine child? Xianxiu ignored Zuanan's provocative gaze and said to Muyu, let's go, Xiaoyu. Hurry and teach me how to cultivate soul power in the soul tower. You're in the early stage of fierce soul, you should teach me some experience. I'm only at the early stage of white soul. Seeing that he was completely ignored by Xianxiu, Zuanan was a bit stunned, thinking, does this kid have any shame at all? Zuanan didn't know yet that Xianxiu, who could advance 5 realms in a day, would even look at him, a mere middle-stage fierce soul? As long as Xianxiu wanted to, it would only take a word. Entering the soul tower, Xianxiu was surprised to find that each floor had dozens of rooms available for cultivators to cultivate their soul power. Xianxiu, I need to go to the 60th floor to cultivate, I can't stay here with you. Oh, right, the 3 ancient patriarchs should have taught you how to cultivate soul power in the soul tower, right? Muyu asked. Xianxiu gave a wry smile. My 3 masters really didn't teach me how to cultivate in the soul tower. Every time they finished teaching me techniques, they'd go back to sleep. Ah. The three ancient patriarchs aren't sleeping, they're in hibernation. Hibernation? As far as I know, my three masters are the peak combat power of the Eternal Sect, Saint Realm powerhouses. Why do they need to hibernate? Muyu hadn't expected Qianxiu to not even know this basic common knowledge. She recalled everything that had happened before and felt that Qianxiu didn't seem like a cultivator, otherwise, why would he know almost nothing about cultivators? Yet, he was the divine child, which was contradictory. Muyu thought, perhaps this is what genius is like. Well, after reaching the Saint Realm, one can separate their primordial spirit from their physical body and appear in reality relying on their own soul power, which is called soul-body transformation. Ordinary cultivators are very likely to die if their physical body is severely injured, while Saint Realm cultivators will use soul-body transformation to survive in a soul-body state, letting their physical body hibernate. Cultivators divide Saint Realm cultivators into two types. One is called a hibernating Saint Realm powerhouse, and the other is called a traveling Saint Realm powerhouse. The three ancient patriarchs' physical bodies were severely injured in the Hundred Sects melee 200 years ago, so they could only transform into soul bodies and became hibernating Saint Realm powerhouses. So that's how it is. Qianxiu suddenly realized. No wonder his three masters could only appear for a short while each time before going back to rest. It turned out they were appearing before him in their soul bodies. He figured this must consume a lot of soul power. Qianxiu thought to himself that there were still too many rules in this world that he didn't know, and he would definitely have to ask Muyu more in the future. Anyway, she was the disciple of sect leader Qi Xiaoya, and it wouldn't lower his status to ask her questions as the divine child, right? Hurry up and teach me how to cultivate soul power in the Soul Tower. I'll try to come to the 60th floor to cultivate with you tomorrow. Muyu's eyes widened, and she covered her mouth in surprise. Tomorrow? But you're only in the early stage of White Soul right now. Zuanan, who was just walking into the Soul Tower, heard Qianxiu's words and sneered, "Are you kidding me? You want to break through from the early stage of White Soul to Fierce Soul in a single day? No one has ever done that in this cultivation world. Don't think you can spout nonsense just because you're the divine child." Qianxiu glanced at Zuanan and still didn't bother with him. Muyu, after her initial surprise, remembered Qianxiu's precedent of advancing 5 realms in a day. She vaguely felt that it wasn't impossible for Qianxiu to break through to Fierce Soul in a day. Qianxiu randomly chose a cultivation room. There were no other decorations in the room. In the center of the room stood a strange device, which Muyu introduced as a soul-gathering device. By inputting soul power into the soul-gathering device and using one's will to control the soul power to blend and temper it with the karmic fire within the device, one's soul power would increase. After explaining, Muyu demonstrated once. Qianxiu immediately learned the method and scratched his head, smiling, "It's quite simple. I'll definitely be able to find you on the 60th floor tomorrow." MHM, I believe you can, you're the divine child." Muyu made a cheering gesture and winked at Qianxiu before leaving. After Muyu left, Qianxiu's expression turned serious. In fact, when his soul power test result was early stage White Soul, he had also been extremely surprised, even a little unable to accept it. Damn it, the sect leader was born with Fierce Soul, why was I born with White Soul, and it's early stage at that? This is unfair. Qianxiu roared in vain frustration, then injected his soul power into the soul-gathering device, beginning to blend and temper it with the karmic fire. After an hour, Qianxiu felt that his soul power hadn't improved much. He knew that if he continued to cultivate at this speed, his soul power would increase too slowly. Immediately, Qianxiu said in Chinese, also known as divine text, "Cultivation double, super double." Qianxiu injected his soul power again. This time, the improvement speed was clearly several times faster, but Qianxiu was still not satisfied. After all, he had boasted just now that he would go to the 60th floor to cultivate with Muyu tomorrow. At this speed, he would at most reach the late stage of White Soul by tomorrow. However, no matter how many times Qianxiu said "cultivation double" in divine text, it was useless. It seemed to have reached its peak. After thinking for a moment, Qianxiu suddenly had a bold idea. He stood up from the ground, gathered his qi, then took a deep breath and said, "Shadow clone technique. Shadow clone technique." And with just one sentence from Qian Xiu, two people identical to him instantly appeared around him. And this person looked dull and vacant. When Qian Xiu saw him, his expression shifted in shock, and he exclaimed, "Holy crap, it actually works!" And Qian Xiu waved at the Qian Xiu he had cloned, saying, "Hey, buddy, can you talk?" And the clone remained unmoved, its eyes still empty and expression dull. And Qian Xiu tried to control the two clones and found that although they had no self-awareness, he could manipulate them to use immortal techniques, but they were only half as powerful as his own. And Qian Xiu was ecstatic. If he could create more clones, they could all cultivate soul power simultaneously. Combined with doubled cultivation, this would be tens of times faster than ordinary cultivators. And he wanted to clone again but soon found he was out of energy, with no spare soul power left for cloning. And however, Qian Xiu also learned the principle behind the shadow clone technique: the stronger his soul power, the more clones he could create. They might even be able to speak then and act as his proxies in dangerous places. And never mind, since you two can't talk, just do as I say. Each of you go to a cultivation room and start cultivating soul power. And upon receiving the order, the two shadow clones entered separate cultivation rooms. Qian Xiu once again activated doubled cultivation using divine text, then began cultivating soul power at a speed nearly 10 times faster. And unbeknownst to Qian Xiu, the clone technique was considered a divine skill in this cultivation world, governing the entire Hangdu continent, and even many cultivators at the quasi-emperor realm could not perform it. And meanwhile, in a hidden river on Mount Eternal, a massive vortex appeared, and a skeleton leaped out. And this skeleton was the same Emperor Realm skeleton that had noticed Qian Xiu when he was driven out by the strong individual behind the Bronze Gate in the Void Star Realm. And his someone in the Eternal sect can actually perform a divine skill like the clone technique. It can't be those three old guys. They become dormant Saint Realm cultivators, so they're incapable of such a divine skill. And that Emperor Realm skeleton murmured, then who could it be? Perhaps the one who opened the Void Star Realm last time. And with this thought, it projected its divine sense towards the soul tower of the Eternal sect. And as an Emperor Realm cultivator, its divine sense could not be detected by any cultivator below the Emperor Realm, so even the three ancient patriarchs did not sense it. And through the soul tower, the Emperor Realm skeleton saw Qian Xiu performing the clone technique and was greatly astonished. Its soul power fluctuated for a moment, which was sensed by the slumbering three ancient patriarchs. And the skeleton instantly retracted its divine sense and retreated back into the river. Ancestor Wuji stroked his beard and, frowning, said to the other two ancestors, "Why do I feel someone is watching our eternal sect?" And perhaps an Emperor Realm expert was just passing by overhead and glanced at our eternal sect. It's not surprising. After all, the 100 Sects tournament is about to begin, and many cultivators are heading to North Cold Island. Our Mount Eternal is not far from North Cold Island. Ancestor Bodhi replied dismissively. And that is true this time. Let us have Sister Chi take our good disciple to the 100 Sects tournament. And after retracting into the river, the Emperor Realm skeleton sealed its aura for a long time before speaking again. Fortunately, I reacted quickly. Otherwise, if those three old geezers sensed my presence, I'd have to move again. And but speaking of which, that kid in the Soul Tower is only at the Void Realm and White Soul. How is he able to perform a divine skill? And this child is extraordinary, quite interesting. Inside the Soul Tower, Qian Xiu broke through to the late White Soul stage in just 2 hours and was now attempting to reach the Moon Soul stage. And Qian Xiu withdrew his soul power and then tried to activate the shadow clone technique again. As expected, it was just as he had predicted. And with his soul power level increased, he could now create 4 clones. And just as I thought. If I can reach the fiery soul stage, I might be able to create over a dozen clones with this immortal technique. Wouldn't cultivating other techniques also be tens of times faster? And Qian Xiu wasted no time and had the 2 newly created clones join in cultivating soul power. And Qian Xiu cultivated in the Soul Tower all night, not leaving the cultivation room once. And the next morning, when Muyu and Zuan returned to the Soul Tower, Muyu asked Elder Situ Ming, "Elder Situ, when did the Divine Child come out after we left yesterday?" And the Divine Child never came out. He was in the Soul Tower all night. And Muyu was stunned. She hadn't expected Qian Xiu to have cultivated in the Soul Tower all night. And Zuanan, standing beside her, chuckled. Hey, he actually has some self-awareness. He knows his soul power level isn't as good as others, so he is not even sleeping. And he paused, then added in a dismissive tone, but what does it matter? Does he really think he can reach the fiery soul level in one night? And senior brother, Qianxiu is the divine child, after all. Saying that is a bit disrespectful to the divine child, and the facts are here. It took me over half a year to go from Moon Soul to Fiery Soul, and with your monstrous talent, it took you a full 3 months to advance from Moon Soul to Fiery Soul. He is only at the early White Soul stage. No matter how hard he tries, he'll be at most mid-White Soul right now. Nmu Yu was about to retort when Sita Ming spoke. Xiaoyu, Zuanan is not entirely wrong. Even someone like the Soul Sun, a natural soul power cultivator, couldn't advance from White Soul to Fiery Soul in a single night. Nmu Yu was rendered speechless and had no way to refute. And although Qianxiu was the divine child, advancing from White Soul to Fiery Soul in one night was unprecedented on the Hangu continent. And as the three were speaking, a yawning young man walked out of the Soul Tower. He had severe dark circles under his eyes and looked utterly exhausted. And this was Qianxiu, who had cultivated all night. And hey, good morning Elder Situ, good morning Xiaoyu. Qianxiu greeted them, yawning. And seeing Qianxiu, Muyu suddenly had an idea and tentatively asked, Qianxiu, what is your soul power level now? And soul power? I don't know. I cultivated all night, I'm so tired I need to go back and sleep first. I'll come back to the Soul Tower to find you this afternoon. Zuanan sneered, TSK, is this an excuse for not sleeping all night? Didn't you boast yesterday that you were going to the 60th floor to find us to cultivate? And Qianxiu glanced at Zuanan, his tone remarkably calm. Sorry, I only said I was looking for Xiaoyu. I never said I was looking for you. And all talk and no action. Do you dare to test your soul power again, so Xiaoyu can see if you're a divine child or just a loudmouth? And Qianxiu narrowed his eyes and noticed Muyu looking at him with expectant eyes. He immediately nodded, all right. I didn't want to test, for fear that some people couldn't handle it. Since you insist on seeing, I'll show you. And saying this, Qianxiu asked Sita Ming to take out the soul stone and placed his hand on it, then gathered his energy. And the test results came out quickly. When Sita Ming saw the results on the soul stone, his mouth dropped open, as if he had seen something incredible, and he remained speechless for a long time. Nmu Yu leaned closer to see the results and was also instantly frozen in place. And seeing the strange expressions of Sita Ming and his junior sister, Zuanan instinctively leaned his head over. And with just one glance, Zuanan felt his worldview collapse. And this is impossible, this is absolutely impossible. Everyone saw 4 big characters on the soul stone. Early stage fierce soul. Yes, Qianxiu really used one night to cultivate from early stage white soul to early stage fierce soul in the Soul Tower. This was not only unprecedented in the Eternal Sect, but also had never happened in Hangu continent. Once this news spread to the outside world, it would surely shock the entire cultivation world. Divine Child, this is the Divine Child. Situ Ming's voice trembled, his eyes filled with tears. After Qianxiu and Muyu entered the Soul Tower yesterday, he also listened to other disciples tell him the full story of what the Divine Child did on the day of the assessment. First, it made the longevity bell ring 9 times, then it casually copied the great Elder Lingfeng's divine text immortal technique, and finally, using a divine text that even elders and supreme venerables could not understand, it advanced 5 realms in a row within a minute. A few days later, the Divine Child once again created the terrifying achievement of breaking through from early stage white soul to fierce soul overnight. But this old stubborn me was still doubting the Divine Child just now. I'm really blind. Looking at Muyu's stunned eyes, Qianxiu gave a tired smile. Xiaoyu, I said I would do it, and I will go to the 60th floor of the Soul Tower to cultivate with you today. Muyu snapped back to reality and looked at Qianxiu with an incredibly admiring gaze. He felt that this man not only had extraordinary cultivation talent but also a composure beyond his peers. This is impossible, you must have cultivated some evil methods and soul pills to make your soul power increase so much overnight. Zuanan, after being slapped in the face, became enraged and refused to believe that Qianxiu had truly entered the soul power level of early stage fierce soul. Senior brother, that's enough. Mu Yu finally couldn't stand his senior brother's bullying and disrespectful words towards Qianxiu for the past 2 days. Qianxiu is the divine child established by the three ancient patriarchs, and he is also recognized by the longevity bell. You actually slander him for cultivating evil methods and soul pills. If Master and the three ancient patriarchs knew that you slandered the divine child like this, they would surely punish you with a month of confinement. Zuan Nan did not expect that his junior sister, who had always obeyed him, would openly reprimand him for someone she had only known for a few days. Qianxiu glanced calmly at Zuan Nan and said in a very calm tone, "Just because you can't do it doesn't mean others can't. If you're bad, practice more. If you're bad, practice more." Qianxiu said this and left, leaving Zuan Nan stunned in place, the words echoing in his ears, lingering for a long time. Zuan Nan grew up pampered and had higher talent than most cultivators. Not only did his parents regard him as a source of pride for the family, but his clansmen also respected him immensely. After joining the Eternal Sect, he was accepted as a sect leader disciple by Qi Xiaoya, becoming the high and mighty senior disciple of the Eternal Sect. He never expected to be told, "If you're bad, practice more," one day. Zuan Nan stared at Qianxiu's retreating back. He appeared calm on the surface, but his heart was already filled with rage. He had made up his mind to get rid of him. This child must not be allowed to develop safely in the Eternal Sect. Qianxiu returned to his residence and fell asleep. The cultivation overnight had left him completely exhausted. In fact, Qianxiu himself did not expect that he could really cultivate from early-stage White Soul to Fierce Soul overnight. This was all thanks to the effect of the Shadow Clone technique. Before he broke through to the late stage of White Soul, even with 4 clones and the assistance of the cultivation doubling divine text, one night was not enough for him to reach the Fierce Soul level. But after Qianxiu broke through the late stage of White Soul and entered the Moon Soul, he discovered that the Shadow Clone technique could split into 8 clones. Then, with each level increase, his clones would double in number. When he cultivated to the middle stage of Moon Soul, he could already split into 16 clones. At this time, with his 16 clones and the assistance of the divine text, Qianxiu's cultivation speed was equivalent to that of dozens of cultivators combined, with all the improvements channeled into his main body. After a night's sleep, Qianxiu felt refreshed and went to the Eternal Forest. "Master Wuji, your disciple has followed your words and improved his soul power level." Qianxiu didn't know where to find his 3 elusive masters, so he had to shout in the Eternal Forest. In an instant, Patriarch Wuji appeared beside Qianxiu with his hands behind his back, staring at Qianxiu with a smile. "Disciple, it's only been a day, and how much your soul power can improve, I, as your master, already know. You should focus on cultivating soul power and come to learn the techniques in a month." Qianxiu was stunned for a moment and felt discouraged. In Master Wuji's eyes, early-stage Fierce Soul was not enough, and he needed to improve further. "Master, your disciple understands. I will go to the Soul Tower to cultivate in seclusion now." The 3 ancient patriarchs had long since retired and never cared about what happened within the Eternal Sect. Everything was managed by the current sect leader Qi Xiaoya. Therefore, Patriarch Wuji thought that Qianxiu had only cultivated for a day, and even if he had extraordinary talent, he would be at most in the middle stage White Soul. He had no idea that Qianxiu had already broken through to Fierce Soul last night. Patriarch Wuji nodded with satisfaction and said to Qianxiu, "In 5 days, it will be the 100 Sects Assembly. I will have Qi Xiaoya bring you along." 100 Sects Assembly. Patriarch Wuji explained to Qianxiu that the 100 Sects Assembly was a sect gathering organized by the sects from various continents and islands in the entire cultivation world. Major sects from Hanggu Continent, Beihan Island, Land of Extreme Cold, and the Void Star Realm would all attend. Of course, not all sects could participate. Sects must have cultivators at the Saint Realm or above to participate in the 100 Sects Assembly. The 100 Sects Assembly was not only a place for immortal technique exchange between sects but also a stage for sects to display their strength. If a sect produced a cultivator with extraordinary talent, the elder group of the 100 Sects Assembly would reward the top 10 ranked cultivators based on the joint vote of 100 sections. Qianxiu asked, "What kind of rewards are there?" Perhaps a very powerful technique, or perhaps a weapon that suits your fancy, or maybe you will be rewarded with a top-grade immortal body." These are things that the Eternal Sect cannot provide you with. Master, do you hope your disciple can get this reward at the 100 Sects Assembly? Patriarch Wuji laughed heartily, then gently shook his head and looked at Qianxiu with doting eyes. Good disciple, although you have extraordinary talent and have been established as the divine child, the cultivators at the 100 Sects Assembly come from major sects from all over the place. This cultivation world will never lack geniuses. Your aptitude is ranked first in the Eternal Sect, but it is still a bit dim at the 100 Sects Assembly. He paused and said, but it's not that your masters have no confidence in you, it's just that you have only been cultivating for a short time, and it's still too early to compare with those old foxes who have been cultivating for many years. This time, I'm just letting you go out to broaden your horizons and let you know that there are always people better than you. You should cultivate diligently in the sect for a few years, and I believe you will definitely rank in the top 10 at the 100 Sects Assembly in a few years. Alright, I have to go back to hibernation. You can't just focus on improving your soul power in these few days. You need to review the Ascension Dragon riding technique more. I will come to test you in a few days. After Patriarch Wuji left, Qianxiu murmured, 100 Sects Assembly. Qianxiu licked his lips and said to himself, there are always people better than you, and there are always skies beyond the sky. Master, your disciple wants to be that person beyond others, that sky beyond the sky. Qianxiu didn't immediately go to the Soul Tower to cultivate. He wanted to try and see how powerful his immortal technique would be after breaking through to the early stage of the Fierce Soul. He recalled the Ascension Thunder controlling art in his mind, then took out his Black Howl sword and unleashed the immortal technique on the waterfall flowing down from the valley. Ascension Thunder controlling art. A huge immortal shadow appeared behind Qianxiu. The immortal shadow swung its sword, splitting the waterfall with a single strike, and even creating a gap tens of meters long in the mountain behind it. Holy crap, is this real? Qianxiu couldn't believe he had cut a 100-meter-high mountain in half. Was this something he had actually done? So this is how powerful the immortal technique becomes after soul power increases. No wonder Master Wuji wanted me to focus on cultivating soul power. Deep within Eternal Mountain, a king-level skeleton quietly emerged from the river, hiding all its aura and silently drifting towards Qianxiu's location. Rain Realm. The king-level skeleton casually unleashed an immortal technique. At this moment, Qianxiu was completely unaware that the area he was in had been surrounded by a mysterious barrier, making it impossible for anyone outside to sense anything within it. Dark clouds suddenly gathered in the sky, and it began to rain. Strange, it was sunny just a moment ago, and now it's raining. Oh well, I'll try using the Shadow Clone technique to unleash the Ascension Thunder controlling art. Will it have any unexpected effects? Qianxiu gathered his energy and then chanted Shadow Clone technique in divine text. The king-level skeleton, hidden in the dark and observing Qianxiu, was still shocked even though it was the second time seeing Qianxiu use the divine skill of clone technique. This child is truly interesting. Yesterday he was just a mere white soul, and overnight he broke through to the early stage of the Fierce Soul. This is unprecedented in the entire cultivation world. The king-level skeleton muttered to itself and suddenly noticed that Qianxiu had split into 30 clones, each with a blank expression and dull eyes, lacking any self-awareness. However, the clone at the very end of the group showed a slight change in expression, and its eyes were not as dull as the others, clearly possessing self-awareness. Of course, Qianxiu didn't notice this. Hiss, to be able to split into 30 clones at the early stage of Fierce Soul, it's quite eerie to see 30 people who look exactly like me. Qianxiu suddenly hesitated to have the 30 clones unleash the Ascension Thunder controlling art simultaneously. It had already cut away half the mountainside when only he himself had unleashed it. If 30 of him did it together, wouldn't they flatten Eternal Mountain? Thinking this, Qianxiu immediately retracted the clones with his intent. Only the strange clone at the very end quietly chanted instant flash and divine text and, without Qianxiu noticing, hid in the forest. The hidden king-level skeleton raised an eyebrow at this sight and subconsciously said, strange, very strange, to be able to produce a clone with self-awareness. This is probably related to my rain realm, causing it to mutate after absorbing my imperial qi. The king-level being did not make a move to eliminate this clone, instead letting it hide in the forest. After retracting the clone technique, Xianxiu left Eternal Forest due to the rain and headed to the Soul Tower to cultivate. The king-level skeleton quietly dispelled the rain realm, and Xianxiu left without being stopped. After Xianxiu left, the clone hiding in the forest came out. He looked at the departing Xianxiu with a thoughtful expression but quickly hid himself using an immortal technique and walked out of Eternal Sect. The king-level skeleton watched this scene with great interest and let the mutated clone, which had absorbed his imperial chi, go. Interesting, if I let him out, will he cause a huge stir in the outside world? Neither the king-level skeleton nor Xianxiu expected that this mutated clone would, in a very short time, establish a force on Hanggu continent comparable to Temple of the Gods. Of course, that's a story for another time. Arriving under the Soul Tower, Xianxiu headed straight for the 60th floor to find Muyu. Upon reaching the 60th floor, Xianxiu clearly felt that the soul power emanating from his surroundings was much stronger than on the lower floors. He presumed that cultivating here would increase his soul power faster. However, he saw very few other cultivators here. He figured that among the cultivators in Eternal Sect who had reached the fierce soul level or above, apart from Zuainan and Muyu, the others were likely elders or above. They rarely came to the Soul Tower to cultivate. Xianxiu saw Muyu in a cultivation room, with his eyes closed and cultivating soul power. He chose not to go in and disturb him, just stood outside the door and watched for a while. Then, Xianxiu was about to choose a cultivation room near a corner, but unexpectedly saw a little boy, who looked only 13 or 14 years old, sitting in a cultivation room. Huh, already reached the fierce soul level at such a young age? Xianxiu muttered to himself, not expecting the little boy to suddenly open his eyes and stare directly at Xianxiu. Are you the divine child that Grandpa Sita mentioned? The little boy spoke first, his voice a bit immature. I am the divine child. And you are? The little boy walked up to Xianxiu. Although he was young, the resilience in his eyes was not that of a 13 or 14-year-old child. My name is Fengyun. The other senior brothers and sisters call me Soul Child. I heard you improved from the early stage of White Soul to the early stage of Fierce Soul in just one night? Soul Child? Xianxiu vaguely remembered hearing Muyu or Sitaming mention it. Judging by his nickname Soul Child, it seemed he had achieved great things in soul power cultivation. Xianxiu nodded at Fengyun and then asked, This is the 63rd floor of the Soul Tower, and you've reached Fierce Soul at your age. To Xianxiu's surprise, the child in front of him didn't show a proud smile but stared at him with eyes that saw him as an enemy. I am 13 years old, and I am already at the late stage of Fierce Soul, trying to break through to the Kuei-Huan roughly translates to Helm Soul or Leader Soul. Xianxiu's mouth fell open, looking at the 13-year-old boy with great surprise. He clearly remembered that his master Wuji was at the level. This boy named Fengyun, only 13 years old, was already close to reaching. Before Xianxiu could speak, Fengyun said again, You are the fastest cultivator I've ever seen, but improving soul power levels before Fierce Soul is very easy, and it can completely be achieved within the Soul Tower. However, from the early stage of Fierce Soul onwards, cultivating in the Soul Tower is no longer very effective, so there's no way you can surpass me. Then why are you still cultivating in the Soul Tower? According to you, you're already at the late stage of Fierce Soul, and it's almost useless, right? If you don't even know this, then you definitely won't be able to surpass me. With that, Fengyun turned and went back into his cultivation room. Xianxiu didn't understand why Fengyun harbored such inexplicable hostility towards him. No, calling it hostility was a bit of a stretch. Perhaps it was just the competitiveness of a young boy whose mind wasn't fully developed yet. Xianxiu entered a cultivation room, immediately used clone again, and then used the cultivation doubling divine text to cultivate again. However, after 2 hours, Xianxiu was shocked to find that his soul power had hardly increased during this time, only feeling that the soul power within his body had become more substantial. It seems that Soul Child was right. After reaching Fierce Soul, cultivating soul power in the Soul Tower really doesn't increase much, especially when I'm cultivating with 100-fold amplification. Xianxiu got up and walked towards Fengyun's cultivation room again. Hey, brat, I have something to ask you. Little brat. Xianxiu called out to him several times. Fengyun finally got impatient and asked, Who are you calling a little brat? Xianxiu chuckled, walked to Fengyun's side, and casually patted his head. ISNTAQ? I'm 6 years older than you, can't I call you a little brat? Feng Yun slapped Xianxiu's hand away. If you have something to say it quickly. I'm very busy. Such a young age, but quite a temper, forget it. I'm asking you, why is it useless for me to cultivate in the Soul Tower after reaching the Blazing Soul stage? Why should I tell you? Xianxiu originally wanted to use his divine child status to suppress Feng Yun, but given his previous attitude, he clearly wasn't intimidated by his divine child status at all, so he immediately gave up on that idea. He thought for a moment, Feng Yun was still a child after all, and one had to use a childless methods to deal with a child provocation. You're not telling me because you're afraid I'll surpass you once I know. You keep saying you're a soul child, but you're not that powerful. As expected, Feng Yun got agitated as soon as he heard that and immediately retorted, nonsense. I, the dignified soul child, would be afraid of you surpassing my soul power level? Feng Yun seemed to weigh for a few seconds, and finally opened his mouth. The 100-layer soul tower has an auxiliary effect on cultivation at or below the blazing soul stage. Once you reach the blazing soul stage, the soul tower only has a consolidating effect on soul power cultivation. To achieve greater improvement in soul power, you can only do so through actual combat or by going to the 1000-layer tower. 1000-layer tower? Xianxiu had heard Muyu mention this 1000-layer tower before. It was said that the only 1000-layer tower in the entire Hangu continent was in a place called the Temple of Heaven? How can I go to the 1000-layer tower to cultivate? Feng Yun was stunned for 2 seconds, then burst into laughter. Xianxiu frowned and asked, why are you laughing? You want to go to the 1000-layer tower to cultivate, isn't that funny? The only 1000-layer soul tower in the Hangu continent is in the Temple of Heaven, and can the Temple of Heaven be entered just because you want to? How can I go to the Temple of Heaven? Are you really a divine child? I think you're an idiot, aren't you? After leaving the soul tower, Xianxiu pondered what kind of place the Temple of Heaven was. Why did Feng Yun and Muyu speak of the Temple of Heaven with reverence, and why did they both feel that he couldn't possibly go to that place? The 100-layer soul tower of the Eternal Sect no longer provided much of an increase in Xianxiu's soul power, and he didn't plan to continue cultivating in the soul tower. He wanted to quickly improve his soul power through actual combat. He learned from Muyu that to leave the Eternal Sect, he needed his master's permission. Xianxiu didn't want to disturb the 3 ancient patriarchs from their slumber for such a trivial matter. He went to the main hall and knelt on one knee before sect leader Qi Xiaoya. Sect leader, I want to leave the Eternal Sect for a few days. And why is that? Xianxiu said, my soul power level has reached the early stage of blazing soul, and I can't make any significant breakthroughs in the soul tower anymore. I want to go out and find opportunities. Qi Xiaoya was shocked. Early blazing soul stage? She was well aware of Xianxiu's soul power level. Just a few days ago, he was only a white soul. In just a few days, he had already broken through to the early blazing soul stage? She knew that it took her many years of cultivation to nurture her 2 disciples, Zuanan and Muyu, to their current blazing soul levels. Xianxiu had only taken a few days? Of course, Qi Xiaoya didn't know that Xianxiu had only taken 1 night. Before Qi Xiaoya could speak, Venerable Wan, who was seated in the position of Supreme Venerable, stood up and said, Divine Child, as far as I know, you were only in the early white soul stage a few days ago. Today, you say you have reached the early blazing soul stage. This is likely a deception of the sect leader. And this Venerable Wan was precisely the master of Yixiu, whom Xianxiu had defeated with a single strike of the Ascending Thunder Tribulation Art at the base of the Soul Tower 2 days prior. And Venerable Wan was already resentful that a cultivator with mere mortal bones like Xianxiu had become the divine child. When he learned that his beloved disciple had been injured by Xianxiu that day, he became even more enraged. And however, due to the divine child's status, he could only endure it and wait for an opportunity to seek justice for his disciple. And now, Venerable Wan had found his opportunity. Nearly blazing soul stage? What a joke! Breaking through from white soul to early blazing soul stage in just 2 days was absolutely impossible. And I am not deceiving the sect leader, Xianxiu replied faintly, glancing at Venerable Wan. And words without proof. And Qianqiu narrowed his eyes, not understanding why Venerable Wan was targeting him so much, but he didn't waste any more words. He immediately gathered his energy, revealing his immortal shadow behind him. And apart from Venerable Wan, the other four Supreme Venerables, upon seeing the immortal shadow of the Void Realm, were filled with emotion. They had cultivated for many years and were only at the Samsara realm, yet Qianqiu, who was only in his teens, had already reached the Void Realm. And this was not the most terrifying part. After all, Muyu, Qi Xiaoya's disciple, was only 18 years old but had already reached the Firmament Realm. And the most terrifying thing was that Venerable Bai was the only Supreme Venerable sent to the assessment plaza that day. When he returned, he told the other Venerables that he had personally witnessed Qianqiu ascend from the Still Water Realm to the Void Realm with just a single divine text. And 5 realms in 1 minute, how terrifying was this? And Venerable Wan disdained Qianqiu's Void Realm because he was about to ascend to the Firmament Realm, becoming the most powerful among the Supreme Venerables. And after revealing his immortal shadow, Qianqiu immediately released his soul power. Now powerful soul power could never be released by someone at the white soul level. Venerable Wan was instantly dumbfounded upon seeing this. And he has really reached the early blazing soul stage? Damn it, how could that group of useless people have investigated the information? Didn't they say he was only at the early white soul stage when he tested his soul power with Sitaming? In the blink of an eye, Venerable Wan's face was slapped. He felt his face burning hot. And Qi Xiaoya looked at Qianqiu with a complex expression, surprised that Qianqiu had indeed reached the early blazing soul stage. And at the same time, she glanced at Venerable Wan. As the sect leader, how could Qi Xiaoya not know his intentions? And Venerable Wan felt he had lost face, and immediately said to Qianqiu, I didn't expect the divine child to be so powerful. Breaking through to the early blazing soul stage in just a few days is truly a hero emerging from youth, but, divine child, why did you injure my disciple a few days ago? If I hadn't used all sorts of top-grade medicinal herbs, my disciple might have already. And after speaking, he put on a fake sorrowful expression, wiped away imaginary tears, and said to Qi Xiaoya, sect leader, you must uphold justice for my disciple Yi Xiu. Even a divine child cannot be arrogant and domineering within the sect. Moreover, Yi Xiu is a fellow disciple of the divine child. Are we establishing a divine child or a madman? And Qi Xiaoya's expression turned cold. She had already learned about the conflict between Qianqiu and Yi Xiu at the base of the Soul Tower. And although Yi Xiu had provoked first, Qianqiu had indeed used too much force, directly using the ascending thunder tribulation art taught to him by Patriarch Wuji. And if Qianqiu hadn't been at the white soul stage at the time, and with his current blazing soul power, activating the ascending thunder tribulation art would likely have completely annihilated Yi Xiu. When Venerable Wan spoke of his disciple Yi Xiu being injured by Qianqiu, the remaining elders debated fiercely. Venerable Wan smiled smugly and pressed his advantage, sect leader, I suggest revoking Qianqiu's divine child title. If the divine child is arrogant and bullies fellow disciples within the sect, how will outsiders view our eternal sect? The conflict had now escalated to the point of abolishing the divine child position, and Qi Xiaoya could no longer remain silent. Venerable Wan, speak cautiously. The divine child position was established by the 3 ancient patriarchs. To abolish it is to oppose them. Qi Xiaoya looked at Venerable Wan with a blank expression. After a pause, she continued, however, the divine child is indeed at fault. He should not have been so harsh on his fellow disciples. The punishment is to revoke the divine child's residence in the main hall and have him live among the inner disciples in the cabinet. Qianqiu looked at Qi Xiaoya with surprise, wondering what kind of punishment this was. It was more like a reward than a punishment, as the main hall, besides Qi Xiaoya, was occupied by 5 elderly supreme elders. Living there would have been boring for him. Venerable Wan's expression was also grim, clearly dissatisfied with Qi Xiaoya's inconsequential punishment but unable to refute the sect leader's authority. Humph. Qi Xiaoya, as a woman, you are ultimately unworthy of the position of eternal sect leader. I am about to break through to the firmament realm, and with that person's secret technique, I will soon become a saint realm expert. At that time, this sect leader position will be mine, Wan Zhang. Venerable Wan thought this to himself, but still knelt on one knee respectfully and said, the sect leader is wise. The punishment concluded, Shi Xiaoya then looked at Qianxiu. Divine Child, your request to leave the sect has been approved. But as the Divine Child, your safety must also be guaranteed. Let Zuo Nan and Mu Yu accompany you. Thank you, sect leader. After Qianxiu left, Shi Xiaoya stared at his retreating figure thoughtfully. Through her Sicily eye, she noticed a slight deficiency in Qianxiu's soul and celestial aptitude, but it was not serious. What is going on? It wasn't like this the last time I saw it with Sicily eye. At this moment, Venerable Bai stepped forward and knelt on one knee before Shi Xiaoya, saying, reporting to the sect leader, yesterday in a village on Eternal Mountain, the entire population was slaughtered, with no survivors. Venerable Wan frowned. Who would dare commit such a bold and inhumane act right under the Eternal Sect's nose? Where are the disciples patrolling the mountain? Did none of them intervene? Venerable Bai's face was unsightly. After a long while, he said, there was a small team from our sect patrolling nearby. Then why was the village still massacred? This team consisted of an unbreakable realm mentor and 10 celestial realm disciples. Their bodies were found near the village, with very small wounds. According to the elders' judgment, they were killed with a single strike. The supreme elders gasped, and Shi Xiaoya's body instantly radiated anger. She said coldly, attacking an Eternal Sect mentor and disciples is a provocation to the Eternal Sect. Dispatch 10 elders to investigate and find out who dared to act under our sect's nose. Yes. Venerable Bai instantly disappeared from the main hall. Venerable Tang, standing nearby, said with some concern, being able to instantly kill an unbreakable realm cultivator means the opponent is at least a void realm expert. Ancestor Sect, why don't I go with the elders to investigate? Shi Xiaoya thought for a moment and gently shook her head, no need. I don't believe that person is unaware of the Eternal Sect's name. If they dared to attack 10 elders, then you can act then. The 100 Sect Assembly is approaching, and the sect's affairs require you elders to manage. Do not leave the sect easily. Venerable Wan's lips curved slightly upward. Shi Xiaoya was going to attend the 100 Sect Assembly, so this would be his opportunity. Leaving the main hall, Qianxiu returned to the Soul Tower and found Mu Yu, informing her of the sect leader's order for her to accompany him outside the sect. Great! I was thinking of buying some new clothes outside. By the way, did you also ask senior brother to come with us? Qianxiu glanced at Zuo Nan, who was making a grumpy face. He hadn't wanted to bring him, but remembering it was the sect leader's order, he nodded. Master approved us leaving the sect, and only to protect such a useless person like him. Fine. Zuo Nan thought of the times he had insulted Qianxiu before and was reprimanded by his junior sister. To avoid her disgust, he forced down those words. At the same time, he was a little excited. Entering the city after descending Eternal Mountain was different from being within the sect. Because then, Qianxiu's divine child identity would be completely useless at best, he would be seen as an Eternal Sect disciple in the eyes of ordinary people. But Zuo Nan was the eldest young master of the Zhou family downstairs. His family had many cultivators. He would find a perfect opportunity to eliminate Qianxiu without anyone noticing. So what if he's the divine child? I don't believe he can withstand the attacks of dozens of cultivators simultaneously. Qianxiu, Zuo Nan, and Mu Yu soon left Eternal Sect and walked down Eternal Mountain, finally arriving at Kao City before nightfall. Phew, the city is still so lively. Qianxiu closed his eyes and took deep breaths, looking delighted. Zuo Nan looked at Qianxiu and cursed him inwardly as a bumpkin. Soon, he would turn him into a dead bumpkin. Xiaoyu, how do you improve your soul power when you go out for training? Qianxiu thought to himself, realizing he had forgotten to ask Fengyan where to find someone for practical combat. He couldn't just grab someone on the street and say, "Come, let's fight." Either go to some beast arenas, where there are soul spirit beasts of various levels. After defeating them, you can absorb their soul power to improve your cultivation level. Or go to the arena and fight other cultivators, thereby improving your soul power through practical combat. Qianxiu nodded and asked, which method do you usually prefer to improve your soul power? Mu Yu pouted and shook her head, I don't like either of these methods. Going to the beast arena means hunting innocent soul spirit beasts, and going to the arena requires signing a life and death contract. Many cultivators are accidentally killed. It's best to cultivate in the soul tower. Qianxiu raised an eyebrow, surprised that the methods to improve soul power were so bloody. Zuanan snorted, intentionally trying to provoke Qianxiu. Someone like him can at most hunt some low-level soul spirit beasts in the beast arena. If he went to the arena, wouldn't he wet his pants from fear? Compared to the beast arena, the arena was naturally much more dangerous. Zuanan naturally hoped Qianxiu would go to the arena, perhaps encountering an extremely powerful cultivator and accidentally dying on the stage. Even if his master questioned him later, Zuanan would have an excuse. Qianxiu himself wanted to participate in the arena. Qianxiu looked at Zuanan. Zuanan thought his provocation had worked and continued unassumingly, "What are you looking at? Is there anything wrong with what I said? You only dare to go to the beast arena." "Nothing is wrong. I do only dare to go to the beast arena. I'm afraid of being beaten to death in the arena. After all, I am the divine child of eternal sect, and I should cherish my life." Zuanan was stunned. Zuanan's intention was to provoke Qianxiu on purpose, but he never expected him to be so shamelessly brazen. Muyu chuckled beside him, while Zuanan felt like he punched cotton. The three of them immediately went to Kuwa City. Kuwa City, as one of the 5 major cities on Henggu continent, has a very large beast arena. Upon seeing the beast arena, Qianxiu was shocked by its scale. It was as big as the football stadiums in his original world, and from outside, he could already hear the roars of soul spirit beasts from within. Muyu explained that one couldn't just enter the beast arena, as the authorities wouldn't provide a place for cultivators to hunt soul spirit beasts for free. After all, these soul spirit beasts were captured by official personnel, powerful cultivators of higher realms, within the beast arena, and an entrance fee was required each time. If one didn't want to pay and still wanted to hunt soul spirit beasts, they had to exchange an equivalent amount of soul spirit beasts. Hey, if I had my own soul spirit beasts, why would I need to enter the beast arena to hunt them? Qianxiu didn't understand. Soul spirit beasts are also divided by realms. Cultivators of different soul power levels require different amounts of soul power. Very low-level soul spirit beasts are of little use even if hunted. Only by hunting soul spirit beasts within 3 levels below one's own realm or 1 level above one's own realm can soul power be increased. Muyu pointed to the 10-meter-high gate on the other side and continued, "So, cultivators who come to the beast arena can exchange a large number of low-level soul spirit beasts they capture with the beast arena. Once they reach a fixed amount, they can enter the beast arena to hunt higher-level soul spirit beasts." Qianxiu suddenly understood and immediately asked, "Then, if I have no money, where should I go to capture low-level soul spirit beasts?" Zuanan said coldly from the side, "Soul spirit beasts live in other realms. Without a high-level cultivator to lead you to other realms to capture soul spirit beasts, you'll just be throwing your life away." Qianxiu had heard about other realms from ancestor Su Kuan. There were 4 major other realms in the cultivation world: the Void Star Realm, the Dark Forest, the Divine Realm, and the Starry Night. The path to the Divine Realm was sealed, which was the dwelling place of ancient deities. "Oh, then how about I go to the Void Star Realm for a bit and capture some low-level soul spirit beasts to use as tickets to enter the beast arena?" Muyu thought Qianxiu was joking. Opening the Void Gate to the Void Star Realm required at least reaching the Saint Realm, and one also needed to understand specific divine texts. Even with Qianxiu's extremely strong cultivation talent, it was impossible for him to enter the Void Star Realm by surpassing his realm. She immediately said, "My senior brother and I pay the fee to enter." "Qianxiu, if you don't have money, I can pay for you." Qianxiu thought that going to the Void Star Realm would definitely waste a lot of time, so he said to Muyu, "Okay, then you can lend me some money first, and I'll pay you back when I have money later." Zuanan muttered, "Show off," with his hands in his pockets. "You want to enter the Void Star Realm? Do you really think you can brag around just because you have a bit of talent?" Little did Zuanan know, Qianxiu had already opened the Void Gate of the Void Star Realm long ago and had even ventured in alone. As they walked to the gate, the person collecting fees said expressionlessly, "Pay the fee to enter or exchange with soul spirit beasts." pay the fee. Oh, which realm's soul spirit beasts? Muyu looked at Qianxiu, asking him which level of soul spirit beast he wanted to hunt. The classification of soul spirit beasts was the same as cultivators, from the still water realm to the emperor realm. Legend had it that soul spirit beasts that reached the emperor realm would have their own consciousness and could even transform into human form. Qianxiu was not yet clear about the actual strength of soul spirit beasts. To be safe, he did not choose a void realm soul spirit beast, which was the same as his own realm, but instead chose a samsara realm soul spirit beast. Qianxiu, are you sure you want to choose the samsara realm? Soul spirit beasts are usually stronger than cultivators. My senior brother and I usually choose soul spirit beasts that are exactly 3 levels below our own to hunt, and only when we're in good condition do we choose those 2 levels below. The risk of choosing 1 level below oneself is still very high. It's fine, it's just the samsara realm, it can't stop me. Qianxiu said calmly. Qianxiu's words made Zhuan Nan ecstatic. This kid is such a show-off. Both Xiaoyu and I are in the firmament realm, and we wouldn't easily choose a samsara realm soul spirit beast. This kid, who is only in the void realm, dares to challenge a samsara realm soul spirit beast. Great, he'll die in the beast arena without me having to do anything. Despite Muyu's repeated dissuasion, Qianxiu insisted on choosing a samsara realm soul spirit beast. Muyu had no choice but to pay the fee for him. Qianxiu, if you insist on choosing a samsara realm soul spirit beast, you can apply for a group hunt. Although the soul power obtained in the end will be divided equally among the 3 of us, there will be no danger. To increase his soul power level as soon as possible, Qianxiu, who had been taught cultivation techniques by ancestor Wuji, resolutely refused Muyu. Only by absorbing soul power alone would his soul power increase rapidly. Of course, Qianxiu was not unprepared. He knew divine texts. If he really couldn't win in the end, he would immediately release the forbidden techniques Shibaku Tensei and Bancho Tenin, which the 3 ancient patriarchs had forbidden him from using. After paying the fee, Qianxiu, Muyu, and Zhuan Nan entered the beast arena. The strong smell of blood assailed their nostrils, and the roars of soul spirit beasts were like thunder. The stands were already full of wealthy people who paid to watch cultivators fight soul spirit beasts. Qianxiu was assigned to the preparation area for samsara realm soul spirit beasts. Because samsara realm soul spirit beasts were already very powerful beings, there was only one cultivator ahead of him, who was currently fighting on stage. Muyu handed Qianxiu a white mask and said, "There are many people from famous families and outer sects in the audience. As a divine child, Qianxiu, you should not expose your identity outside. Wear this mask." Qianxiu did not refuse this time and obediently took the white mask handed to him by Muyu. It was precisely because of this mask that Qianxiu later gained a nickname that made all beast arenas tremble in fear, the White Azura. While preparing, Qianxiu carefully observed the cultivator fighting the samsara realm soul spirit beast on stage. Behind him, a purple immortal shadow was revealed, clearly indicating he was a cultivator of the samsara realm. Qianxiu asked with confusion, "That person is also in the samsara realm. Why does he dare to challenge a soul spirit beast of the same realm as himself?" Muyu's expression was not good. There are very few people who challenge soul spirit beasts of the same realm as themselves, but the beast arena has an announcement: as long as one can successfully hunt a soul spirit beast of the same realm, the fee can be waived, and a very high bonus will be awarded. He paused and continued, "Usually, these cultivators are very short of money, so they take the risk for the high bonus, but the number of cultivators who can hunt soul spirit beasts of the same realm as themselves is very, very small." As soon as Muyu finished speaking, the samsara realm cultivator on stage was sent flying by a single blow from the soul spirit beast. The soul spirit beast, moving at extreme speed, rushed forward and swallowed him whole. The host in the sky above the beast arena shouted, "Samsara realm challenger, death." The reincarnation realm is already considered an upper middle tier existence among cultivators. Besides some top tier sects, cultivators at the reincarnation realm can certainly hold positions as elders or even higher. When the beast arena host announced the death of this reincarnation realm challenger, the audience erupted with fierce cheers. Some rejoiced, some sighed, but they were used to such sights and were mostly excited. These people themselves were not cultivators of high realms, yet they greatly enjoyed watching cultivators of high realms battle soul spirit beasts. They became even more excited when cultivators at this upper middle tier realm died. Muyu's expression darkened further after seeing the reincarnation realm cultivator killed, and she advised Xianxiu again. Xianxiu, you should still apply to the beast arena for the three of us to challenge together. Look, that cultivator was only one realm lower than you, yet the reincarnation realm soul spirit beast killed him with ease. Even if you are in the void realm, you would only last a little longer at most, and the outcome. Before Muyu's suggestion and advice could be answered, Zuan Nan spoke first. Xiaoyu, you need to believe in the divine child's strength. Since he said he can do it alone, then he can. Don't cause trouble. Zuan Nan was happy to see Qianxiu die in the arena, but his precious junior sister couldn't go to her death with him. Qianxiu also smiled and echoed Zuan Nan's words. Yes, Xiaoyu, Zuan Nan is right. I can do it alone. Just watch. With that, Qianxiu leaped onto the arena. The host in the air announced, a new round of the hunt begins. The challenger is a void realm cultivator, and the soul spirit beast he challenges is at the reincarnation realm. The audience erupted once again with excited shouts. Tisk, TSK, TSK, it's rare for a void realm cultivator to challenge a reincarnation realm soul spirit beast. Just like that idiot at the same level just now, too arrogant. Heh, just saw a reincarnation realm cultivator die, and now we'll see a void realm cultivator die. This is not common in the beast arena. Tonight's ticket is too worth it. The void realm is already the peak of the middle tier realms. I wonder which sex elder this masked person is. Xianxiu was fighting a soul spirit beast called the rhinoceros horned beast, which belonged to the terrestrial type. Soul spirit beasts have three major types: terrestrial, flying, and marine. Terrestrial soul spirit beasts are the most numerous, while flying types are the least. Flying soul spirit beasts are basically all of the dragon lineage. Roar! The rhinoceros horned beast let out a roar. Xianxiu remained unfazed by the roar. The moment the rhinoceros horned beast charged, Xianxiu instantly unleashed his immortal shadow. A dozens of meters long immortal shadow stood behind Xianxiu. He drew out Black Howl and slashed at the rhinoceros horned beast, but the sword strike didn't even scratch it. The rhinoceros horned beast's defense is extremely strong. Unless you attack it with an extremely explosive immortal technique, other attacks will have almost no effect. Xianxiu is too reckless. Senior brother, shouldn't we apply to stop the challenge? Muyu anxiously watched Xianxiu on the arena. Zuan Nan wished Xianxiu dead, but he couldn't reveal it in front of Muyu. Xiaoyu, don't be so anxious. He's a divine child, after all. You don't need to be so worried about him. Seeing that ordinary sword strikes were ineffective, Xianxiu immediately unleashed the auxiliary techniques from the Ascension Thunder control art. Since Qianxiu's soul power had reached the early stage of the fiery soul realm, these techniques were enough to damage the rhinoceros horned beast, but they also enraged it. The rhinoceros horned beast roared again, and the horn on its head began to glow red. This is the rhinoceros horned beast's high temperature horn rage. The temperature of its horn can reach thousands of degrees. It is said that a void realm rhinoceros horned beast's horn temperature can even reach tens of thousands of degrees. Even a saint realm cultivator would lose half their life if hit by it. A bald, fat man in the audience said to his subordinate. Xianxiu could feel the temperature of the rhinoceros horned beast's horn gradually rising from afar, but he wasn't flustered. Instead, he stuck his black howl into the ground and looked indifferently at the rhinoceros horned beast. Everyone was stunned by this scene. Xianxiu not only didn't dodge the high-temperature horn rage, but also put down his sword. Zuan Nan laughed inwardly, wishing he could jump up and celebrate immediately. The host in the air was also dumbfounded, commentating with a bewildered expression, "What is this void realm challenger doing?" He actually put down his weapon. Has he given up resisting? The rhinoceros horned beast did not spare Qianxiu because he dropped his weapon. When the temperature of its horn reached a certain level, it instantly charged at Qianxiu. A flicker of chaos flashed in Qianxiu's eyes. He instantly pulled out his sword and slid towards the rhinoceros horned beast, directly activating his immortal technique, Ascension Thunder Control Art. In an instant, Chen Xiu's immortal shadow held a colossal black sword and slashed directly at the rhinoceros horned beast. The massive sword energy stirred up dust on the arena, and the swirling dust engulfed the entire beast arena. When the dust gradually dispersed, a young man wearing a white mask was seen sitting on the ground, while the rhinoceros horned beast lay motionless on the ground, gradually turning into a gleam of light. This gleam of light was the soul power that the soul spirit beast transformed into after death. It slowly flew towards Chen Xiu and merged into his body. The entire beast arena fell silent. Not a single person reacted. Zuanan stared at the scene blankly, his body stiff. His lips trembled slightly. What? He instantly killed a reincarnation realm rhinoceros horned beast in one blow. Zuanan knew very well that even a firmament realm cultivator like himself couldn't instantly kill a reincarnation realm rhinoceros horned beast in one blow, yet Chen Xiu, who was only in the void realm, had done it. After the dust completely cleared, the host was the first to react and excitedly announced, "This challenge is successful. The reincarnation realm rhinoceros horned beast has been killed." The crowd on the field immediately cheered, and many began to speculate which sect or influential family the masked challenger on the field belonged to. It was known that in the beast arena, very few people could instantly kill a soul spirit beast, and even if they could, it was usually by slaughtering a soul spirit beast 3 realms lower than themselves. However, Chen Xiu fought a soul spirit beast 1 realm lower than himself, and not only did he kill it instantly, but he did so in the most stylish way. Chen Xiu chuckled inwardly, this show-off really felt good. Mu Yu's heart, which had been clenched, instantly relaxed. She was both shocked and excited. This young man, who was the same age as her, had already accomplished so many impossible things in the past 2 days. Mu Yu made up her mind to have the elders in her family thoroughly investigate his background. Which family's disciple was he, to possess such talent? Chen Xiu did not immediately leave the arena. Instead, he said to the host in the sky, "Send 2 more reincarnation realm soul spirit beasts. 1 isn't enough to fight." The crowd hadn't fully recovered from the shock of Chen Xiu instantly killing the rhinoceros beast. Unexpectedly, Chen Xiu immediately asked to send 2 more reincarnation realm soul spirit beasts into the arena. Arrogant. Insolent. Utterly clueless. And those who were praising Chen Xiu in the audience immediately changed their tune. They had never seen anyone so outrageously arrogant. "I thought he was a big shot, but he's just an idiot. Even cultivators in the firmament realm don't dare to easily fight 2 reincarnation realm soul spirit beasts, yet he's in the void realm and so arrogant. He'll definitely pay the price for his arrogance." And that atmosphere in the audience shifted dramatically. Those who had been curious about Chen Xiu's identity now wanted to see him torn to shreds by the 2 soul spirit beasts. And the host in the sky was also taken aback by Chen Xiu's request. He tentatively asked, "Are you sure you want to challenge 2 soul spirit beasts at once? Don't you need a rest?" And Chen Xiu calmly replied that he didn't, stunning everyone in the beast arena once again. And the host nodded and immediately instructed the staff backstage to release 2 reincarnation realm soul spirit beasts into the fighting arena. And below the stage, Mu Yu was frantic, stomping her feet in anger. What is Chen Xiu thinking? Even if he instantly killed the rhinoceros beast, he shouldn't be so overconfident. Isn't he just looking for death? And as she spoke, Mu Yu was about to rush onto the stage to pull Chen Xiu down, but Zuanan immediately stopped her. And little Yu, don't go up, it's too dangerous. The soul spirit beasts have already been released from their cages, and as Zuanan held back Mu Yu, he secretly rejoiced. Chen Xiu instantly killing the rhinoceros beast had already pushed him to the brink of collapse. Chen Xiu could do things he couldn't, which was too terrifying. And before he could even react, Chen Xiu actually volunteered to fight 2 reincarnation realm soul spirit beasts at the same time. Ha, he's asking for death, no one can blame anyone for this. And Zuanan almost burst out laughing. He had initially thought Chen Xiu was someone with both strength and brains, but it turned out he only had strength, not brains. And on the fighting stage, the Beast Arena organizers had released 2 new reincarnation realm soul spirit beasts from their cages, a land-based 3-headed wolf and a rhinoceros beast. And Shenxiu held his black howl sword, looking at them calmly. In reality, he was also quite unsure. And previously, killing the rhinoceros beast had used up nearly half of his soul power. However, after absorbing the soul power from the rhinoceros beast's death, he clearly felt a significant increase in his soul power. And if this continued, Shenxiu realized that he would advance from the early stage of the Fiery Soul Realm to the middle stage of the Fiery Soul Realm if he killed 10 more Reincarnation Realm Soul Spirit Beasts. And to increase his soul power level as soon as possible, Shenxiu, despite having only half his soul power reserves left, took a risky gamble to challenge 2 Soul Spirit Beasts. And Shenxiu silently mused, this Ascension Thunder summoning art is truly a Saint Realm cultivator's immortal technique. Its power is great, but it consumes too much soul power. I need to learn more immortal techniques when I get back. And this time, Shenxiu didn't arrogantly plant his black howl in the ground. Instead, he vigilantly watched the 2 soul spirit beasts, planning to attack proactively. And Shenxiu intended to directly use the shadow clone technique, which would equalize his numbers with the 2 soul spirit beasts. However, a voice suddenly echoed in his mind. Do not use this immortal technique, it will bring about your own destruction. Hearing this voice in his mind, Shenxiu's eyes widened instantly, and his body stiffened slightly. He looked around, but there was no one nearby, only the audience in the stands. Shenxiu immediately used his spiritual sense to observe, but found no suspicious individuals. He wondered if it was auditory hallucination, or if the person who spoke was so powerful that he couldn't detect them. And shaking his head, Shenxiu intended to continue using the shadow clone technique. However, the voice in his mind spoke again, no need to look, I am millions of miles away. You will know who I am in the future. Until you reach the Saint Realm, do not use the clone technique again, otherwise, not only you, but the entire Eternal Sect will be annihilated. And the voice stopped abruptly. And at this moment, Shenxiu broke out in a cold sweat. No matter who this person speaking in his mind was, they were definitely an extremely powerful cultivator. And they could transmit their voice into his mind alone from thousands of miles away. And Shenxiu hesitated. He worried that this mysterious person was telling the truth, and that using the clone technique again would lead to his own demise, or even the destruction of the Eternal Sect. But the reason he dared to challenge 2 Reincarnation Realm Soul Spirit Beasts simultaneously without fear was precisely because he relied on the powerful immortal technique, the clone technique. Now, however, he couldn't use it anymore. Damn it, am I regretting this again? Shenxiu gave a wry smile, suddenly realizing he had overplayed his hand. While Shenxiu was lost in thought, the 3-headed wolf was the first to attack him. Its body, originally only 3 meters tall, suddenly grew to nearly 10 meters, its massive form occupying most of the fighting stage. This is the 3-headed wolf's first skill, allowing it to maintain this gigantic size for nearly 10 minutes. Oof. This kid is going to pay for his arrogance and ignorance with his life, I really want to see him torn to shreds by the 3-headed wolf. You almost cried hearing the insane words from the audience. If it weren't for the Saint Realm cultivators guarding the beast arena, she would have rushed up to slap those lower-level cultivators. Seeing the 3-headed wolf grow larger, Shenxiu no longer held back and directly unleashed Pearl Light Lotus. Compared to before, Shenxiu's soul power had reached the early stage of the Fiery Soul Realm. His release of the Pearl Light Lotus immortal technique had also seen a qualitative leap. He could now hold lotuses in both hands simultaneously. Holding the lotuses, Shenxiu pushed off with his feet, soaring into the air towards the 3-headed wolf. Unlike the previous rhinoceros beast, the 3-headed wolf reacted agilely and dodged Shenxiu's attack, causing him to miss. Shenxiu reacted quickly, switching to his black howl and charging up a sword energy attack. A bloody gash appeared on the 3-headed wolf's abdomen, and it roared, swatting at Shenxiu. Shenxiu chanted Imperial Sword with his divine text, and a flying sword immediately appeared beneath his feet. He then flew away from his original position. He already had a plan in mind, he would use the terrain to his advantage to defeat the 2 soul spirit beasts. Shenxiu raised his black howl again and began attacking the rhinoceros beast with his sword techniques. And the rhinoceros beast was quickly angered and once again unleashed high-temperature horn rage. After charging up, it charged direct at Qian Xiu. Qian Xiu grinned and immediately unleashed Pearl Light Lotus at the three-headed wolf, which also charged towards Qian Xiu. And the audience on the stage immediately burst into crazy laughter. This kid is doomed, attacked from both sides, and Zuanan also finally couldn't hide his expression, revealing a smug look. Muyu's heart was clenched, and she covered her eyes, unable to bear to watch the next scene. However, to everyone's surprise, Qian Xiu soared into the air again and said with his divine text, Ascension Thunder Summoning Art and Nias. Qian Xiu uttered the sword technique of the Ascension Thunder Summoning Art with his divine text. Qian Xiu had never tried using divine text to activate the Ascension Thunder control art. Old ancestor Wuji hadn't told him if he could use divine text to release it. But Qian Xiu did it anyway, becoming the first cultivator in the cultivation world to do so. Instantly, the sky above the entire beast arena began to warp, and a large mass of grey thunderclouds appeared. The immortal shadow behind Qian Xiu once again held a black long sword. However, this time the sword was exceptionally huge, and lightning crackled around it. Qian Xiu gripped Black Roar, feeling like he could barely hold on to it, that it might fly out of his hand at any moment. He used all his strength to grip Black Roar tightly and swung it down at the three-headed wolf and rhinoceros beast below him. As Qian Xiu's Black Roar slashed down, a bolt of heavenly lightning from the thundercloud in the sky instantly struck both soul spirit beasts. The three-headed wolf let out a scream, its white fur burnt black, and the smell of burnt flesh filled the entire beast arena. The rhinoceros beast, due to its incredible defense, wasn't killed by the heavenly lightning directly, but the massive sword strike from the immortal shadow behind Qian Xiu followed, and it also died. After doing this, Qian Xiu retreated to the ground, gasping for breath, and looked at Black Roar in his hand with disbelief. 3 swords in 1 second. I never expected activating the Ascension Thunder control art with divine text to have such a miraculous effect, but it also used up all my remaining soul power. Qian Xiu muttered to himself, then absorbed the soul power from the 2 dead soul spirit beasts and walked down from the arena holding Black Roar. The audience was silent, stunned by Qian Xiu's actions. It was understandable that Qian Xiu, who had just transmigrated to the cultivation world, didn't know the power of the divine text version of the Ascension Thunder control art. But the cultivators who had watched hundreds of matches knew very well. The immortal technique Qian Xiu had just unleashed was no less powerful than an advanced immortal technique released by a Saint Realm expert. My heavens, who is he? A Void Realm cultivator can release a Saint Realm level immortal technique. Quickly go inform the sect leader and tell him to come to the Beast Arena in Kawu City immediately. Below the stage, Zuanan's expression froze. The smile had not yet faded from his lips when Qian Xiu had already killed the 2 Samsara Realm soul spirit beasts on stage and returned. He couldn't understand, no matter how he tried, how Qian Xiu had done it. It was one thing for him to release a Saint Realm-like advanced immortal technique, but why did he use divine text to do it? What kind of monstrous talent was this? As soon as Qian Xiu stepped off the stage, Muyu hurried over. She had covered her eyes and hadn't seen how Qian Xiu had gathered his power to kill the 2 soul beasts. But after hearing the loud noise, she opened her eyes again to see Qian Xiu already absorbing the soul power from the dead soul spirit beasts. Qian Xiu, you're too amazing, truly a divine child. Even with my senior brother and I both in the firmament realm, we wouldn't be confident fighting 2 Samsara Realm soul spirit beasts at once, yet you did it, and you just instantly killed a Samsara Realm soul spirit beast a few minutes ago. Qian Xiu's face was pale. He had used up all his soul power and felt very weak. He forced a smile and waved his hand, keep a low profile, keep a low profile. With that, his eyes suddenly rolled back, and he fell forward. Muyu, quick-witted, caught the unconscious Qian Xiu. Ah! I knew it was too much. Depleting soul power too much damages the spirit. Senior brother, hurry and help Qian Xiu. Zuanan was already filled with fear by Qian Xiu's performance. He remembered that he had almost fought Qian Xiu in the main hall that day and broke out in a cold sweat. He had originally relied on the fact that he was at least 1 realm higher than Qian Xiu and his soul power level was also 1 level higher, so he wouldn't lose to him in any fight. But now, it seemed the outcome was truly uncertain. Qian Xiu was taken out of the beast arena by Muyu and Zuanan, and they found a place to stay temporarily in Kowu City. Muyu took out pills to help restore soul power and gave them to Qianxiu. Zuanan, on the other hand, left their lodging to find his family members in Kowu City. He planned to have his family elders use all their connections to investigate Qianxiu's background and identity. However, the three of them didn't know that the entire Beast Arena had erupted after they left. Among the audience were disciples from many major sects and families who had witnessed Qianxiu's earth-shattering battle. The most powerful among them was an old man named Nalan Sanhai, an elder of the Seven Stars sect, which was ranked 9th among the sects on Hanggu continent. As a Saint Realm expert, Nalan Sanhai went to the Beast Arena for reasons different from other spectators. He was not there to watch scenes of bloody combat but to discover cultivation prodigies and recruit them into the Seven Stars sect. The Seven Stars sect's 9th ranking on the Hanggu continent sect list was precisely because they regularly sent several elders to patrol the continent. Whenever they encountered individuals with extraordinary talent or exceptional cultivation aptitude, they would do everything they could to recruit these cultivators. At this moment, Nalan Sanhai was shocked by Qianxiu's actions. It was one thing for someone of a lower realm not to recognize the Ascension Thunder control art, but he was a Saint Realm expert after all. He had sensed it the first time Qianxiu used the Ascension Thunder control art, a Void Realm cultivator using an immortal technique commonly used by Saint Realm cultivators, and then even more so, using it with divine text. What terrifying talent! Nalan Sanhai quietly disappeared from the Beast Arena and activated a secret art of the Seven Stars sect, following the trail of Qianxiu and the others towards their lodging. When Qianxiu woke up again, it was already noon the next day. He felt weak and his body was soft, as if he had spent the night engaging in excessive self-gratification in his original world. Alas, if it weren't for the warning voice in my mind not to use the clone technique, I wouldn't be in such a sorry state, having depleted all my soul power. Qianxiu muttered to himself, then got out of bed and found himself in an inn. As Qianxiu pushed open the door, he saw Muyu returning with food. Muyu's eyes lit up when she saw Qianxiu awake. "You're awake. After I fainted yesterday, you and Zuanan carried me back?" Muyu blushed as she remembered Qianxiu falling into her arms before fainting, and her voice became much softer. "Senior brother Zuanan carried you back." Qianxiu didn't notice anything unusual about Muyu. After thanking her, he asked again, "Where did Zuanan go?" Senior brother went into the city to find his family members. "He won't be back until tomorrow." "Oh, right, I went to the pharmacy and bought some medicinal herbs to restore your soul power, and I also have the soul power pills my master gave me." "Take them quickly." After Qianxiu took the pill given to him by Muyu, he instantly felt his body was no longer so weak, and at the same time, he could feel his soul power slowly recovering. Although the speed was very slow, it was enough to surprise Qianxiu. "Xiaoyu, what kind of pill is this you gave me? As far as I know, there's no such pill on the market that can restore soul power, right?" Qianxiu had heard of soul power pills in books. They were pills to prevent the body from becoming weak after soul power was completely depleted. As Qi Xiaoya's disciple, it was not surprising that Muyu was given a pill. But a pill that could speed up the recovery of soul power was something Qianxiu had never heard of. "Oh, this is something my elders at home researched. They gave me a few. I won't sell them outside." Muyu replied vaguely, then changed the subject. "Qianxiu, you've defeated and absorbed 3 soul spirit beasts of the reincarnation realm in a row. Your soul power must have improved a lot, right?" Qianxiu gave Muyu a meaningful glance, realizing that the origin of her pill was definitely not simple, but it would be impolite to pry further if she didn't want to say. So he replied, "Yes, if I hunt 6 or 7 more reincarnation realm soul spirit beasts, I should be able to break through to the intermediate stage of Blazing Soul. It took me a long time to cultivate to the early stage of Blazing Soul, and you were only at the early stage of White Soul a few days ago, and now you're almost surpassing me. As expected of the divine child." Muyu gave Qianxiu a sweet smile, her eyes like a little fangirl's. Because Qianxiu's soul power had not fully recovered, he accompanied Muyu shopping in the city in the afternoon. During this afternoon, while accompanying Muyu shopping, he learned about the cultivation world from her. Now, Qianxiu was no different from a native resident of the cultivation world. "Xiaoyu, do you have to buy so many clothes?" What's wrong? Don't girls love beauty? Anyway, I'm the sect leader's disciple, so I don't have to wear sect uniforms. Of course, I have to buy more clothes. I have to change into clean ones after every training session. Xianxiu's forehead was full of black lines. He followed Muyu and walked around almost the entire Kever city. He helped Muyu carry countless newly bought clothes. He felt this was more tiring than cultivation. When they returned to the inn, Xianxiu and Muyu walked face to face with an old man in a white coat, with white hair and beard. Muyu's eyes narrowed instantly when she saw this old man. She recognized him as an elder of the Seven-Star Sect, Nayland Sunhai. Xianxiu had never seen Nayland Sunhai before. He scratched his head. "Old sir, is there anything you need?" "Hee, your performance in the Beast Arena shocked this old man. May I ask how old you are?" Xianxiu was stunned and subconsciously replied, 19. Nayland Sunhai was shocked and looked at Xianxiu incredulously. After a long pause, he asked with doubt, "You are only 19 this year?" Xianxiu nodded, then suddenly remembered that he was wearing a mask in the Beast Arena, and it was impossible for anyone to recognize him or remember his face. How did this old man in front of him know that he was the one from the Beast Arena? Nayland Sunhai saw Xianxiu's vigilance and smiled, explaining, "Young man, you don't need to be vigilant towards me. I came to find you because your skills were extraordinary. I thought you were in your 20s, but I didn't expect you to be only 19. It's truly shocking. At the age of 19, you've reached the Void Realm, and your use of divine text is also very novel to me. Are you a disciple of which sect?" Xianxiu did not rashly reveal his background to this unknown old man, and remained silent. Nayland Sunhai was not angry and continued, "I am an elder of the Seven-Star Sect, Nayland Sunhai. Can you rest assured to communicate with me now?" Xianxiu was astonished. This old man was an elder of the Seven-Star Sect? He had just learned about the major famous sects and clans of the Hanggu continent from Muyu that afternoon, and the Seven-Star Sect was the 9th-ranked sect clan on the Hanggu continent. Just saying 9th might not mean much, but there are over 200 sects and clans of various sizes on the Hanggu continent. Being ranked 9th among 200 sects and clans is already very powerful. The Eternal Sect is only ranked 50th, so one can imagine how powerful the Seven-Star Sect is as the 9th-ranked sect clan. If you say you are an elder of the Seven-Star Sect, then you are. Then I'll say I'm the sect leader of the Seven-Star Sect. Xianxiu laughed. Unexpectedly, Nayland Sunhai put his hands behind his back and suddenly emitted a powerful aura. However, no one else on the street noticed it, and only Xianxiu felt this powerful immortal energy. Behind the smiling Nayland Sunhai, he saw a faint, huge red immortal shadow. Saint Realm. Xianxiu was shocked again. This time, he was truly certain that this old man was an elder of the Seven-Star Sect. Xianxiu handed the things in his hands to Muyu and said, "Xiaoyu, you go back to the inn first. I'll have a chat with Elder Nayland from the Seven-Star Sect." Muyu hesitated for a second, silently took the clothes from Xianxiu's hands, and left their sight. Nayland Sunhai also saw Muyu's face clearly. His white eyebrows furrowed slightly, and he muttered to himself, "This girl looks very familiar. I seem to have seen her somewhere." After Muyu left, Xianxiu smiled at Nayland Sunhai and said, "Elder Nayland, please." The two came to a tea house. Xianxiu poured Nayland Sunhai a cup of tea. Nayland Sunhai looked at him with admiration and immediately got straight to the point. "Young man, you haven't answered my question yet. Are you a disciple of any sect or clan?" "Eternal Sect." "Eternal Sect? Is that the sect that possesses the ancient divine artifact Longevity Bell? It was quite powerful a few hundred years ago, but it has declined in the last century. It's a waste of talent like yours in such a small sect. The resources in my Seven Stars sect are far superior to your current small sect." Xianxiu said without hesitation, "Thank you, Elder Nayland, but I will not leave my sect." "Why is that?" "No reason. The only reason I came here with you is that I hope you won't publicly disclose my identity. I wore a mask in the Beast Arena precisely because I didn't want outsiders to know my identity, but I didn't expect it to be child's play in the eyes of a Saint Realm expert." Nayland Sunhai was very surprised. He had recruited many talented people into the Seven Stars sect over the years, but he had never seen anyone refuse him. The Seven Stars sect, that was a place where countless cultivators wished they could get into. But Qianxiu refused without even thinking about it. Nayland Songhai did not show his emotions on his face. He just drank his tea and said calmly, "What if I were to make your identity public?" The atmosphere at the tea table suddenly became subtle, but Nayland Songhai continued to sip his tea, completely unfazed by Qianxiu's words. "Elder Nayland, are you threatening me?" Qianxiu narrowed his eyes, his tone no longer as respectful as before. "If you think this is a threat, I don't deny it. But you should know that my original intention was only to recruit geniuses. Our sect does not want any genius to fall into other sections." Qianxiu smiled, picked up his tea, and took a sip, crossing his legs. "Then I won't be threatened by you, and I won't go to the Seven Stars sect." "What can you do?" Nayland Songhai also put away his smile. "Our sect's motto is, if we can't get it, we destroy it. Given your talent, if you are unwilling to join the Seven Stars sect, this old man will never let you fall into our enemy sects." As he spoke, Nayland Songhai once again released his immortal shadow. This time, he no longer held back and freely unleashed his power. "Junior, I'll ask you one more time, do you want to join the Seven Stars sect?" Facing the terrifyingly powerful Nayland Songhai, Qianxiu showed no panic, which made Nayland Songhai hesitate for a moment, thinking he was also a Saint Realm expert. After all, low-level cultivators would never remain composed under the pressure of high-level cultivators. But the young man in front of him did it. Qianxiu said, "No one can force me, Qianxiu, to do what I don't want to do." With that said, Qianxiu instantly gathered his energy, recited the divine text, and in an instant, he opened the void door to the void realm. The void door instantly appeared in the sky above the tea house, and Nayland Songhai's face changed drastically. Who exactly is this kid? How can he, at the void realm, open the void door? Qianxiu directly entered the void starry sky and instantly closed the void gate. Nayland Songhai was still in shock, and the sky above had returned to calm. He immediately put away his immortal shadow. Among the many pedestrians on the street, there were not a few cultivators. They all looked in shock at the suddenly opened void starry sky and Nayland Songhai, a cultivator who had reached the Saint Realm. Nayland Songhai stood at the entrance of the tea house, looking at the place where Qianxiu had opened the void gate earlier, his expression uncertain. "I thought this kid only had extraordinary cultivation talent, but I didn't expect him to have reached such an exaggerated level. I must go back and report to the sect leader. If this kid is not eliminated, in a few years, he will become a powerful existence on the Hanggu continent." In the void starry sky, Qianxiu gasped for air. Even with his ability to speak and make things happen, his realm and soul power were hard constraints. He could not defeat a Saint Realm expert. So, he was forced to open the void gate on the street and flee into the void starry sky. Qianxiu also silently remembered the names of Seven Stars sect and Nayland Songhai. One day, he would make them pay the price for today's recklessness. Qianxiu didn't rush to leave the void starry sky. Thinking that he was already inside, he might as well catch a few more low-level soul spirit beasts to sell to the Beast Arena and repay Muyu for the money he paid for him at the Beast Arena. The void starry sky was filled with war fog, just like when he entered last time. Where are all these soul spirit beasts? I didn't see any last time I came in, it's really strange. Qianxiu recited flight with divine text and searched everywhere in the war fog. Fortunately, his efforts paid off, and he found two soul spirit beasts walking slowly in the fog. Finally, I found them. These are two black golden apes, which are almost the strongest soul spirit beasts in the land element. Generally, they only hunt black golden apes when the elder groups of major sects enter the void starry sky together. Under normal circumstances, they would never provoke black golden apes, because not only are they powerful in combat, but they are also a type of soul spirit beast with strong group consciousness. Once a black golden ape in the species is attacked or hunted, as long as it hasn't left the void starry sky, they will kill those cultivators at all costs. But Qianxiu didn't know this. He looked at the two black golden apes gleefully. Good luck, these two soul spirit beasts are not even broken through the realm, they are just weaklings. Because he was inside the void starry sky, Chen Shou didn't have many scruples and freely unleashed the immortal techniques that were forbidden to him by the old ancestors in the outside world. Chibaku Tensei. Banshou Tenin. The two black golden apes were repelled by the sudden attack. One of them, to cover its companion's escape, bravely blocked Qianshou with its scarred body. Qianshou descended from the sky and looked at the dying black golden ape, saying, "Don't worry, I won't kill you both. If you both die, I won't have any money." Passing by the black golden ape that had lost its ability to move, Qianshou once again extended his claws towards the one that was desperately fleeing into the depths of the war fog. Qianshou took out He Xiao. Due to insufficient soul power, he had to perform the small thunder control art like He Xiao did that day. The black golden ape fell to the ground with a cry, looking at Qianshou in terror, and let out a roar sound. Qianshou didn't know that this was a signal for help between black golden apes. In the war fog, a group of black golden apes heard the distress call from this little black golden ape. The largest black golden ape among them suddenly stood up. It was 50 meters tall, like a small mountain. It was the patriarch of the black golden apes. The black golden ape patriarch thumped its chest with its 8 palms, let out a roar, and then led a group of black golden apes to rush in the direction of the distress call. Qianshou tied the two black golden apes together and then recited Shenkuan bag with divine text. Instantly, an unremarkable cloth bag appeared out of thin air in Qianshou's hand. Qianshou marveled, "I didn't expect such a thing to exist in this world." Qianshou pointed at the two black golden apes and said, "Collect," and the two black golden apes were immediately collected into the Qiankuan bag. Haha, from now on, I can put things in this Qiankuan bag when I go out, so I don't have to carry them all the time. After doing this, Qianshou recited the divine text to open the void gate again and leaped out. As soon as the void gate closed, the incredibly huge black golden ape patriarch arrived with a group of black golden apes. It looked around and couldn't find the two little black golden apes, and immediately let out an enraged roar. The reason it was so angry was because they were its children. Qianshou didn't know that he had only been in the void starry sky for an hour, and he had already angered the black golden ape tribe in the void starry sky. At this moment, in the Sword Sect Hall, which ranked third in the Hangu continent, Left Protector, the patriarch of the black golden apes in the void starry sky, suddenly became furious for some reason and injured quite a few of our sect's disciples who were sent in for training. The Left Protector of the Sword Sect opened his eyes and showed confusion on his face. Did some disciple break the rules and anger it? No, the patriarch also injured the elders of several other sections. It's as if he's angry at all humans. In the Night Xian Pavilion, which ranked 5th in the Hangu continent, the second elder, covering his chest, stumbled out of the void gate and fell at the entrance of the Night Xian Pavilion. The sect leader of the Night Xian Pavilion was furious and said to the second elder, "Second elder, who injured you like this?" The second elder spat out a mouthful of blood and said weakly, "It was the patriarch of the black golden apes. It suddenly went berserk and injured many cultivators in the void starry sky. That guy has actually reached the quasi-emperor realm, and I am no match for him." In the Hangu continent, all the sects that had sent cultivators into the void starry sky were in chaos among their high-level members. After Qianshou came out of the gate of the void with the universe bag, he didn't go back to the inn but headed straight for the beast arena. Firstly, he wanted to sell the two black gold apes he had just captured to the beast arena. Secondly, he was afraid that Nayland Sunhai would be waiting near the inn, hoping he would walk into a trap. Arriving at the beast arena again, Qianshou put on the white mask Muyu had given him earlier, then found someone from the beast arena and proposed to sell soul spirit beasts. The person who bought soul spirit beasts yawned and said to Qianshou without looking up, "We're not accepting soul spirit beasts below the heavenly human realm for now. If the soul spirit beasts you captured don't meet the standard, hurry along. I want to sell 2 soul spirit beasts from the unbreakable realm." The buyer said and slowly looked up. When he looked up and saw Qianshou wearing a white mask, his drowsiness vanished instantly. He said in disbelief, White Azura." Qianshou frowned and asked, "What White Azura? Are you the one who defeated 3 reincarnation realm soul spirit beasts consecutively at the beast arena yesterday?" "It was me." "Then that's right, they call you White Azura. You might not know, but after you left yesterday, everyone who saw your match at the Beast Arena started calling you White Azura. Xianxiu was stunned and couldn't help but smile wryly. He hadn't expected that by simply wearing a white mask and hunting 3 soul spirit beasts at the Beast Arena, he would be given such a title. Xianxiu released the 2 freshly captured soul spirit beasts from his universe bag and said to the buyer, "These are the 2 unbreakable realm soul spirit beasts I want to sell. How much are they worth?" Upon seeing the completely black gold apes, the buyer was instantly dumbfounded, his voice becoming stammered. This is a black gold ape. Please wait a moment, I'll go call our supervisor. I can't make the decision to buy black gold apes as hunting targets for the Beast Arena. The buyer hurried away, leaving Xianxiu, who hadn't yet reacted. What do you mean, they don't accept just 2 soul spirit beasts from the unbreakable realm? Xianxiu muttered to himself, sitting by the entrance and waiting for the man to call their supervisor. 5 minutes later, the buyer returned with a man in formal attire. The buyer pointed to Xianxiu and said, "Supervisorly, that's the White Azura who consecutively defeated 3 reincarnation realm soul spirit beasts at our Beast Arena yesterday. He's brought 2 black gold apes." Li Si had just heard his subordinate say that someone had brought 2 black gold apes to sell and thought he had misheard. He followed him to the entrance half believingly, only to see a person wearing a white mask, with 2 unconscious black gold apes behind him. As the supervisor of the Beast Arena, Li Si had naturally heard about the White Azura who had consecutively defeated 3 reincarnation realm soul spirit beasts yesterday. He didn't expect him to return today, and with 2 black gold apes. Black gold apes are gregarious soul spirit beasts in the Void Star realm. Their race is very powerful, and many large sects show them respect and rarely hunt them. Except for some specialized hunter sects that organize a large number of Saint Realm powerhouses to enter the Void Star realm together to hunt black gold apes. Furthermore, captured black gold apes are not sold to the Beast Arena. After all, such rare and hard to hunt soul spirit beasts being ruthlessly hunted at the Beast Arena would be a terrible waste. Captured black gold apes are usually taken by some alchemists and cultivators to refine pills. It is said that the pills refined can cause the cultivator's immortal shadow to evolve. Li Si looked at the White Azura in front of him, his mind racing. The reason he could bring black gold apes to the Beast Arena to sell was probably because he had no idea about these things. Then, he, Li Si, could seize this opportunity to buy the 2 black gold apes and offer them to his boss. If his boss was happy, wouldn't he be rewarded with some top-grade pills? Li Si smiled at Xianxiu. "Hello sir, my subordinate tells me you want to sell these 2 soul spirit beasts." "Yes, both are from the unbreakable realm." Li Si glanced at the 2 soul spirit beasts behind Xianxiu, confirmed they were indeed black gold apes, and became excited. However, he remained calm and said, "Sir, do you know what kind of soul spirit beasts you are selling?" Xianxiu glanced at them, shook his head blankly, and then said, "I don't care what kind they are, just tell me how much I can sell them for quickly, I'm busy." Li Si inwardly laughed uncontrollably. He never expected this powerful White Azura to be such an idiot, completely unaware of black gold apes. No wonder he would foolishly bring 2 black gold apes to the Beast Arena to sell. "Oh, okay sir, 2 unbreakable realm soul spirit beasts can be sold for 30,000 ancient coins. I'll have my subordinate get it for you now." Li Si winked at his subordinate behind him, and the subordinate immediately ran back to get 30,000 ancient coins. "Sir, here is your 30,000 ancient coins, please keep it safe." Xianxiu took the large sack of ancient coins and immediately broke into a smile. He put the money into his universe bag and prepared to leave. As he was leaving, Li Si suddenly remembered something and asked Xianxiu, "Sir, may I ask where you got these 2 soul spirit beasts from?" "Just caught them in the Void Star realm." After speaking, Xianxiu disappeared from Li Si's sight. Li Si stood frozen on the spot, not reacting for a moment. After a while, Li Si came to his senses, spat out a yellow phlegm, and cursed, "He really knows how to brag. My boss just told me that the Void Star realm is in great turmoil, the Black Gold Ape Chief is rioting, and even many Saint Realm powerhouses have been injured. How can a Void Realm cultivator like him enter the Void Star realm at this time and catch 2 black gold apes? What a joke!" Xianxiu took the money he exchanged for the 2 black gold apes and hurried back to the inn. Before entering the inn, he circled around the area several times and found no sign of Nayland Sanhai, so he felt relieved and returned to the inn. Muyu and the inn saw Qianxiu return and was instantly relieved. She quickly said to Qianxiu, you scared me to death. I just heard the waiter downstairs say that a Saint Realm powerhouse released their immortal shadow on the street in front, and someone opened the Void Star Realm. I thought you were caught up in it. Qianxiu smiled and didn't tell Muyu that he was actually the one who opened the gate of the Void Star Realm. Xiaoyu, this is the money I owe you. I don't know if it's enough. Qianxiu didn't know how much money Muyu had helped him pay that day, so he gave all the ancient coins he had just exchanged to Muyu. Muyu stared at the large sack of ancient coins, stunned. Good heavens, where did you get so much money from all of a sudden? Just as Qianxiu was about to explain, the room door was suddenly pushed open. Standing outside was Zuanan, wearing a stern expression. He said to Qianxiu and Muyu with great seriousness, there is an urgent secret order from the sect stating that a major change has occurred within the sect. We, Divine Child Qianxiu, Zuanan the sect leader's disciple, and Muyu, are hereby ordered to return to the sect immediately. Qianxiu and the other two immediately got up and rushed to Eternal Sect. On the way, Qianxiu asked Zuanan what had happened at Eternal Sect. Zuanan said he didn't know either, he only received a secret order from the sect, which didn't specify what happened, only that they should hurry back. Muyu glanced at Qianxiu. She had a premonition that the incident at Eternal Sect might be related to him. The three of them finally arrived at Eternal Sect at dawn. Unlike usual, Eternal Sect was brightly lit. According to sect rules, it should be curfew time, but Eternal Mountain was exceptionally bright today. As soon as they entered the sect, they saw the Grand Elder Lingfeng. Divine Child, you're finally back, quickly come with me to the main hall, the sect leader has been waiting for you for a long time. Apart from the Grand Elder Lingfeng, other elders were not qualified to enter the main hall, but under such special circumstances, all elders were summoned to the main hall. As Qianxiu and the other two entered the main hall, dozens of elders stood in the hall, and 5 supreme venerables sat on the venerables' seats. Everyone had a grim expression, and the atmosphere in the entire main hall was very silent. Divine Child Qianxiu, greetings to the sect leader. Zuanan greets Master. Muyu greets Master. Qianxiu nodded, signaling them to rise, then said with a solemn expression, I urgently asked you to come back because Eternal Sect lost 5 elders today, 4 elders were seriously injured, and 1 elder had their immortal power crippled. Zuanan's expression changed drastically and he said, Master, what is going on? Did someone from an outside sect attack us? Venerable Bai stepped forward to explain on behalf of Qianxiu. No. A few days ago, a village below Eternal Mountain was massacred, resulting in the death of 1 instructor and 10 disciples. The sect leader ordered me to send 10 elders to investigate the matter. As a result, these elders fought with the cultivator who massacred the village during their investigation, and the elders were no match for that person. He paused for a moment, and Venerable Bai showed a hateful expression. 5 elders died on the spot, and the remaining 5 elders took the opportunity to escape, but they were all seriously injured. This person openly provoked Eternal Sect, and we must kill him to avenge the fallen elders and disciples. Qianxiu's expression tightened. He didn't expect that in just 2 or 3 days of leaving the sect, such a major event would happen. Divine Child, the reason I asked you to come back is to prepare yourself to go to the 100 Sects Assembly with me. Zuanan, Xiaoyu, that person is extraordinary. The elders who escaped could not clearly describe his realm of cultivation. I have ordered you to go with Venerable Tang and Venerable Wan to capture this person alive and bring him back to Eternal Sect. I want to see him after I return from the 100 Sects Assembly. Zuanan was shocked. He didn't expect his master to take Qianxiu to the 100 Sects Assembly. He knew that he and Muyu had been disciples of Qianxiu for many years, and Qianxiu had never taken them to the annual 100 Sects Assembly. Why could Qianxiu, who had just joined the sect, participate in the 100 Sects Assembly? Zuanan could no longer bear it, and ignoring the etiquette, he questioned Qianxiu in public. Master, I don't understand why Qian, Divine Child, who just joined Eternal Sect, can participate in the 100 Sects Assembly. If we talk about cultivation level, I am higher than him. If we talk about soul power, I am also stronger than him. Why can't you take me to the 100 Sects Assembly? Senior brother, what are you doing? Muyu lowered her head and tugged at Zuanan's clothes. Zuan ignored her, his eyes firmly fixed on his master. Shi Xiaoya was not too surprised, and said calmly, "It's because he is the divine child. If I say he is qualified, then he is qualified." Zuan clenched his fists, and his hatred for Qian Xiu increased by another point. Divine child, what a divine child! This divine child position should have been mine, Zuan's. Zuan did not erupt in the end, he just knelt on one knee and replied to Qi Xiaoya, "Disciple obeys master's command." After speaking, Zuan left the main hall. Muyu wanted to say something for her senior brother, but Qi Xiaoya announced the adjournment and asked Qianqiu to stay. After everyone left, only Qianqiu and Qi Xiaoya were left in the main hall. "Sect leader, do you need me for something?" Qi Xiaoya nodded and asked Qianqiu, "Tomorrow morning, we will leave the sect for Beihan Island. By the way, divine child, what did you gain from leaving the sect this time?" I went to the beast arena with Xiaoyu and Zuan and hunted 3 soul spirit beasts at the Samsara realm. My soul power has improved quite a bit." Qi Xiaoya was once again surprised by Qianqiu. 3 soul spirit beasts at the Samsara realm were already a terrifying existence for Qianqiu, who was only at the void realm. Yet he had hunted them in just 2 days. "By the way, sect leader, I also entered the Void Star realm and captured 2 soul spirit beasts at the Indestructible realm and sold them to the beast arena." Qi Xiaoya had already known that Qianqiu could open the gate of the void, so she was not too surprised. However, today was the second time she had heard about the Void Star realm. She had been summoned by the 3 ancient patriarchs during the day and informed that there was chaos in the Void Star realm, and the patriarch of the Black Gold Ape tribe was furious and had injured many cultivators. The 3 ancient patriarchs had asked Qi Xiaoya not to enter the Void Star realm recently to avoid being injured by the furious Black Gold Ape. Although it was unlikely, she somehow felt that the furious Black Gold Ape in the Void Star realm was related to Qianqiu. Finally, Qi Xiaoya asked Qianqiu to leave the main hall and told him to wait for her here tomorrow morning. Below Eternal Mountain, a man in black looked at the corpses of the 5 Eternal Sect elders at his feet and revealed a disdainful smile. "Just a bunch of ants. He actually chose to cultivate in such a sect family. What achievements can he achieve in the future?" The man in black stepped on one of the elders' heads, as if stepping on trash. "He left here and came to the beast arena." "Oh? He seems to have been here before, and was even given the title of White Azura. Interesting." That night, in the beast arena of Kuwa City, another challenger wearing a black mask appeared. He challenged 5 Void Realm soul spirit beasts at the same time, completely shocking the entire Kuwa City. What was the concept of 5 Void Realm soul spirit beasts? Moreover, challenging them simultaneously. Even a Saint Realm expert might not be able to challenge 5 Void Realm soul spirit beasts at the same time. But this man in black did it. He used a dazzling divine text immortal technique that made all cultivators' eyes dazzle, and even the few Saint Realm experts present could not understand the meaning of the divine text he used. He also obtained a nickname Black Azura. The next day, in the early morning, Qianqiu rubbed his eyes and stood at the door waiting for sect leader Qi Xiaoya to go to Beihan Island with her, completely unaware of what had happened in Kuwa City below the mountain. And his 3 masters also broke their usual rule of not hibernating today and appeared in the sect during Qianqiu's free time outside of cultivation. "Disciple, the prepared physical body of the firmament realm has been obtained. We will wait for your return and help you become an immortal body." Leaving Eternal Sect, Qianqiu followed Qi Xiaoya down Hanggu Mountain. On the way, Qi Xiaoya remained silent. Qianqiu felt the atmosphere was a bit awkward and couldn't help but speak. "Sect leader, are only the 2 of us attending this 100 sect assembly? We're such a large sect." Qi Xiaoya glanced at Qianqiu and said, "Eternal Sect isn't considered a great sect, ranking outside the top 50 on Hanggu continent. We only have 3 slots for the assembly. In past years, the 3 ancient patriarchs attended. Today is a special situation, so I'm replacing them. Then there's still 1 spot left, why not bring someone else? He's already waiting for us on Beihan Island." With only a few days left until the 100 sect assembly, Qianqiu had not yet reached the Saint Realm and couldn't walk on air like Qi Xiaoya. Therefore, the 2 chose to travel to Beihan Island by sword riding. Riding their swords above the clouds, Qianqiu saw many cultivators also traveling by sword, and occasionally, extremely fast cultivators walking on air. Qianxiu and Qi Xiuya traveled for a whole day and finally arrived at Beihan Island. Beihan Island, as its name suggested, was covered in snow and extremely cold. We'll find a place to stay tonight and enter the 100 sect assembly venue at noon tomorrow. Qi Xiuya and Qianxiu cancelled their sword riding and arrived at Beihan Island's main city, Venus. Qianxiu looked around the streets with great curiosity, noticing that the people here were different from those on Hanggu continent. The average height on the streets was taller than people on Hanggu continent. The two found an inn to stay in, but Qianxiu, unable to bear the boredom, left the inn. In Venus, cultivators from various continents had already gathered, and the streets were crowded. After wandering around for a while, Qianxiu found it too crowded and decided to go to the arena in Venus's main city. Last time I went to Beast Arena, I haven't seen what the arena is like yet. Qianxiu asked for directions and finally arrived at the arena in Venus's main city. As soon as he reached the entrance, a staff member immediately approached Qianxiu and asked, "Sir, are you here to buy a spectator ticket or as a combatant?" Combatant. You're not from Beihan Island, are you? Have you participated in the arena on other continents before? If so, just show your identity card. The identity cards for arenas on different continents are universal. Qianxiu was stunned and awkwardly shook his head. I haven't participated in the arena before. This is my first time here. The staff member nodded and then took Qianxiu to get an identity card. Qianxiu hesitated when filling in his identity information, as he didn't want to reveal his true identity and avoid unnecessary trouble. So, the identity information he registered on the card was, Prisoner Bird, not affiliated with any sect, at the Void Realm, with the soul power level of Early Fierce Soul. Upon entering the arena, Qianxiu found that it was not much different from Beast Arena. The only difference was that the Beast fighting stage had been replaced by a combat stage. Qianxiu received a combat serial number, which was randomly assigned, and his opponent was also randomly matched. Therefore, in the arena, it was possible for a heavenly human realm cultivator to be matched with a saint realm opponent. At this point, a lower-level cultivator could choose to accept or refuse the match. If such an inter-level battle occurred and the lower-level cultivator won, their number of wins could be increased based on the level difference. For example, if a Samsara Realm cultivator matched with a Void Realm cultivator and the Samsara Realm cultivator won, their win count would increase by 2. However, if two cultivators of the same realm fought and either won, the win count would increase by 1. Similarly, if a Samsara Realm cultivator defeated a Saint Realm cultivator, a gap of 3 levels, the win count would increase by 4. Of course, in the arenas of various continents, there had never been a successful match where a cultivator crossed 2 levels, let alone 3. After understanding these rules, Qianxiu sat in the waiting room, waiting for his serial number to be called. Inside the VIP viewing room of Venus's main city arena, the sect leader of the third-ranked sword sect on Hanggu continent yawned while watching 2 cultivators of the Unbroken Realm fight on stage. I won't be attending tomorrow's assembly. I haven't heard of any prodigies appearing on any continent in recent years, so there's no need to watch. An old man next to the sword sect leader stepped forward and said, Master, when I came to Beihan Island yesterday, I passed by Kever City and heard that in the Kever City arena, a cultivator single-handedly killed 5 soul spirit beasts of the Void Realm. Oh, what a joke! A Saint Realm cultivator would go to a small place like Kever City to slaughter soul spirit beasts. Which sect's Saint Realm cultivator is he? The old man's face changed, and he said awkwardly, Master, that cultivator is not in the Saint Realm. The sword sect leader's tone finally showed a hint of emotion. He sat up from his recliner and said, I didn't expect a cultivator at the Emperor Realm to have this much free time. The old man's face became even more awkward, and he finally blurted out everything, Master, please forgive me, I shouldn't have spoken with a gasp. That was neither a Saint Realm expert, nor a great Emperor of the Emperor Realm, but a cultivator of the Void Realm. He challenged 5 Void Realm soul spirit beasts simultaneously. In an instant, the air in the VIP viewing room turned cold. The old man was startled by his master. The sword sect leader's eyes sharpened and he said, Uncle M.O., are you sure you're not joking with me? A Void Realm cultivator challenged 5 Void Realm soul spirit beasts simultaneously. This is a same level challenge, and there's already little chance of success. he challenged 5 at once. And actually killed them? How would I dare to deceive Master? This matter is absolutely true. I tracked him afterward, but he was just a Void Realm cultivator, and he actually discovered me tracking him, so I couldn't find him. The Sword Sect leader narrowed his eyes, a smile appearing on his lips. Interesting, very interesting. How is it possible for this child to achieve so much in the Void Realm? Uncle Mo, you have already reached the peak of the Saint Realm, yet you were detected by a Void Realm cultivator. I wonder if this child has also come to the 100 Sect Assembly. If I can see him tomorrow, I must make him join the Sword Sect. In the arena, Xian Xiu waited for nearly an hour before finally hearing his serial number called. Serial number 97 for combat. The information for both contestants is as follows: Blue Side contestant, Prisoner Bird, no sect affiliation, Void Realm cultivator. Red Side contestant, Yao Fei, Taishan Sect, Firmament Realm cultivator. A sigh rippled through the audience. Usually, in such inter-level matches, the lower-level combatant would not accept, as a life and death contract had to be signed once the match began, and cultivators were killed daily. Moreover, this was a match between the Void Realm and the Firmament Realm, which was considered an advanced battle. Although only one realm apart, the Void Realm and the Firmament Realm were not on the same level. A Firmament Realm cultivator could completely crush a Void Realm cultivator, even if the latter had reached the peak of the Void Realm. They would have no power to fight back. Yao Fei, standing below the stage, was stunned and couldn't help but complain, I finally got my serial number, looks like it's going to be a waste today. However, in the next second, everyone in the audience was shocked as the announcer declared the match result. The Void Realm contestant accepts this inter-level duel. The match is about to begin. The entire audience was shocked, and even Yao Fei couldn't react for a moment. He was ready to leave the stage, but he didn't expect his opponent to accept this higher-level battle. En Xianxiu, standing in the waiting area, stretched his muscles and then put on a white mask. And let me see the level of the Firmament Realm, Xianxiu said to himself. Not this time, people in the various VIP viewing rooms were also attracted by this higher-level battle. Nin Room 1, sat people from the Demon Sect, ranked second among the sects of Henggu continent. And a battle between the Void Realm and the Firmament Realm, this is quite rare. Nin Room 2, sat people from the Sword Sect. And Sect Leader, this level of higher-level combat is rarely seen in the arena. It's not like the low-level higher-level battles between the Celestial Realm and the Eternal Realm, where as long as the soul power level is higher, there's a high chance of defeating opponents. This kind of high-level higher-level combat has almost no suspense, because the higher the realm, the greater the gap between the two realms. And the Sword Sect leader smiled again and said, one is a disciple of the Mount Tai sect, and the other is a cultivator who hasn't joined any sect. It seems that this sect needs to participate in the 100 sects competition this year. Nin Room 3, Room 4, Room 5 and on the arena stage, Yao Fei took a step forward, standing on the stage with great ease, thinking that this battle would be easy to win and wouldn't help his soul power improvement. En Xianxiu, unlike Yao Fei's showmanship, walked up the steps steadily, very simply. And the host announced loudly from outside the ring, Yao Fei, as a Firmament Realm cultivator, has a record of 56 wins and 39 losses in arenas across various continents. In recent battles, he has achieved 5 consecutive victories. Will this higher-level challenge become Yao Fei's 6th victory? And Prison Bird, a cultivator who just registered in this arena today, has not yet had any fights. With a record of 0 wins and 0 losses, he has not joined any sect either. It seems he is a cultivator who doesn't want to be bound. His first battle is a higher-level fight. At their level, even a difference of 1 realm makes a huge disparity in strength, but the contestant Prison Bird has resolutely accepted the higher-level battle. Could it be that he has extraordinary abilities? Will this battle be his first victory in his arena career? Let us wait and see. And because the 100 sects competition was about to be held, the audience was filled with disciples from various sections. They were naturally happy to watch a battle between the Void Realm and the Firmament Realm on the eve of the 100 sects competition. And although everyone knew the outcome, it didn't dampen their excitement. And I didn't expect you to dare to accept this higher-level duel. Don't you know that at the Void Realm level, with each upward realm, the difference in strength is worlds apart? Seeing as you are a newcomer to the arena, I'll give you a chance to surrender, otherwise, once we start fighting, I might not be able to hold back and accidentally kill you. And Chen just smiled faintly. No need to be polite, just abuse me as much as you want. And there were specially treated instruments around the ring, so whatever the contestants said on the stage would be broadcast to everyone. Thus, the conversation between Qian Xiu and Yao Fei was heard by all the spectators. And holy crap! This contestant called Prison Bird, being the weaker one, is actually so arrogant? What does he mean by abuse him as much as you want? And the more he boasts before the match, the more miserable he'll be after. And what do you guys know? Although the arena announces the cultivation realms of both contestants, the soul power level is not revealed. You know, in the cultivation world, strength isn't just about cultivation realm, but also about body refinement and soul power level. What if this Prison Bird's body refinement and soul power levels are both higher than Yao Fei's? Then he would indeed have the capital to be arrogant. And I don't believe it. This Prison Bird is probably going to be beaten into a dead bird by Yao Fei. And the host announced that the match had officially begun, and Yao Fei was still stunned by Qian Xiu's words. And just abuse me as much as you want? And Yao Fei had never heard such a thoughtless remark before. Then he would fulfill his wish today. And Yao Fei didn't hold back and attacked first. Anyway, there was nothing for him to gain from this battle, so he might as well finish him off instantly. In an instant, Yao Fei gathered his energy, and a huge blue immortal shadow appeared behind him. And as expected of the firmament realm. And Chen Xiu said subconsciously, and then without any hesitation, he immediately gathered his energy, revealing his red void realm immortal shadow. And the void realm immortal shadow was much shorter than the firmament realm immortal shadow. The red and blue figures stood on opposite sides of the ring, looking quite comical. And heaven-shattering. And Yao Fei uttered a divine text immortal technique, and several rocks instantly burst out of the air, rushing directly towards Chen Xiu. And Chen Xiu's eyes narrowed, and he immediately adopted a defensive posture, wrapping his body with his immortal shadow. And the rocks exploded as they neared Chen Xiu, who almost couldn't withstand the blow and was almost defeated. And he can barely resist this one blow. I thought he had some hidden move. Yao Fei chuckled, and the next second he kicked out. And Chen Xiu was also surprised by the power of this attack. It seemed he had underestimated the firmament realm. Although it was only one realm difference, the disparity in strength was unexpectedly so large. And this time, Chen Xiu dared not be careless anymore and focused all his attention on the battle. And it seems I can't just defend. That was just a probing attack. My master hasn't taught me any powerful defensive immortal techniques yet, so I have to attack proactively. And as Chen Xiu thought this, he immediately abandoned his defensive stance. And since he was on Beihan Island and wearing a white mask, he didn't have to worry about being recognized, and he was fighting a firmament realm cultivator. If he didn't use his full strength, he probably wouldn't be able to win. And universal pull. And as Qian Xiu's divine text appeared, a rift of starry night tore open in the sky above the arena, and countless meteorites flew out, smashing towards Yao Fei. And Yao Fei was stunned by this sight. He hurriedly retracted his attack and quickly retreated backward. After dodging this blow, he looked at Qian Xiu with great shock. And this is an otherworldly immortal technique. How can Prison Bird know an otherworldly immortal technique? And holy crap! Even cultivators who have just entered the Saint Realm have to study for a period before they can use otherworldly immortal techniques. How can Prison Bird, who is only in the Void Realm, know it? And numerous exclamations erupted from the audience. The major sects in the VIP viewing rooms were also shocked. And Chen Xiu ignored the shocked voices on the field. He knew that if he wanted to succeed in this higher-level duel, he could only rely on his ability to make words come true to catch Yao Fei's mistakes, and only then could he possibly defeat him. And taking advantage of Yao Fei's moment of stunned silence, Chen Xiu drew his black howl and slashed towards Yao Fei. And of course, as Chen Xiu rushed forward, he once again chanted a divine text, planetary devastation. Now purplish-red luminous pearl appeared in the sky above the arena. It began to gather the surrounding immortal energy, and a large number of rocks started to converge towards it, growing at an incredibly fast speed. In the blink of an eye, it had already become a spherical body with a diameter of 10 meters. And the entire audience gasped. Such terrifying immortal technique charging was almost only seen in battles between Saint Realm powerhouses. Nan, old servant next to the sword sect leader, saw the Black Howl in Qianqiu's hand and couldn't help but exclaim, "That's Black Howl?" The old man vaguely remembered that the sword named Black Howl was forged many years ago by a very outstanding blacksmith in the sword sect using special materials. The Black Howl was initially used by him, and later given to the immeasurable sword saint of the Eternal sect. How did Black Howl end up in this person's hands? Seeing the terrifying giant stone in the sky and Qianqiu rushing towards him with Black Howl in his hand, Yao Fei quickly assumed a defensive posture. Qianqiu knew that he had to unleash a set of immortal techniques in an instant to defeat Yao Fei. So, as he reached Yao Fei, he moved his mind, and the giant stone in the sky rolled towards Yao Fei. Ascension of Thunder. Qianqiu activated the immortal technique. The immortal shadow behind him also appeared with a black sword, and with a swing, terrifying sword energy went towards Yao Fei. Sword flowers flew up, and terrifying power exploded on the stage in an instant. Yao Fei, after all, was a firmament realm cultivator. He didn't panic too much when facing Qianqiu's attack. After blocking the first blow, he quickly leaped up and disappeared from Qianqiu's sight. "Heh, it seems I underestimated you. I didn't expect a cultivator in the Void Realm to fight me for 2 rounds. Yao Fei's expression turned cold. No longer underestimating the Void Realm contestant named Prisoner Bird, he immediately unleashed a Divine Text immortal technique. Soul Annihilation Fire Cloud. A red fire cloud appeared in the sky above the stage, looking extremely scarlet. Yao Fei floated in mid-air above the stage, clasped his hands together, and a fireball appeared from the fire cloud, falling towards the center of the stage. In the eyes of the audience, a giant stone was rushing towards Yao Fei on the stage, and that fireball was flying towards Qianqiu. Both of them had unleashed Divine Text immortal techniques, which made the audience gasp in amazement. It was rare to see a duel where both sides used Divine Text immortal techniques in the arena. The fireball collided with the giant stone, and a blast of heat and dust erupted, heading towards the audience seats. Some high-level cultivators immediately gathered their energy and released their immortal shadows, using their immortal shadows' protective barrier to block the dust that reached the audience seats. Those with lower cultivation levels couldn't react in time and got a mouthful of dirt. When the dust settled, everyone focused their attention on the stage, wondering if the outcome had been decided. On both sides of the stage stood 2 figures. The one on the left, Qianqiu, had slightly messy hair but still stood with his back straight. The opposite, Yao Fei's clothes were tattered. Yao Fei was in a sorry state, not expecting to be outdone by someone in the Void Realm when he was in the Firmament Realm. He immediately tore off his torn upper clothes, revealing his dark muscles, and roared, "You've angered me." Qianqiu tidied his messy hair and chuckled, "I told you at the beginning, just abuse me as much as you want." Not a single person in the audience thought that Qianqiu's words were arrogant anymore, because he truly had the strength to be arrogant. Qianqiu had also roughly gauged Yao Fei's full strength. He knew that this time he had to use all his strength to defeat Yao Fei. If Yao Fei could withstand this blow, Qianqiu knew he would have no chance of winning. Alas, I should have pestered my 3 masters to teach me more immortal techniques before coming out. I only know a few immortal techniques to use. With clone techniques banned, it's really a bit difficult to defeat this Yao Fei. Qianqiu gave a wry smile. However, in his original world, his native language was the divine text of this world, so why should he be afraid of using native language immortal techniques? Qianqiu leaped up, imitating Yao Fei's previous movement, clasped his hands together, and softly chanted in divine text, "Immortal technique copy. Soul Annihilation Fire Cloud, Super Soul Annihilation Fire Cloud, Super Soul Annihilation Fire Cloud double." The words were followed by action. As Qianqiu's divine text came out, fire clouds appeared in the sky again. The difference was that the fire clouds he summoned were much larger than Yao Fei's. Yao Fei's face instantly turned pale. He looked at Qianqiu with the eyes of a monster, incredulously saying, "Is this Soul Annihilation Fire Cloud? Even my master can't summon such a large-scale fire cloud. How did he do it? Does he also know Soul Annihilation Fire Cloud?" Before Yao Fei could react, 3 enormous fireballs appeared from the fire cloud, which directly made Yao Fei's face turn deathly pale. Qianqiu chuckled, stood in mid-air above the stage, and said with a smile, "Your immortal technique is very powerful, but I've learned it." Had ha. The 3 enlarged fireballs were hurled at Yao Fei, and a strong explosion sound rang out. Yao Fei was directly knocked out of the stage. He fell to the ground, looked at Qianqiu with fear, and then fainted. The host immediately announced, "This match, the Void Realm contestant Prisoner Bird wins. Because this is a level-up battle, the victory points are doubled." The cultivators in the audience were dumbfounded. When Qianqiu summoned a fire cloud larger than Yao Fei's, they were already bewildered. Holy crap! Why is the divine text immortal technique so powerful in Yao Fei's hands, but astonishingly powerful in Prisoner Bird's hands? What's going on? Yao Fei of Taishan sect lost to a cultivator in the Void Realm? This is hilarious. Taishan sect is the 7th-ranked sect on the Hanggu continent, yet they were defeated by a cultivator who hasn't joined any sect, losing to their Firmament Realm disciple? Qianqiu patted the dust off his clothes and calmly walked down the steps of the stage, just as he had arrived. Wait, I've seen that Prisoner Bird at the Beast Arena in Kever City. He has a nickname there, White Azura. He defeated 3 soul spirit beasts at the Samsara realm by himself. Someone in the crowd recognized Qianqiu's identity from the Beast Arena and immediately exclaimed. Soon, the audience seats were abuzz with discussion, all guessing who Prisoner Bird was. At this moment, in the VIP viewing room, the sect leaders of several top 10 sects were also shocked. No, they were stunned and terrified by Qianqiu's performance on the stage. The people in the audience seats outside were just cultivators with low cultivation levels, so they naturally didn't understand the divine text immortal technique released by Yao Fei. But these elders were all Saint Realm powerhouses at the very least. They naturally understood the divine text immortal technique that Yao Fei unleashed, and even if they hadn't learned it before, they could perform it after seeing it once. But what shocked these elders was that they found they couldn't understand the divine text spoken by Qianqiu at all and didn't understand how he had strengthened Yao Fei's soul annihilation fire cloud. Especially Elder Jiang of the Taishan sect, who had taught Yao Fei the soul annihilation fire cloud. Even as a Saint Realm expert, he couldn't make the soul annihilation fire cloud release 3 fireballs simultaneously. Quick, send someone to investigate the cultivator named Prisoner Bird and find out who he is. The divine text spoken by a Void Realm cultivator is incomprehensible even to this saint. This sentence appeared in almost every VIP viewing room. The elders of these major sects were speechless with astonishment at Qianqiu's performance. A mere Void Realm cultivator whose spoken divine text even Saint Realm experts couldn't repeat? How the hell was this possible? After leaving the arena, Qianqiu found many pairs of eyes observing him from the shadows. He could clearly sense that the owners of these eyes were all stronger than him. Not good, I've been spotted. Qianqiu frowned. He didn't immediately take off the white mask on his face but pretended not to notice them and walked into a dark alley. The people secretly following Qianqiu realized they had been discovered and stopped hiding, rushing directly into the alley. But as soon as they entered, they saw that a void gate had already opened in the night sky, and Qianqiu had already escaped into it. What? He actually dared to enter the Void Star Realm. Even the protectors haven't dared to go to the Void Star Realm for the past 2 days, and he, a mere Void Realm cultivator. Wait, how can a Void Realm cultivator open a void gate? The elders from the various sects looked at each other, knowing the purpose of each other's presence, but they were no longer surprised by it. What shocked them most was that Qianqiu could detect their tracking, open a void gate, and even more terrifyingly, he had the courage to enter it. Elders, please return. None of us here have reached the Quasi-Emperor realm. Who would dare to enter the Void Star realm at this time, sneered the elder from the demon sect. The old man, who was called Uncle Mo by the sword sect leader, had also arrived. He looked at the demon sect elder, who had always been at odds with the other sects, and snorted, "Aren't you guys from the demon sect also afraid to go in?" The demon sect elder shrugged and replied, "I don't want to fight with that black ape inside. Who doesn't know that he lost his son and now wants to kill everyone in the Void Star realm?" Qianqiu, who had fled into the Void Star realm, breathed a sigh of relief and immediately began to sense his soul power. After the battle with Yao Fei, he clearly felt that his soul power had improved. It seems Xiao Yu was right. Compared to hunting soul spirit beasts, improving soul power through actual combat is indeed much faster. Xianxiu was very satisfied, but then he felt that the atmosphere in the Void Star realm was not right. He didn't see the war fog today. In an instant, Xianxiu's scalp tingled, and he felt a terrifying danger. Without any hesitation, he used the immortal technique Instant Flash. The next second after he flashed away, a giant pit was smashed where he had been standing. Xianxiu looked up and saw a soul spirit beast as large as a small mountain standing there. Xianxiu didn't know that this was the patriarch of the black gold ape. Holy crap, so big! It's the same species as the two soul spirit beasts I caught last time. This must be their great-grandfather. Xianxiu vaguely saw the immortal shadow behind the black gold ape. He didn't even have time to remember its color before he used all his strength to escape. He activated Instant Flash more than 10 times and recklessly used the invisible clone technique to distract the black gold ape, allowing his main body to escape. After running a long distance, Xianxiu didn't stop. He immediately opened a void gate and fled the Void Star realm in a very sorry state. Xianxiu sat on the ground, panting heavily, with a look of lingering fear. The reason he fled in such a panic was that he saw an immortal shadow behind the black gold ape, which was as large as Mount Tai. It's known that soul spirit beasts cannot manifest immortal shadows. Once an immortal shadow can be seen on a soul spirit beast, it has at least reached the quasi-emperor realm. Scared me to death. Luckily, I ran fast. If I had been any slower, I would have been dead. That's a quasi-emperor level soul spirit beast. It could have killed me with a single slap. Inside the Void Star realm, the black gold ape patriarch was furious to see Xianxiu escape before his eyes. He repeatedly pounded his chest with his ape-like palm. The moment he saw Xianxiu, he smelled the aura of his two sons on him. He was absolutely certain that it was this human who had captured his two sons. Roar! The black gold ape patriarch let out a roar. He had remembered Xianxiu's aura. He tried his best to transform into human form, but after a few attempts, he changed back to his black gold ape form. At this moment, a voice came from the abyss of the Void Star realm. Your cultivation realm has not yet reached the Emperor realm. Forcibly transforming into human form carries the risk of falling. Cultivate well for some time before attempting to transform into human form again. The black gold ape was very respectful to this voice, nodded, and then disappeared from the area. That voice, it turned out, was coming from the giant bronze gate that Xianxiu had seen when he first entered the Void Star realm. Xianxiu returned to the inn he shared with Qi Xiaoya. Their rooms were adjacent. When Xianxiu returned to the inn, Qi Xiaoya noticed him. She opened the door and looked at Xianxiu expressionlessly. Divine child, it's so late, where have you been just now? Xianxiu awkwardly touched his nose, not wanting Qi Xiaoya to know that he had almost gotten into trouble in the Void Star realm. He lied, I felt a bit stuffy in the inn, so I went out for some fresh air. Qi Xiaoya looked at Xianxiu for a long time before saying, I don't know what's going on outside, but there are suddenly many elders from various sects on the street. Hurry back to your room and rest. It's a bit unsafe on the street. Understood, sect leader. You should also go to bed early. Good night. After speaking, Xianxiu quickly returned to his room. Little did Qi Xiaoya know, the elders outside were looking for the very Xianxiu who was staying in the room next to her. Deep in the night, a black shadow stood outside the inn where Xianxiu and Qi Xiaoya were staying. This person was cloaked in a black robe and looked at the inn with great interest. The 100 Sects Assembly. I haven't been here for many years. I might as well go with this brat to see it. I wonder if those few young ones have broken through to the Saint Realm yet. This person in black was none other than the Emperor-level white bone hidden in the Eternal Mountain River. After Xianxiu and Qi Xiaoya left the sect, he had been following the two of them all the way to Beihan Island. The next morning, Xianxiu woke up early, had breakfast downstairs, and then returned to his room. Xianxiu began to operate his soul power. He had a premonition that he was about to break through to the intermediate stage of Fiery Soul. I didn't expect my soul power to improve so quickly. Sigh. But my cultivation realm is improving so slowly. Should I try using the divine text again? With that thought, Xianxiu decided to use the divine text to improve his cultivation realm again. Upgrade cultivation. However, as soon as he spoke, the immortal shadow behind him showed no change. He frowned. What's going on? Is it a bug? After saying upgrade cultivation several times, Xianxiu found that his cultivation realm had not changed at all, and he was a little stunned. He said it several more times, but there was still no change. He realized that he seemed to have reached the void realm, and it was no longer possible to use divine text to upgrade his cultivation. Alas, this cheat is not omnipotent, otherwise wouldn't I be able to directly advance to the Emperor realm? I should cultivate steadily in the future. Although he was a little disappointed, Xianxiu discovered a new use for divine text from the battle with Yao Fei. He was proficient in Chinese, and divine text was just a common language to him. As long as he encountered cultivators of higher realms, he could copy them at will by casting divine text immortal technique. This was equivalent to him mastering many immortal techniques invisibly, and he didn't need to deliberately search for some advanced immortal techniques. Xianxiu didn't know that although his cultivation could not directly advance his cultivation realm, it made his cultivation more solid. He had said upgrade cultivation more than a dozen times just now. At this time, as a cultivator of the Void Realm, he was already far beyond the normal Void Realm cultivators. By noon, Xianxiu arrived at Qi Xiaoya's door on time, waiting for her to come out and go to the 100 sects together. Xianxiu became curious about the person from the Eternal sect whom Qi Xiaoya said was already waiting for them on the North Cole Island. The sect leader didn't even bring his 2 disciples. Who else would be more qualified to attend the 100 sects? After Qi Xiaoya came out, she handed Xianxiu a jade token with Eternal sect engraved on it. This is the waste token to enter the venue. If you lose it, you won't be able to enter the venue. Qi Xiaoya explained. Xianxiu nodded, and then went to the 100 sects venue with Qi Xiaoya. The 100 sects venue was held in the palace of Venus Main City. In addition to the major sects attending, the Night God royal family of Venus Main City was also present. Qi Xiaoya took Xianxiu into the palace of the Night God family. As soon as they reached the palace gate, Xianxiu was stunned by the magnificent scene. This palace is entirely made of pure gold? Xianxiu's eyes were shining with gold. Under the dazzling array, he didn't know how to describe the palace of the Night God royal family for a moment. Inside the palace, every pillar was shining with golden light, and most of the objects were also made of pure gold. The huge palace was already overcrowded. Xianxiu felt the pressure of high-level experts from them. This was not the first time Qi Xiaoya had been here, so she was used to it. She explained to Xianxiu in a flat tone, the Night God family is the wealthiest family on all continents. On the North Cole Island, there is no such thing as a sect. All cultivators belong to the Night God family. Why are they so rich? This dates back to ancient times. The Night God family was founded by a deity called Night God. When he was traveling in the cultivation world, he discovered countless gold under the ground of the North Cole Island, and then built this golden palace. The remaining gold was left to his descendants by this deity, creating the current Night God royal family. Xianxiu gasped. Building a pure gold palace with gold was probably something only a deity could do. By the way, sect leader, didn't you say there was another person who was going to participate in the with us? Why hasn't he arrived yet? Qi Xiaoya showed a rare smile and pointed behind Xianxiu, he's already here. Xianxiu followed Qi Xiaoya's gaze and found that the person standing behind him was the young boy named Fengyan whom he had met in the Soul Tower that day. He was also called the Soul Child? Divine Child, long time no see. Fengyan smiled at Xianxiu. Xianxiu was shocked. He didn't expect that besides him, the other person chosen to participate in the 100 sects was Fengyan. However, he soon felt relieved. After all, Fengyan was called the Soul Child in the Eternal sect. At the young age of 13, he had already reached the late stage of fierce soul power level and was even preparing to impact the. And the 100 sects was a stage for showcasing the talents of various sects. It was only natural for the eternal sect to send Feng Yun. He. I didn't expect the person sect leader mentioned to be you. I wonder if your soul power level has broken through too? Feng Yun just smiled and didn't answer Qianxiu. He looked at Qi Xiaoya again. Sect leader, the is about to start. Shall we go in quickly? Qi Xiaoya nodded and was about to lead Qianxiu and Feng Yun through the venue gate. However, Qianxiu suddenly felt a dull pain in his abdomen, and felt a surge of primordial power about to erupt. He said to Qi Xiaoya with a pained expression, Sect leader, I have a stomachache. Where is the restroom? Qi Xiaoya was a little speechless, but when nature calls, she couldn't stop him. She simply pointed outside the palace. The restrooms in the palace are only for royalty. Sect disciples attending the are only allowed to use the restrooms outside the hall. Thank you, sect leader. You and the soul child go in first. I'll be right back. Qianxiu said, and then disappeared from his original spot in an instant. Rushing out of the palace, Qianxiu searched for a long time before finding the restroom. The moment he squatted on the pit, the primordial power he had been holding back erupted. Anyone who didn't know would think someone was releasing an immortal technique inside. Comfortable. Damn it, the steamed buns I ate this morning must have been bad. After taking care of his business, Qianxiu walked out of the restroom with a refreshed look and found that the people nearby had become very sparse. It seems the is about to start, and all cultivators have gone in. I need to hurry too. If I'm late, the sect leader's cold personality will kill me. Qianxiu shivered at the thought of Qi Xiaoya's cold face. However, as he passed by the palace wall, he suddenly saw a young girl standing sneakily below. Taking advantage of the fact that no one was paying attention, she immediately leaped onto the palace wall, intending to climb over. Who is it? How dare you climb over the palace wall without permission? Suddenly, a stern voice came from afar, startling the girl, and she fell from the palace wall. Qianxiu reacted quickly and instantly flashed to the bottom of the city wall, catching the girl who fell from the city wall. Ah! The girl was startled, but when she realized she hadn't fallen to the ground, she opened her eyes and saw the side profile of a young man with sharp features. Qianxiu held her in a princess carry. Seeing the imperial guards running towards them from a distance, he frowned and said to her, "Don't make a sound." After speaking, Qianxiu used divine text to chant invisibility, and holding the girl, he disappeared into thin air under the palace wall. Two imperial guards of the night god family ran to this place and found that Qianxiu and the girl had disappeared. One of them immediately said, "You search over there, and I'll search here." During the 100 sects, anyone suspicious caught will be killed immediately. This is a death order from the family head. No one must be allowed to disrupt the 100 sects. After the two imperial guards left, Qianxiu cancelled the invisibility immortal technique. He then noticed that holding the girl in his arms in this posture was a bit ambiguous. His old face turned red, and he quickly put her down. Cough, I'm sorry. Those are the imperial guards of the night god family. If they catch you climbing the palace wall, you will be executed immediately. I saw you were about to fall from the palace wall, so I had no choice but to. The girl was stunned and found that the young man in front of her was even more shy than she was. She suddenly became interested and deliberately teased, had no choice but to what? Hold you and hide. The girl smiled and said, "I'll forgive you because you did it for my own good." Qianxiu scratched his head and suddenly saw that the venue gate was about to close. His expression changed instantly, and he said to the girl, "The venue gate is closing. I'm going to be late. You should leave here quickly too. It will be bad if those imperial guards find you again." After speaking, Qianxiu ran towards the venue gate at extreme speed. The girl stared at Qianxiu's receding back and couldn't help but smile again. At this moment, a black shadow appeared behind the girl from somewhere. The black shadow said, "Miss. You should stay in the palace honestly. You insisted on climbing the wall to play, and you were almost caught by the imperial guards just now. If the family head finds out, he will be angry with you again." The girl pouted and said unhappily, "I thought with you here, I would be caught by those useless imperial guards." Who knew you were so slow this time? I almost fell to the ground. Your subordinate saw that the young man caught you, so he didn't take action, fearing that the Imperial Guards would see. Poof. You were slow to react, so find any excuse? But that person actually knows such a powerful divine text immortal technique as invisibility. I wonder which sect's disciple he is. The person in black looked in the direction Xianxiu had left and said, judging by his attire, he should be a cultivator from Hanggu continent. His speed is indeed very fast, and he is likely a disciple of one of the top 10 sect clans. Is that so? Take me back to the palace. I also want to see thee today. I wonder if I can meet him. No man has dared to approach me for so many years. I didn't expect to be held by a young boy today. Xianxiu rushed into the venue at the last moment before the gates closed. The venue was open air, with seats on both sides, each sect having its own designated area. Sects were also divided into large and small ones. Some sects only had 2 or 3 slots to qualify for the Grand Assembly, so their seats were connected to those of other sects of the same level, appearing quite simple. Sects with greater depth had more luxurious seats, with the Night God Royal family occupying the very top. Beside the pure gold throne of the Night God Royal family were 2 seats made of silver. Seated there were the sect master of the Heavenly God sect, ranked first among the sects of Hanggu continent, and the Ice Mountain Queen from the land of extreme cold. Xianxiu spent a good while before he finally found Qi Xiaoya and Feng Yan already seated among the many seats. Divine child, you need to be more punctual. After all, this is the 100 Sects Assembly, and people from all sects are here. You represent not just yourself, but eternal sect. Qi Xiaoya frowned and reprimanded Xianxiu. Xianxiu chuckled sheepishly, ahem, sect leader, you can't blame me for this. When nature calls, the call of nature is the most urgent. As he spoke, an old man walked out from the center of the venue. He gathered his energy and performed an immortal technique. In an instant, his body grew enormously, no longer appearing small in the center of the venue. The giant immortal shadow behind him also proclaimed his identity as a Saint Realm expert. Greetings, elders and disciples of all sects. Welcome to the 100 Sects Assembly. I am Yishan Fenghua of the Night God Royal family, and as the head of the elder group for this assembly, I declare the assembly officially open. The various sects can now send their disciples to the stage to showcase their skills. Our elder group will record every cultivator who takes the stage and will later jointly select the top 10 cultivators of this assembly. After Yishan Fenghua's announcement, he dispelled the immortal technique that made him grow larger and left the center of the venue. I wonder what kind of monstrous cultivators will appear at this assembly. A man from an outer sect sitting next to Qianxiu said. Qianxiu yawned and couldn't help but say to Feng Yun, if you've already reached the soul convergence stage, why don't you go up and show off later? In the entire Hanggu continent, can you find any other cultivator younger than you who has reached soul convergence? The cultivation world never lacks exceptionally talented cultivators. With my aptitude, I might not even rank among the notable ones at this 100 Sects Assembly, Feng Yan replied humbly. Qi Xiaoya's attitude towards the soul child was very good, and she smiled gently, soul child, you don't need to be so self-deprecating. Divine child is right. In the entire Hanggu continent, what other 13-year-old cultivator has reached soul convergence? Xianxiu pouted, feeling very displeased in his heart. The sect leader had always been indifferent to him, but her attitude towards this little brat Feng Yan was exceptionally good, often smiling at him. Moreover, this was somewhat flattering Feng Yan. Qi Xiaoya, who possessed the innate fiery soul, had a much higher starting point than many cultivators, and it was likely she had already reached the late stage of soul convergence after so many years of cultivation. The man from the outer sect beside them showed a disdainful look and said sarcastically, 13 years old and soul convergence. Are you kidding me? This is the 100 Sects Assembly, not a bragging contest. At 13, cultivators have only just awakened their soul power. How could they possibly have reached soul convergence? Qi Xiaoya glanced at the man and said nothing. Feng Yan just smiled faintly. Xianxiu, however, did not have their good temper and couldn't help but retort, what? You were playing with mud at home when you were 13, so you don't allow others to reach soul convergence at 13. The man was stunned and said angrily, Who are you calling a mud-playing 13-year-old? I'm 20 years old and have already reached the reincarnation realm. What is your cultivation level? Xianxiu couldn't hold back and burst into laughter, drawing disdainful glances from other disciples nearby. Xianxiu tried his best to suppress his laughter and after a while said, "So you're a reincarnation realm expert. My apologies, forgive us for our loud voices." "Then why are you laughing?" "I'm laughing at my own foolishness, daring to challenge a cultivator who reached the reincarnation realm at 20. I'm blind to true talent." The man completely missed the sarcasm in Xianxiu's words and instead smiled proudly, continuing, "Young brother, judging by your appearance, you must have reached the indestructible realm, right?" "You're right, I just reached the indestructible realm," Xianxiu replied, suppressing his laughter. The man was about to speak again but was stopped by the old man beside him, whose face turned dark with shame for his disciple. "You unfilial disciple, shut up. Which sect that can come to the 100 sects assembly doesn't have a saint realm expert? Can't you tell he's mocking you?" the old man said angrily. He then cupped his hands towards Xianxiu. "My apologies, young man. My disciple is good at everything, except he has no brain." "Master, why do you say I have no brain? I'm a 20-year-old reincarnation realm cultivator." The old man wished he could stuff his disciple's head into his pants. If this disciple weren't the beloved son of their sect's former sect leader, he would never have accepted him as a disciple, let alone brought him to the 100 sects assembly to disgrace himself. With the farce between Xianxiu and the mighty sect ending, a burly young man finally walked onto the stage, leading 2 black gold apes behind him. Xianxiu's eyes widened suddenly. The soul spirit beasts behind the young man, weren't they the ones he captured from the Void Star realm and sold to the Beast Arena? How could they be with that person? Xianxiu stared in shock at the cultivator on stage, and the soul spirit beast being led by iron chains behind him. And he was sure he wasn't mistaken, because he even saw the wound he had inflicted with his immortal technique on one of them that day, so these 2 soul spirit beasts must be the ones he had sold to the Beast Arena. And seeing the surprised and confused look in Xianxiu's eyes, the 20-year-old reincarnation realm cultivator sitting beside him spoke. "That person is a disciple of the Night Xian Pavilion, ranked 4th among the sects on Hengdu continent, named Shi Shaoqing. It is said that he is only 26 years old and has already reached the firmament realm. And the 2 soul spirit beasts behind him are not simple, they are the strongest soul spirit beasts in the Void Star realm besides the dragon race, the black gold ape." And Xianxiu didn't care who the person was, what he cared about was his last sentence. "And the strongest soul spirit beast, the black gold ape, and are you sure that ape-like soul spirit beast is the strongest in the Void Star realm?" And the man nodded and patted his chest, saying, "Would I, Wang Sun, lie to you? Once adult black gold apes reach the Void realm, they awaken their beast souls, and their combat power is comparable to that of peak saint realm experts." And Wang Sun paused and added, "You know that the top-ranked sects, when they enter the Void Star realm to hunt soul spirit beasts, don't dare to provoke the black gold ape tribe easily. Legend has it that the black gold ape chieftain has already reached the quasi-emperor realm. Now, black gold apes are almost impossible to find in the outside world. I didn't expect Shi Shaoqing to bring 2 of them to the stage at once. It seems he has a great chance of becoming one of the top 10 cultivators this year." And Xianxiu was even more shocked. He never expected that the 2 soul spirit beasts he had casually captured that day were actually the strongest beings in the Void Star realm besides the dragon race. "And no wonder when I entered the Void Star realm last night, I encountered that Mount Tai-sized black gold ape and it was furious. It probably knew I had abducted its descendant. And wait, since these black gold apes are so powerful, why did the Beast Arena only give me 30,000 Henggu coins? Damn it, I got ripped off." And Xianxiu felt dejected, like crying but having no tears. And no wonder the soul spirit beast buyer he first met that day had to find their supervisor. It turned out that no one existed who would sell black gold apes, and he, the idiot, didn't take it seriously and sold them. Non-stage, Shi Shaoqing led the 2 black gold apes. He hadn't said a word yet, but it had already caused discussions among many sections, and that Shi Shaoqing, a disciple of the Night Xian Pavilion. It said he broke through to the firmament realm a year ago and is now attempting to reach the saint realm, and he actually brought 2 black gold apes with him. My heavens! Which cultivator doesn't know how difficult black gold apes are to capture? He brought 2. Is the Night Xian Pavilion that powerful now? And although they are only two young black gold apes, my master told me that a while ago the Void Star Realm was in turmoil, and the black gold ape chieftain was furious, injuring many Sate Realm experts cultivating in the Void Star Realm. For this period, cultivators hardly dare to enter the Void Star Realm, and black gold apes are even rarer, and hearing people almost deify the black gold apes, Xianxiu felt even more heartache. And he had a dejected look on his face and asked Qi Xiaoya, sect leader, are the black gold apes really as incredible as they say? And pretty much. The reason black gold apes are powerful and difficult to capture is that they are gregarious soul spirit beasts. They always appear in groups of dozens in the Void Star Realm. Even if several Sate Realm cultivators go together, they might not be able to capture one. And after Qi Xiaoya finished, Feng Yun, who was beside him, added, black gold apes are used by some alchemists for refining medicine. The pills made from them can cause cultivators' immortal shadows to evolve. This is also why so many people say Shi Shaoqing is sure to be among the top 10 talented youths in this grand competition. Because once he refines these two black gold apes into medicine, his immortal shadow will evolve, and his combat power will be greatly enhanced. No matter how much ordinary cultivators train, they cannot reach the level of evolving their immortal shadow, not even great emperors in the Emperor realm. At this point, Chen could no longer hold back and cursed, con artist, and then fell into deep regret. And damn it, I was lucky enough to capture two such awesome soul spirit beasts, and I sold them because I didn't know their worth, and I didn't even get much for them. And Chen secretly vowed that if he had the chance, he would definitely return to the Void Star Realm and capture another black gold ape, and this time he would capture one of a higher realm. And he stopped thinking about it and turned his gaze to Shi Shaoqing on stage. An esteemed judging elders of the Elder Council, I am Shi Shaoqing of the Night Xian Pavilion, 26 years old this year, a firmament realm cultivator. The two behind me are black gold apes jointly captured by myself and an elder from the same sect. I hope the judging elders will grant me a ranking among the talented youths. And Shi Shaoqing stood on stage and said calmly. At this moment, Xianxiu was a bit confused. He thought the 100 sects grand competition to select 10 talented cultivators would be a challenge-based selection. But looking at it now, is it judged by who has the most luxurious equipment and who has the higher realm? And sect leader, can the talented youths be selected just by talking? Then let me go, I can do it too. Xianxiu couldn't help but complain. And Feng Yun rolled his eyes at Xianxiu and said with a hint of mockery, are you really a divine child? You don't even know this. And the selection of talented youths is not just about talking as you said. It's just that Shi Shaoqing is the first one to go up. The elders will rank the cultivators in the order they go up. Once 10 people are on the list, anyone who wants to enter the top 10 talented youths must challenge the cultivators already on the list. If the person preparing to get on the list defeats someone already on the list, they will take their place. So, this is just the beginning. The real show is yet to come. And after Feng Yun's explanation, Xianxiu was relieved. Without real strength, no matter how luxurious the equipment, they wouldn't be able to hold their position. And Wang Xin, who was also talkative, picked up on Feng Yun's words and continued, however, once the major sects have disciples on the list, sects like ours ranked lower, even if they have disciples stronger than theirs, won't challenge them. And why? And Wang Xin looked at Xianxiu strangely and said, are you stupid? If a disciple from a top 10 sect is defeated by a disciple from a sect ranked in the dozens, won't their reputation be trampled on? After the 100 sects grand competition ends, you'll be waiting for retaliation. And Xianxiu was stunned. He didn't expect that in the cultivation world, there were also unspoken rules similar to his previous world's workplace. And is that so? Has anyone broken this unspoken rule over the years? Xianxiu asked with a cold laugh. And Wang Xin shook his head. After Shi Shaoqing was listed, new disciples continued to go up and get listed. And surprisingly, after one round, all the top 10 talented youths were disciples of the renowned sects. An hour passed, and not a single disciple from a sect ranked below 10th dared to challenge those on the list. And for a moment, the atmosphere in the venue became very strange. And Wang Xin sighed, alas, it's the same every year. The top 10 talented youths all come from the top 10 sects of Hanggu continent. They have an understanding, each sect only sends one disciple, who happens to take up a spot among the talented youths. No one dares to confront them, For fear of retaliation, Enchi Xiaoya's expression was also not good. She had thought it would be different this year, with a smaller sect initiating a challenge first, and then she could send Feng Yun to challenge. And after all, the law doesn't punish the masses. Once a pioneer steps forward to challenge, other sects will follow suit. These major sects can't retaliate against all other sections, and unexpectedly, this year, no one dared to challenge. Just as everyone in the venue thought the top 10 talented youths had been decided, a young man wearing a black mask appeared on the stage. "And I want to challenge the second place," and the masked young man spoke slowly, ignoring the strange glances from others in the venue. And Chen Xiao looked at the masked young man and felt a sense of extreme familiarity for a moment. But because of the mask, he couldn't see his face and had no way of knowing his identity. And Chen Xiao didn't realize that he felt this sense of familiarity because the masked young man on stage was the clone that had slipped away from him that day without his knowledge. And at this moment, a King Realm White Bone, hidden in the corner of the venue and wearing black clothes, recognized the Chen Xiao clone on stage at a glance. And he dares to appear so boldly before his main body? But it's only been a few days, and he has already surpassed his main body's strength by so much. It seems my Emperor's aura has benefited him greatly. Interesting, very interesting. The second talented individual the Black Masked Youth planned to challenge was a disciple from the second-ranked demon sect. His name was Xiao Shun. He had just reached the Firmament Realm. The reason he was ranked second wasn't just due to the powerful demon sect behind him, but also because he had cultivated his body into an immortal body, the demonic puppet immortal body. In the cultivation world, body cultivation physiques were divided into 4 types: mortal body, immortal body, saint body, and soulbone body. By absorbing a firmament realm prepared physical body, a cultivator could only refine their body into an ordinary immortal body. Furthermore, all body cultivations had low, mid, high, and ultimate grades. This demonic puppet immortal body was a high-grade immortal body. The reason the demon sect ranked second among the sects on the Hangdu continent was that they could always refine various powerful body cultivation techniques, ensuring every disciple within the sect possessed a body cultivation physique of at least a mid-grade immortal body. Keep in mind that most Saint Realm cultivators' body cultivation physiques were only mid-grade immortal bodies. Below that, 80% of Firmament Realm cultivators didn't even have an immortal body, they were all plain mortal bodies. One can imagine how powerful the demon sect truly was, to ensure every disciple within the sect possessed an immortal body. Wang Xin was instantly excited to see a cultivator outside the top 10 sects stepping up to challenge. "I didn't expect anyone to dare challenge a disciple from the top 10 sects this year. I wonder which sect he's from." While his courage is commendable, his sect will be in trouble after the tournament, especially since it's a super sect like the demon sect. The demon sect disciple, Xiao Shun, clearly didn't expect to be challenged either. After a moment of surprise, he let out a disdainful laugh. He didn't think the Black Masked Youth could defeat him. Xiao Shun walked from his seat onto the challenge stage and looked at the Black Masked Youth, saying, "According to the rules, those who challenge the top 10 talented individuals to enter the rankings must declare their identity. Which sect are you from? You have the courage to challenge my demon sect." The Black Masked Youth's tone was cold, and he remained unfazed as he said, "I have no name. I don't come from any sect, I am a free cultivator." As soon as he said this, Xiao Shun's brows furrowed. "You don't come from any sect? Then how did you get into the venue?" "Heh, you're not qualified to know yet. After we fight, someone will tell you." Xiao Shun's expression turned serious. The elders group overheard their conversation. The group leader, Yishan Finghua, said to an elder beside him, "Elder Ouyang, send someone to investigate which sect this youth is from." Xiao Shun narrowed his eyes, looking at the Black Masked Youth with a hint of anger in his voice. "Aren't you being a bit too arrogant? If you have strength, you naturally have arrogance. Enough nonsense, hurry up and make your move. I could have taken you down by now with this much time. The stages here are the same as in the arena, everything said on stage can be heard by all cultivators present." The Black Masked Youth's words were extremely arrogant, and furthermore, his opponent was a disciple of the demon sect, which was essentially an insult to the demon sect itself. From the demon sect's seating area, the left protector squinted at the Black Masked Youth on the stage and said, "Which sect is he from?" After the tournament, I'm going to visit their sect to see what kind of instructor could teach such an arrogant fellow. Also, tell Xiao Shun not to hold back. If he dies on the stage, I'll take responsibility. How dare he show off against the demon sect at the 100 Sects Assembly, the ignorant fool. Xianqiu chuckled upon hearing the conversation between the black-masked youth and Xiao Shun. TSK, this guy in the black mask is really unrestrained with his mouth, I like it. But Xiao Shun didn't get ranked second among the talented individuals solely because of the demon sect behind him. He possesses a high-grade immortal body, and his strength should not be underestimated. Shi Xiaoya, standing nearby, was also shocked by the black-masked youth's words. I don't know which sect he's from. Their sect might be finished after this tournament. The demon sect has always been a sect that holds grudges. The elder group announced the start of the match. Xiao Shun and the black-masked youth stood facing each other, neither making a move. You go first. I'll let you have 3 moves. If you can't defeat me, then withdraw yourself, and I can spare your life. The black-masked youth stood with his hands behind his back, his tone calm. Let me have 3 moves. Xiao Shun couldn't believe his ears. He had never heard such an absurd request. It wasn't just Xiao Shun, people from various sects were in an uproar. Who is this masked guy? He's been provoking people non-stop since he got on stage. His words are too arrogant. Xiao Shun is the strongest cultivator among the younger generation of the demon sect. He probably doesn't know who Xiao Shun is, right? This youth is dead for sure. Given the demon sect's nature, they've probably already ordered Xiao Shun to kill this youth. Xiao Shun's anger was fully ignited. He had also received the Left Protector's order through the demon sect's special information transmission method. Kill the black-masked youth in front of him. Xiao Shun immediately gathered his qi, unleashing a blue immortal shadow, the symbol of the firmament realm. Xiao Shun intended to make him pay for his arrogance with his life, so he didn't plan to hold back from the start, directly releasing the divine text immortal technique. Roar of 100 demons. However, the attack launched by Xiao Shun was easily dodged by the black-masked youth with just a few subtle sidesteps. He then smiled and said, 1 move. You have 2 left. Xiao Shun was stunned, and everyone in the seating area was stunned. No one had expected Xiao Shun's immortal technique to be dodged so easily by the black-masked youth. Xiao Shun, enraged, directly activated the demonic puppet immortal body physique this time and unleashed a more powerful immortal technique again. But the black-masked youth still dodged it with ease, not even getting a speck of dust on him. What the hell, is Xiao Shun too trash, or am I seeing things? Feng Yun also lost his usual composure and blurted out a curse. Xianqiu was also dumbfounded. Even he, in his usual demeanor, wasn't this boastful. This black-masked youth was too much of a show-off. The black-masked youth chuckled, 2 moves. The demon sect's Left Protector, sitting in his seat, grew impatient and roared, what is Xiao Shun doing? He hasn't even touched the guy's collar. Finish him quickly. Xiao Shun roared, no longer holding back any of his strength, and unleashed his trump card immortal technique, Demon Transformation into Saint. Instantly, Xiao Shun's body began to grow, his clothes tearing. His once handsome face became distorted into an incredibly ugly one, and his body turned into something resembling a monster. Qi Xiaoya frowned. This is a secret art of the demon sect that temporarily transforms the user's body into a demonic form, greatly increasing their strength by 3 to 4 times. However, their soul power cannot recover for 7 days afterward. This is a soul power draining immortal technique. It seems this youth truly has extraordinary strength to force a proud disciple of the demon sect to use such a self-harming immortal technique on the 3rd move. On stage, Xiao Shun, transformed into his demonic form, his giant immortal shadow behind him also became extremely bizarre. This time, the black-masked youth no longer stood with his hands behind his back but adopted a defensive stance. Xiao Shun unleashed his immortal technique again, charging towards the black-masked youth. A massive shockwave erupted on stage, and everyone thought the black-masked youth would be defeated. But as the dust settled, the black-masked youth was still standing on stage unharmed. Only a corner of his mask had been shattered and fallen to the ground. 3 moves. It's my turn. After saying this, the black-masked youth immediately took a step back and then uttered, "Gather chi," revealing a red immortal shadow behind him. Xianxiu was startled and instantly dumbfounded. A red immortal shadow. He's only in the void realm. Qi Xiaoyao's face turned pale, and she gently shook her head. No. The immortal shadows of the void realm and the saint realm are both red. However, the saint realm immortal shadow is a deeper shade of red. This is the color of a saint realm immortal shadow. What? Saint realm. Without giving the numerous cultivators a chance to react, the black-masked youth softly recited a divine text. No one heard what he said. Instantly, the youth's red immortal shadow brought its hands together, eyes closed. Over a dozen hands appeared behind the immortal shadow, and then it slapped toward Xiaoshan. Holy shit, is that the thousand-hand Buddha? Xianxiu was completely shaken. This was the first time he had been so shocked since arriving in this world. The Saint Realm immortal shadow was dozens of meters tall, and its palm was far larger than Xiaoshan, who had transformed into a giant demon. Xiaoshan raised his hands to block the palm, and the stage beneath his feet was already pressed into a giant pit. Ah! Xiaoshan let out a cry, his legs already trembling. He clearly couldn't hold on any longer. The black-masked youth recited another divine text, and the immortal shadow behind him increased its force. In the end, Xiaoshan couldn't resist and was slapped onto the stage. The black-masked youth retracted his immortal shadow and stood calmly on the stage. The entire venue was silent, and everyone hadn't recovered yet. Xiaoshan was instantly killed in one move. No one present expected that Xiaoshan, the proud disciple of the demon sect, who possessed the firmament realm and a demonic puppet immortal body, would be instantly killed in one blow after letting the black-masked youth pass 3 moves. The black-masked youth barely exerted any effort. Xianxiu gasped, staring at the scene in shock, and murmured, "Is this the strength of a Saint Realm expert?" Haha, elders of the elder group, aren't you going to announce the results of the competition? The youth stood on the stage and spoke in an incredibly calm tone, as if he had just crushed an ant. The patriarch of the elder group, Yishan Fenghua, was the first to react and immediately stood up, declaring, "Second talent, Xiaoshan is defeated." As Yishan Fenghua's words fell, the cultivators in the various sect seats also recovered and erupted in thunderous exclamations. The left protector of the demon sect was furious. He stared at Xiaoshan's lifeless body, his face turning extremely grim. To avoid losing composure in front of everyone, the left protector lowered his voice and said to an elder of the demon sect beside him, "Hurry up and carry the trash Xiaoshan down. He has disgraced the demon sect." The patriarch of the Yishan royal family on the throne had not paid attention to the battles on the field. Such insignificant fights wouldn't catch his eye. However, the moment the black-masked youth unleashed the Saint Realm immortal shadow, he inadvertently glanced over and was surprised. He possessed divine pupils called the Azura eyes, and with a glance, he couldn't see through the youth's soul power level or immortal body. The Yishan patriarch hesitated but eventually withdrew his gaze, not taking him to heart. However, the Ice Mountain Queen and the sect master of the Heavenly God sect sitting beside him were already captivated. The sect master of the Heavenly God sect said, "This is the first time I've seen this immortal technique. What are your Majesty's thoughts?" This king has not seen it either, but this child's talent is indeed surprising to this king. The sect master of the Heavenly God sect observed the Ice Mountain Queen's expression and found that she didn't seem to show any other emotions. At this moment, Elder Ouyang, whom Yishan Fenghua had previously instructed to investigate the identity of the black-masked youth, had his people return. After they whispered a few words in his ear, Elder Ouyang's expression changed drastically. "Senior Fenghua, this child's identity has been investigated." Yishan Fenghua nodded and gestured for him to continue. Elder Ouyang lowered his voice, as the youth himself said, "He does not belong to any sect, and we haven't found any information about him. He was able to enter the venue because he massacred the entire Three Thunder sect yesterday and took their waste token for participating in the grand gathering." Three Thunder sect? Is that the Three Thunder sect ranked 31st on the Hangu continent? Yes. Yishan Fenghua suddenly cast his gaze towards the youth standing on the stage. Although they were far apart, the youth seemed to sense Yishan Fenghua's gaze and turned his face towards him. Yishin Fenghua said with great shock, if my guess is correct, this fellow is at most 20 years old, and he has already reached the Saint Realm. I remember the Three Thunders sect had 7 Saint Realm cultivators and over a dozen Firmament Realm cultivators. Did he slaughter the entire Three Thunders sect by himself? Elder Ouyang's face was extremely grim. He nodded at Yishin Fenghua, it was indeed him alone. According to the few Three Thunders sect disciples who escaped, he stormed into the Three Thunders sect without a word and instantly killed 3 Saint Realm elders. Even the sect leader of the Three Thunders sect couldn't last 5 moves against him. The other elders of the elder group also heard this and said with solemn expressions, Senior Fenghua, this person is not from the Three Thunders sect, yet he came to the 100 sect grand gathering with the Three Thunders sect's waste token. Should we report it to the major sects and capture this child? The grand gathering has never stipulated that one cannot massacre other sects and take their waste tokens to participate. However, this matter is significant, and it should be announced. Although this child has already taken the position of second talent, once he leaves this venue, he will likely be hunted by many people. Annihilating a sect, this is an act that angers both gods and men. Yishin Fenghua first announced the Black Masked Youth's succession to the position of second talent in place of Xiao Shun, and then solemnly announced without reservation the matters investigated by Elder Ouyang to the entire venue. When everyone learned that the youth had annihilated the entire Three Thunders sect by himself, the cultivators who had been admiring his strength immediately turned to expressions of hatred. A sect, with at least 100 people, and he annihilated their entire sect without any grievance. Amidst the curses from numerous sects, the Black Masked Youth looked at them one by one with his hands behind his back, and then said in an extremely cold voice, I am a very vengeful person. Those who scorn me today will be visited by me one by one in the future. A Saint Realm expert stood up and cursed, what kind of Saint Realm cultivator are you? You slaughter the innocent and are arrogant. I, the Iron Blood Saint, say this, if you leave the 100 sect grand gathering venue today, within half a day, you will be attacked by a mob. Oh, really? I'd like to see if it's me who gets killed by a mob after leaving this venue, or if it's you, the Iron Blood Saint, who gets killed by me. The Black Masked Youth's arrogant words stirred up another wave of public outrage. Many elders from various sects supported the Iron Blood Saint from the Iron Blood sect, stating that they would certainly help him once they left the grand gathering. The scene in the venue became chaotic, and it was only when the Yishin Patriarch unleashed his Emperor Realm deterrence that the entire venue calmed down. Shi Xiaoya stared at the extremely arrogant youth on the stage and said to Qianxiu, Divine Child, the aura of that youth on the stage gives me a familiar feeling. When I sent people to investigate the village massacre that day, the elders who escaped had a similar aura to him. That's impossible, sect leader? The young man on stage is a Saint Realm expert, and the elders you sent out weren't even in the Firmament Realm. How could they have escaped alive if they encountered him? Qianxiu questioned. Shi Xiaoya frowned deeply. She couldn't see anything on the Black Masked Youth with her Sicily eyes and always felt that the youth was occasionally glancing at her from the corner of his eye. That's true. The perpetrators of the village massacre should only be in the Void Realm. It's only been a few days, surely he wouldn't have consecutively advanced to the Saint Realm? Shi Xiaoya murmured, but then suddenly remembered Qianxiu, who advanced 5 realms in one day, and suddenly felt that this was not impossible. With the precedent set by the Black Masked Youth, some of the lower-ranked sects were also ignited with courage and dared to step forward to challenge the top 10 talents. The second person followed, then the third, the fourth, a total of over 20 challengers from various smaller sects stepped onto the stage to challenge. The 10 major sects' faces turned grim. They never expected that a disturbance caused by a nobody would break the unspoken rules of the 100 sect grand gathering for many years, and now people from those smaller sects dared to challenge them. The sect leader of the Taishan sect couldn't help but curse, are these people crazy? They dared to challenge the 10 great sects. Aren't they afraid that we'll hunt them down after they leave the venue? Sect leader, nearly half of the sects participating in the grand gathering have sent people to the stage. Even if our 10 great sects are domineering, we can't go out and annihilate all the sects, can we? The Grand Elder of the Taishan sect said with a wry smile. However, what was interesting was that dozens of people challenged the top 10 talents throughout the day. Even Shi Shaoqing, ranked first, was challenged. Although they didn't win the match, at least someone dared to challenge him. However, no one dared to fight the black-masked youth who had taken the position of second talent. Who didn't know that this great Buddha was a Saint Realm expert? He had single-handedly massacred the entire Three Thunder sect. The Three Thunder sect had 7 Saint Realm experts, but they were all killed clean? What did this mean? This youth was no longer just in the Saint Realm, he had at least stepped into the Quasi-Emperor realm. At this moment, Qi Xiaoya saw that the time was ripe and said to Feng Yun beside her, "Hunzi, go and challenge the 9th-ranked talent. If you can firmly hold the 9th position, it is said that the Elder Group's final reward is a soul cauldron. Don't you need a soul cauldron?" "Understood, sect leader. I'll give it a try." Among the top 10 talents, the black-masked youth had been looking at the direction where Qian Xiu and Qi Xiaoya were seated with extremely subtle glances. "You're so weak. Despite having an extraordinary talent, you can't develop it at all." "Heh, but why should I be your shadow?" Feng Yun went on stage to prepare for the challenge. Qian Xiu said to Feng Yun, "Little brat, be careful up there. Don't push yourself if you can't win. And you talk too much. I've never lost a fight." And Qian Xiu smiled and didn't reply. And actually, he had already checked. The 9th most talented disciple was from Qingyun Pavilion, which ranked 10th. He was considered the weakest among the 10 talented disciples. And he was only at the Void Realm and had a mid-grade immortal body. Other than that, he had no other outstanding strengths, which sounded quite ordinary. And Wangxin, standing nearby, became anxious. Hey, is that little brat really going to challenge the 9th most talented disciple? He's Fan Chun from Qingyun Pavilion. Although his cultivation level is only the Void Realm, inferior to some of the other talented disciples, his soul power is said to have reached the mid-stage of Fierce Soul, and he also has a mid-grade immortal body. And so what? I already said that little brat has Fierce Soul at 13. What's he barking about at mid-stage Fierce Soul? And Qian Xiu picked his ear dismissively. Wang Xin was about to say something else, but Qian Xiu asked first, "Oh, our sect leader isn't worried, why are you, an outsider, worried? Tell me, what are the rewards for the top 10 talented disciples?" And actually, Qian Xiu wanted to ask Qi Xiaoya, but her attitude towards him had always been indifferent. After thinking about it, he figured it would be easier to ask Wang Sr. And these rewards are confidential, but there are rumors outside. Just as your sect leader said, the reward for 9th place is a soul cauldron for 10th place, it's an excellent quality sword for 8th place, it's a divine text cultivation technique, which contains many divine text immortal techniques. However, due to its high difficulty, most cultivators in the Saint Realm cannot comprehend it, so it's the reward for 8th place. As for 7th and 6th place, I don't know the rewards. But I heard that the reward for 5th place is a high-grade immortal body. And hearing about the immortal body, Qian Xiu's interest was instantly piqued. He hadn't cultivated his body yet. If he could get this high-grade immortal body, wouldn't he have an immortal body right away? Then, when he returned, he could absorb the immortal bodies prepared by his 3 masters, wouldn't that be adding body upon body? And with this thought, he immediately asked, who is the 5th most talented disciple, and what's his cultivation level? And Wangxin looked at Qian Xiu with a strange expression and said sarcastically, "You're not thinking of challenging him, are you? And otherwise?" And this time, before Qian Xiu could speak, Qi Xiaoya said, "Divine Child, the 5th-ranked talented disciple is a disciple of the Taishan sect, who is ranked 7th. With your current cultivation, it's impossible to defeat him." And Taishan sect? And Qian Xiu vaguely remembered that the cultivator he had defeated by exceeding his level in the arena last night was indeed from the Taishan sect. Ni's name was something like Yao Fei? And Qian Xiu tentatively asked, "Sect leader, is the 5th most talented disciple named Yao Fei? And how did you know?" Qi Xiaoya was taken aback. And Qian Xiu smiled. At this moment, he became even more confident. He then patted his butt and stood up, saying to Qi Xiaoya, "Sect leader, the reward for 5th place is too tempting. My strength doesn't allow me to be low-key. I'll be back soon." And Divine Child, wait. Qi Xiaoya called out, but Qianxiu left without looking back. Enqi Xiaoya watched Qianxiu's retreating back. She wanted to step forward and stop him, but for some reason, she felt that he might really be able to defeat the disciple of the Taishan sect. And after all, from the moment Qianxiu first appeared in her sight, he had already created too many impossibilities in front of her. An Wangsun stared at Qianxiu in disbelief and asked Qi Xiaoya, sect leader, are all your sect's disciples this reckless? And Qi Xiaoya gave Wangsun a cold glance. Who are you calling reckless? As she spoke, her immortal shadow, symbolizing the Saint Realm, instantly appeared behind her. An Wangsun was so scared that he immediately hid behind his master. The old man smiled apologetically at Qi Xiaoya, and only then did she retract her immortal shadow. As Qianxiu walked towards the stage, he couldn't help but feel pleased. He had originally thought the fifth most talented disciple would be a tough opponent, but he didn't expect him to be a defeated foe. And after going on stage, Qianxiu reported his sect information and cultivation level to the elder group. Yishan Fenghua stroked his beard and smiled, 19 years old, a cultivator of the Void Realm. Not bad, not bad. Although the Eternal Sect has declined in recent years, it's still a sect that possesses the Longevity Bell, a divine artifact. Its foundation is indeed good. And this time, Qianxiu challenged Yao Fei using his real identity, without wearing the white mask like he did in the arena last night. And beside the throne, there was a young maiden next to the Yishan family head. Her name was Night God Qianxuan, and she was the Yishan family head's only daughter. And if Qianxiu saw her at this moment, he would probably be stunned, because this was the maiden he had saved under the palace wall earlier. And the Yishan family head saw his most beloved daughter arrive. His stern expression instantly turned into a smile, and he looked dotingly at Night God Qianxuan. Little Sun, why are you willing to come to this 100 sect assembly this year? Father doesn't remember you hating this assembly the most? And Night God Qianxuan pouted. Who told father not to let me go out and play? I'm bored, can't I come and watch? And yes, I'll see who dares to say no. Come, I'll give you my seat, you sit and watch. The Yishan family head gave his seat to Night God Qianxuan. And Night God Qianxuan didn't stand on ceremony with her father. After sitting down, her eyes quickly scanned the seats, searching for the young man who had previously given her a princess carry. And finally, she found the young man on one of the arenas. And Night God Qianxuan grinned, bit her lip, and then said to her father, Father, what's the name of the person on that arena? The head of the Night God family looked at the stage his daughter was pointing at, where the person was the fifth talented scholar, Yao Fei. He was a little surprised. Could it be that his precious daughter had taken a liking to this disciple of the Taishan sect? And his name seems to be Yao Fei, and he's from the Taishan sect on Henggu continent. What, do you like him? It's not impossible. The Taishan sect is also a top 10 sect, and he's the fifth talented scholar this year, so his strength is quite good. Win, father, what are you talking about? Who would like those boorish guys from the Taishan sect? I'm asking you, what's the name of the cultivator who was going to challenge the talented scholar? And the head of the Night God family was stunned for a moment, and looked at Qianxiu on the stage with doubt. He didn't know which sect this challenger was from. And Xiao Sun, I don't know what that kid's name is either, but they'll introduce themselves before the fight starts. Xiao Sun, why are you interested in some unknown junior? And Night God Qianxuan certainly wouldn't tell her father about her recent experience. Otherwise, given his personality, if he knew his precious daughter had been held by a strange man, he would have torn him to shreds on the spot. And, on the stage, Qianxiu cupped his hands towards Yao Fei and said, My name is Qianxiu, and I am from the Eternal Sect. I am a cultivator in the Void Realm, and Qianxiu was already Yao Fei's third challenger of the day. Yao Fei had defeated the previous two challengers with almost no effort. And Yao Fei waved his hand carelessly and said, Stop the nonsense, hurry up and make your move. The tournament is about to end, and you should be my last challenger. And although Qianxiu's expression was neutral, he was already overjoyed in his heart. And Yao Fei, you really don't learn your lesson. I beat you up last night, and now you're still looking down on Void Realm cultivators. Well, I guess I'll have to beat you up again, and Qianxiu thought to himself, but he remained clear-headed. And this fight was still quite challenging for him because he had used his Black Roar and his usual Divine Text Immortal techniques, Earth Explosion Star and Universal Attraction, in the arena yesterday. After leaving the arena, he was followed by people from many sections. If he used those immortal techniques and the Black Roar again today, his identity would be exposed immediately. And so, Xian Xiu knew very well that he couldn't use any of the moves he had used yesterday today. And standing in the highest seating area, Night God Qianshuan pinched his chin and murmured with a smile, "So your name is Qian Xiu? Humph, we really are fated. Our names are only one character apart," and Qian Xiu didn't dare to be careless on the stage. He gathered his energy and unleashed his immortal shadow, glaring at Yao Fei. And Yao Fei could never have imagined that this young man in front of him was the prison bird who had beaten him in the arena last night. "And your realm is low, you go first," Yao Fei said indifferently. And Qian Xiu took a deep breath and then used the immortal technique he had learned while watching Shao Shun and the Black Masked Youth. An immortal technique copy? 100 Demon Roar. In Qian Xiu's immortal shadow opened its mouth and let out a massive roar shockwave. Yao Fei never expected Qian Xiu to directly use such a powerful Divine Text Immortal technique. And moreover, Yao Fei knew very well that this was clearly a Divine Text Immortal technique commonly used by the demon sect. Why would this cultivator in front of him use it? And Yao Fei was repelled a considerable distance, looking at Qian Xiu in disbelief. And suddenly, he remembered that last night in the arena, a Void Realm cultivator had also defeated him directly using various strange immortal techniques. And this familiar feeling made Yao Fei dare not be careless anymore. After all, losing in the arena yesterday was just losing, but this was the 100 Sects tournament. He now represented not only himself, but also the Taishan sect. "No? You have some skill. It seems I can't underestimate you. But since you're using a Divine Text Immortal technique of the demon sect, your sect will be held accountable after this battle." And Qian Xiu shrugged dismissively, "Who says immortal techniques can only be used by specific sects and such arrogance?" And Yao Fei finished speaking, his eyes narrowed, and he immediately gathered his energy and unleashed the immortal technique Earth-Shattering Thunder. After fighting Yao Fei last night, Qian Xiu had already figured out his immortal technique casting process. He anticipated that Yao Fei would start with this move and retreated outside the attack range of Earth-Shattering Thunder in advance. And Yao Fei was stunned. Seeing that his skill was dodged, he was slightly surprised. To avoid further complications, this time he directly unleashed Soul Annihilation Fiery Cloud. And Qian Xiu grinned. This was the move he had been waiting for. And when casting this immortal technique, Yao Fei had to hover in the air to charge up. If someone saw Yao Fei cast this immortal technique for the first time, they would only watch him leap up and charge. But Qian Xiu wasn't fighting Yao Fei for the first time. After dodging Earth-Shattering Thunder, he rushed towards Yao Fei without hesitation, predicting his position. And he used an ordinary immortal technique, intending to catch Yao Fei off guard. And however, Yao Fei was a Firmament Realm cultivator after all, and his reaction was very quick. When he saw Qian Xiu charging towards him, he immediately saw through his intention. "And you can actually predict my immortal technique? But your realm is too low, and your speed is a bit slow." And Yao Fei finished speaking, forcefully stopped his upward movement, took a step back, clasped his hands together, and re-released Soul Annihilation Fiery Cloud. And not good. And Qian Xiu's face changed drastically. He wanted to retreat, but inertia prevented him from stopping immediately. On the stage, fiery clouds filled the air, and a fireball descended from the sky, hurtling towards Qian Xiu at an extremely fast speed. And Night God Qianshuan's eyes widened. Not good, he's going to lose. And the head of the Night God family had also been paying attention to the battle between Yao Fei and Qian Xiu. Seeing this, he couldn't help but smile. As expected, cultivators from small sects are a bit weaker, not to mention he's just a Void Realm cultivator, and Night God Qianshuan was unwilling to believe that Qian Xiu, who was faster than his personal bodyguard Kobe, was about to lose to a Firmament Realm cultivator. After all, Kobe was a peak Firmament Realm cultivator. And Qian Xiu, who couldn't stop his movement, felt his heart sink to the bottom. He couldn't react to what to do. At this moment, a voice suddenly echoed in his mind, "Don't just stand there, quickly say Ice Age in Chinese," and Qian Xiu was stunned. Regardless of where the voice came from, he immediately used divine text and said, Ice Age. And as Qianqiu spoke, the surrounding temperature dropped rapidly, and the moisture in the air condensed into ice. The entire stage was covered with a thick layer of ice, and Qianqiu's limbs also turned into ice. And the fireball hit Qianqiu, but Qianqiu simply blocked it with his hand. And Yao Fei was greatly shocked. He immediately prepared to unleash his next immortal technique, but as soon as he raised his hand, he found his limbs becoming incredibly stiff. He looked down and saw that large chunks of ice shards had appeared on his body, starting from his legs. And Qianqiu swung his icy arm, and the ice shards condensed in the air gathered into an ice cone that flew towards Yao Fei at an extremely fast speed. And Yao Fei was hit squarely in the chest by the ice cone. The ice shards on his body shattered, and he felt like his bones were about to break. And he lay on the ground for a long time, unable to get up. The feeling of humiliation surged into his mind. He still didn't understand why he had been defeated by Void Realm cultivators consecutively. Nin Qianqiu, he saw the shadow of the cultivator named Prison Bird from the arena last night. And however, the immortal techniques used by Qianqiu and Prison Bird were vastly different, and they didn't seem like the same person at all. At this moment, everyone who was watching the battle was stunned. Everyone believed that Qianqiu couldn't possibly defeat Yao Fei, just like the two cultivators who challenged him before. And moreover, Qianqiu had clearly shown a fatal flaw just now, and Yao Fei could have defeated him easily. But what was happening now? Yao Fei lost? And Qianqiu walked up to Yao Fei, smiled at him, and whispered in his ear, "Doesn't this feel good, loser?" And Yao Fei's pupils dilated instantly, and he looked at Qianqiu in disbelief. For a moment, he thought Qianqiu was Prison Bird. Otherwise, why would he call him a loser? But then he thought about it, he had indeed lost to Qianqiu. Qianqiu calling him a loser seemed equally reasonable. And Yao Fei gave a wry smile and painfully got up from the ground, saying, "I didn't expect to lose to a Void Realm cultivator. My master and sect leader will definitely not let me off the hook when I go back." And Yao Fei stepped off the stage, and Knight Godfenghua announced Qianqiu's victory over Yao Fei and his successful acquisition of the 5th talented scholar position. At this moment, Wang Xin, sitting in the seating area, was dumbfounded, his mouth wide open, enough to swallow a watermelon. And he had been watching Qianqiu since he first stepped onto the stage and witnessed the entire process of Qianqiu defeating Yao Fei. And holy crap? Is this real? What was that divine text immortal technique he used in the end? He actually defeated Yao Fei of the Taishan sect, and Wang Sen's master also looked at Qianqiu on the stage with shock. Then, as if remembering something, he suddenly looked at Qi Xiaoya, who was still in the seating area, and asked, "May I ask if you young ladies are from that eternal sect with the longevity bell?" And yes. And then, how many times did that young man on stage make the longevity bell ring? And Qi Xiaoya recalled how Qianqiu looked on his first day at the eternal sect and said lightly, 9 times. "He is our sect's divine child," and hiss. And the old man took a sharp breath. Everyone knew what 9 rings of the longevity bell represented. And he could already predict how frantically the 10 great sects would try to recruit Qianqiu if they learned this news. At the Sword Sect seating area, an old man called Uncle Emo frowned and said to the Sword Sect leader, "Master, do you find the young man who defeated the disciple of Taishan sect on the stage somewhat familiar?" "Oh? You feel it too? He does indeed resemble the cultivator from the arena last night." Uncle Emo nodded and lowered his voice. What's more, for a moment, this old servant smelled the aura of the black-masked youth who slaughtered the entire Three Thunder sect from him. The Sword Sect leader tapped his fingers rhythmically on the chair, and after a long while, said, "Last night you said that Kid opened the Void Gate and entered the Void Star Realm? If this Qianqiu from Eternal Sect and the Caged Bird are the same person, the people from Void Holy Sect would have already noticed. Don't they seem unfazed?" "That's true. However, there have been so many talented individuals these days. First, it was the Black Azura from Beast Arena, the Caged Bird from the Arena, the Saint Realm youth who slaughtered the Three Thunder sect, and now there's Qianqiu from Eternal Sect." The Sword Sect leader chuckled, pointed to another arena, and said with a light laugh, "Eternal Sect has more than just Qianqiu. There's also that child named Fengyun. 13 years old, with a soul, and he's about to defeat someone from Qingyun Pavilion." As they spoke, the match was decided, and Fengyun won. Uncle Emo was shocked, looking at the stage with disbelief, then sighed, "It's a pity that these geniuses are not from our sword sect. Disaster is imminent, and our sword sect has no more exceptionally talented disciples. How can we face it?" The sword sect leader's unrestrained face also showed a look of worry. After Qianqiu came down from the stage, he showed no joy from winning the match. Instead, he fell into thought. Just now, at the moment of danger, that voice appeared in his mind again. The last time he was at Beast Arena and was about to use clone art, this voice had warned him not to use clone art before Saint Realm. This time, it appeared again. Qianqiu tried to communicate with it, but the voice no longer echoed in his mind. Qianqiu, with a heavy heart, prepared to return to his seat and found Fengyun also returning. Fengyun smiled and said, "Soul Kid, did you win?" "MHM." Qianqiu nodded and sat down, continuing to ponder the origin of that voice. He didn't notice Wang Xin, his master, and Qi Xiaoya looking at him with strange eyes. It was Wang Xin who broke the silence first, wishing he could kneel before Qianqiu immediately. He said, "Great God Xiu, I was blind. I never expected Great God Xiu to be so awesome, beating Yao Fei of Taishan sect so badly." "Awesome. Hee, keep a low profile, keep a low profile. Our little kid is also quite capable, didn't he win too?" Qianqiu chuckled. Wang Xin was stunned, then reacted. Upon learning that Fengyun was indeed a 13-year-old with a soul, he immediately went to fawn over Fengyun. Wang Xin's master's face turned dark. He thought, "Kid, have you forgotten how you bragged to him at the beginning? A 20-year-old reincarnation realm cultivator. You have no shame, but I still have this old face." Qi Xiaoya, standing nearby, was also surprised by Qianqiu's one-hit kill of Yao Fei and was immensely shocked by the two divine text immortal techniques Qianqiu used. The first move Qianqiu used was the Demon Sect's 100 Monster Roar. He had clearly never come into contact with the Demon Sect, so how could he use this immortal technique? A terrifying thought suddenly flashed through Qi Xiaoya's mind. The only contact Qianqiu had with the Demon Sect was during the battle between Xiao Shun and the black-masked youth just now. Could it be that Qianqiu has the ability to learn immortal techniques rapidly? He learned Xiao Shun's divine text immortal technique just by seeing it? This is impossible. This is a divine text. Even if I don't recognize a divine text, it takes a long time to comprehend it. It's impossible to learn it just by hearing and seeing. Does he understand the original meaning of divine texts? Wouldn't that make him like a deity? The more Qi Xiaoya thought about it, the more unfathomable Qianqiu's identity seemed. Divine child. Where did you learn those divine text immortal techniques? Qi Xiaoya looked at Qianqiu with a complex expression. I created them myself, Didn't I tell you and the old ancestor before? Qianqiu scratched his head, startled. Night God Qianqiu squinted, looking at Qianqiu seated in the spectator area. She became even more interested in this young man. The Night God Patriarch was slightly surprised. Qianqiu was clearly about to lose, but he managed to counter-kill Yao Fei of Taishan sect, which even fooled him, an Emperor Realm expert. Eternal Sect. The sect that possesses the ancient divine artifact Longevity Bell? The Night God Patriarch murmured to himself, but still didn't take Qianqiu to heart. At this moment, a White Bone, an Emperor Realm expert hiding in a corner of the venue, was also surprised by Qianqiu's previous battle. However, he knew very well how Qianqiu won. I didn't expect that clone to be able to communicate with the main body. This is unexpected. The White Bone, an Emperor Realm expert dressed in black, instantly disappeared from its spot, leaving only a puddle of water. The Night God Patriarch sitting on the throne, the Ice Mountain Queen, and the sect master of the Heavenly God sect all looked solemn and exchanged glances. The sect master of the Heavenly God sect revealed a meaningful expression. It seems that this grand competition has also piqued the interest of our old friend. As soon as he finished speaking, the sect master of the Heavenly God sect also disappeared. He appeared next to the puddle of water left by the White Bone, an Emperor Realm expert. It is indeed you, Emperor Qiyu. The top 10 talents competition of the 100 sects grand meeting has concluded. The top 10 talents this year are no longer just disciples from the 10 great sects. Besides Qianxiu, Fengyun, and the young man in the black mask, there are also 2 disciples from smaller sects who defeated the 10th and 4th talents, respectively. The remaining disciples who came to challenge were all defeated. In the end, the strong ones are still within the 10 great sects, as their resources are far superior to those of the smaller sections. Yixin Fenghua, along with a group of elders, announced the list of the top 10 talents. It was then that he was surprised to discover that 2 disciples from the Eternal Sect had made the list. The many sects present were also astonished. On a list historically dominated by the 10 great sects, how could the Eternal Sect, a small sect, have 2 disciples successfully make the list? What is the origin of this Eternal Sect, to have 2 disciples on the list? Look at one of the disciples on the list, he's so small. I heard he's only 13 years old and has already reached the early stage of Kuei-hun. This is too terrifying. Kuei-hun at 13, what kind of talent is this? You obviously don't know much. Although the Eternal Sect is ranked low and doesn't have many Saint Realm experts supporting it, they have an ancient divine artifact called the Longevity Bell. That was the weapon of the Longevity Great Emperor. For a time, the Eternal Sect became the topic of discussion among many sections. Shi Xiaoya didn't feel excited about this. Instead, she felt melancholic. Originally, she just wanted Fengyun to make the list. If other sects also had disciples on the list, they wouldn't attract the attention of the 10 great sects. She hadn't expected that Qianxiu would also unexpectedly make the talent list, and at 5th place. Yixin Fenghua, along with a group of elders, brought the rewards for the top 10 to the stage, preparing to present them one by one. Each reward was wrapped in a special immortal technique, and only the recipient had the chance to open it, so no one knew what their reward was except for the recipient. Starting from the back and moving forward, Qianxiu received his reward and thanked Yixin Fenghua. Thank you, Elder Fenghua. Yixin Fenghua smiled meaningfully and said, Young man, I understand your Eternal Sect quite well. I wonder how many times your longevity bell rang. Reporting to Elder Fenghua, 9 times. Yixin Fenghua's body trembled. After a brief moment of surprise, his smile became even more pronounced. Good, good. 9 rings of the longevity bell. It seems the Eternal Sect is about to rise. At the same time, in the seating area of the 7-star sect, Naylan Songhai looked at Qianxiu on the stage with a particularly grim expression. Sect leader, that disciple from the Eternal Sect is the one I told you about last time. I didn't expect his strength to far exceed my imagination. Not only could this child open the Void Gate in the Void Realm, but he has now become the 5th talent. The 7-star sect leader narrowed his eyes. Eternal Sect, huh? What a coincidence. After this grand meeting ends, this child will be brought under my 7-star sect. Elder Songhai, notify the other elders to return to the sect quickly. Nayland Songhai's expression changed, and he lowered his voice. Sect leader, are you preparing to make a move? Before the disaster, we must strengthen ourselves, otherwise, we will only become cannon fodder for other sects. When Yixin Fenghua presented the reward to the young man in the black mask, his expression turned cold. Youngster, if I'm not mistaken, you are only 19 years old. The young man in the black mask simply nodded. Elder Fenghua, let's skip these pleasantries. I only came for this reward. Don't rush. I'll ask you on behalf of our family head, are you interested in joining our Yixin royal family? You massacred the entire Sanlei sect. Many sects have issued a kill order against you. No matter how strong you are still only in the Saint Realm. The elders of so many sects combined, even if not 100 Saint Realm cultivators, there are still 70 or 80. If you join the Yixin royal family, they will have no reason to attack you anymore. The young man in the black mask was unmoved. He reached out and took his reward from Yixin Fenghua's hand and said indifferently, not interested. Yixin Fenghua was surprised. He had expected that with the young man's arrogant personality, he would refuse, but he didn't expect him to be so direct. Yixin Fenghua nodded. Since you are determined to die, I will not try to persuade you further. The young man in the black mask removed the immortal technique seal on the reward. After confirming that it was what he wanted, he let out a sinister smile, then suddenly erupted, revealing his immortal shadow. No one reacted. The young man in the black mask leaped from the stage and flew into the air, his massive immortal shadow enveloping him. The entire venue erupted. All eyes turned to him. Even the sect master of the Heavenly God sect and the Ice Mountain Queen, sitting beside the Yishan family head, cast their gazes at him. Xianxiu looked at the young man in the black mask, and his heart suddenly clenched. He had a strong premonition that something big was about to happen. Unlike the other talents who stood frozen, Xianxiu immediately grabbed Fengyun, who was on the stage with him. Soul Son, let's go quickly, something might happen. Fengyun was dragged off the stage by Xianxiu in a daze. At this moment, the black mask floating in the air also spoke. You all know that I slaughtered the entire Sanlei sect. The Sanlei sect had 7 Saint Realm experts, all killed by me alone. Now, I declare that I will establish Juxian Hall. Is anyone willing to follow me? I promise that any cultivator who joins Juxian Hall, regardless of your realm, I can help you advance to the Saint Realm within 10 days. The whole audience was in an uproar. Yishan Fenghua, standing on the stage, had an extremely grim expression. The young man in the black mask's actions were clearly disrespecting the Yishan family and the 10 great sects. Yishan Fenghua gathered his energy and used an immortal technique that made him grow larger. Youngster, do you know what you are saying? This is the 100 Sects Grand Meeting, not a place for you to recruit soldiers and buy horses. And this Juxian Hall you are establishing, with such an ambiguous name, do you intend to kill everyone in the cultivation world? The young man in the black mask didn't even glance at Yishan Fenghua. He pointed a finger at a cultivator in the seating area, and that cultivator instantly floated into the air, his immortal shadow immediately exposed. The cultivator exclaimed in horror, "What's going on? I didn't gather any energy, why is my immortal shadow showing?" Behind the cultivator appeared a purple immortal shadow of the reincarnation realm. As the young man in the black mask moved his lips, his immortal shadow instantly changed, from purple to red, from red back to blue, and then blue quickly turned to deep red. In the blink of an eye, this cultivator had advanced from the reincarnation realm to the Saint realm. Holy crap, what kind of dark magic is this? Did he really advance to the Saint realm from the reincarnation realm? This. Sir, I want to join Juxian Hall. Me too, let me follow you. The cultivators on the scene went crazy. It is known that the conditions for cultivating to the Saint realm are extremely harsh. After reaching the firmament realm, one encounters a great bottleneck. Without a stroke of luck, it is possible that even after 30 or 40 years, one's cultivation realm will not improve at all. Now, they were watching helplessly as that reincarnation realm cultivator was easily helped to advance to the Saint realm by the young man in the black mask. Why did they join sects? Wasn't it for the sect's resources, so that they could become cultivators of a higher realm as soon as possible? Countless cultivators on the scene cast their immortal techniques and rushed towards the young man in the black mask. The situation was completely out of control. Yishan Fenghua's eyes narrowed. He was also directly shocked by the young man in the black mask's actions. This. What kind of dark magic is this? What kind of monstrous talent is this child? Yishan Fenghua realized that he could no longer stop it. He immediately retreated, and then 3 figures appeared beside him. The 3 newcomers were the Yishan family head, the Ice Mountain Queen, and the sect master of the Heavenly God sect. The Yishan family head frowned. This kind of immortal technique is a forbidden art inscribed on the divine steel with divine text. The divine steel is located in the divine realm. The path to the divine realm has long been closed. Where did he get this forbidden art from? The sect master of the Heavenly God sect said solemnly, no matter where he got it from, he absolutely cannot leave here alive today. The 3 powerhouses instantly gathered their energy and revealed their immortal shadows, terrifying black immortal shadows, 100 meters tall. These were great emperor powerhouses of the emperor realm. Everyone was panicked seeing the 3 great emperors make their move. A great emperor at the emperor realm could destroy all living things within a radius of tens of kilometers with a single immortal technique. If they fought here, wouldn't everyone become their burial sacrifices? The cultivators preparing to join the Juxian Hall under the black-masked youth hesitated. They had all heard the words of the three great emperors. They wouldn't allow the black-masked youth to leave alive. The black-masked youth, seeing the three emperor realm great emperors several times his size, didn't panic. Instead, he calmly said, "Are the three great emperors going to make a move against a mere saint like me?" The night god family head coldly rebuked, "You used a forbidden divine text technique, do you think we shouldn't kill you? I do deserve to die, but you won't be able to keep me today. Gate Emperor, how long are you going to wait?" The faces of the three great emperors changed instantly upon hearing the words Gate Emperor. Immediately, the sky twisted, and an opening like a black hole appeared. A massive black immortal shadow stepped out, accompanied by a cackling laughter. He he he. Ice Mountain Great Emperor, Radiant Night Great Emperor, Heavenly Emperor, the three of you are actually making things difficult for a Saint Realm cultivator. You've certainly grown thick-skinned over the years. Ice Mountain Great Emperor is the Ice Mountain Queen, Radiant Night Great Emperor is the Night God family head, and Heavenly Emperor is the sect master of the Heavenly God sect. The Emperor Realm Great Emperor who emerged from the black hole in the sky was called Gate Emperor. He stood in front of the black-masked youth and said faintly, "I'm not late, am I? Enough with the nonsense. Hurry up and open the gate, take these cultivators away. I've already got what I came for. You're no match for the three of them if you fight, and there are other Emperor Realm cultivators here too." The black-masked youth replied coldly, but Gate Emperor didn't get angry at his disrespectful words. Instead, he chuckled twice more. The Night God family head looked at Gate Emperor and said, "Gate Emperor, you've been hiding in your own domain for years. Why are you helping someone who uses forbidden divine text techniques? Do you know that using forbidden divine text techniques will accelerate the arrival of natural disasters and attract more evil gods to this place?" He he he. This forbidden technique was given to him by me. So what if the evil gods notice this place? I'm not like you, content with the status quo. I want to break through to the Emperor realm. After Gate Emperor spoke, he didn't give the three great emperors a chance to reply. Then, he loudly declared, "Listen up, everyone. I am the Gate Emperor, who has been out of the public eye for many years. I am also a member of the Juxian Hall." The cultivators who had been having second thoughts because of the three great emperors' actions were once again in an uproar. Who didn't know of the Gate Emperor? The number of sects with cultivators at the Emperor realm was very few. Now, not only could they join a sect with a great emperor, but they could also directly advance to the Saint realm in a short period. Even if they became enemies with the major sects, so what? Strength was king. Once one reached the Saint realm, they would only need to think about how to advance to the Emperor realm. At that time, unless an Emperor realm expert came personally, it would take considerable thought to kill a Saint realm expert. Gate Emperor opened several gates on the arena for the cultivators who wanted to join the Juxian Hall. The Ice Mountain Queen hurriedly said, "The two of you, don't just stand there. If these people join that evil sect, it will inevitably lead to great chaos in the future." The three great emperors simultaneously unleashed their immortal techniques, but Gate Emperor opened three more gates, absorbing all their attacks. He he he. I'm not fighting you today. Gate Emperor said, then opened a gate behind him and fled into it with the black-masked youth. The gates on the stage then closed, taking away many cultivators. As all the gates opened by Gate Emperor closed, the venue became much emptier. Almost every sect had members who joined the Juxian Hall. What was even more surprising was that over a dozen sects even had their sect leaders join the Juxian Hall. The Night God family head's face was extremely grim. He was furious, having never expected such a thing to happen at the 100 Sects Grand Assembly. No one had expected that the black-masked youth, who had single-handedly annihilated the Three Thunder sect, would have an Emperor Realm cultivator standing behind him, the Gate Emperor. Among the 10 great sects, there were also Emperor Realm cultivators. They hadn't acted rashly just now because they couldn't guarantee they wouldn't get injured if a fight broke out. After all, this was a battle between Emperor Realm experts. They represented their respective sects, and if they were injured, they couldn't be sure if the other major sects wouldn't take advantage of their weakened state after the battle. At this moment, the Ice Mountain Queen said quietly, "Everyone, that kid will continue to use forbidden divine text techniques in the future, which will only attract more evil gods to notice this world. Natural disasters will arrive half the time earlier. This natural disaster will be more terrifying than any before. I fear the cultivation world will become prisoners of the evil gods. We absolutely cannot let this happen. I will find other great emperors to discuss countermeasures. This assembly is now adjourned. The night god family head said, then disappeared from his spot. The Ice Mountain Queen and the sect master of the Heavenly God sect exchanged a look and then also disappeared from the venue. The many cultivators present were still in shock. Apart from seeing many great emperors reveal their immortal shadows during times of natural disaster, it was impossible to witness the appearance of an Emperor Realm immortal shadow on ordinary days. The sect leaders of the 10 great sects also realized that the cultivation world might be in for great chaos. They immediately led their sect members and quickly left the venue. At this very moment, Qianxiu, along with Feng Yun, arrived beside Qi Xiaoya. Qi Xiaoya frowned, her mood equally complex. Qianxiu felt lingering fear. He clearly sensed that as Gate Emperor closed the gates, both Gate Emperor and the black-masked youth had cast their divine senses towards him. Divine Child, Soul Child, the cultivation world is about to fall into great chaos. Let's quickly return to the Eternal Sect and report this to the 3 ancient patriarchs. Not a single cultivator in the entire cultivation world noticed that in the vast universe, 4 or 5 divine gazes were cast towards their cultivation world. Qianxiu, Qi Xiaoya, and Feng Yun rushed towards Eternal Sect as fast as they could. Along the way, Qianxiu saw many struggling small sections, and the conference was originally meant to showcase the strength of the sects, but it's been turned into this mess by that young man. Many cultivators who pursue strength have joined Gate Emperor in the Zhuxian Hall founded by that young man, and Qi Xiaoya knew this meant Zhuxian Hall intended to oppose the sects of all continents. Those who could attend the 100 sects competition were definitely the pride of their respective major sections, but now, more than half of them have been poached by Zhuxian Hall. The founder of Zhuxian Hall is not only an extremely powerful Saint Realm expert, but he also has the support of an Emperor Realm expert. And from an objective standpoint, its starting point has reached a terrifying level. If ranked by strength, Zhuxian Hall could easily be among the top 5 sects on Hanggu continent. And Qianxiu said, if what that young man promised is true, Zhuxian Hall will have a new batch of Saint Realm experts soon. Then they will be on par with the Heavenly God sect, and Qianxiu felt a bit depressed. He had just transmigrated to this world and encountered such a drastic change. And Divine Child, you need to speed up your cultivation when we return to the sect. The heavenly disaster is accelerating its arrival, Qi Xiaoya said to Qianxiu very seriously. In fact, everyone was saying the heavenly disaster was coming, but Qianxiu never knew what it was. He planned to ask his 3 masters as soon as he returned to the sect. And the 3 of them took a day to rush back to Eternal Sect. All the disciples were waiting in the sect's plaza. And the news that Eternal Sect had secured 2 prodigy spots at the 100 sects competition had long spread from North Cold Island to Hanggu continent, and of course, so had the matter of Zhuxian Hall. And oh my god, I didn't expect the Divine Child to defeat Yao Fei of Taishan Sect and win the 5th prodigy spot. Our Eternal Sect is going to rise, and Feng Yun is also very impressive. I didn't expect him to have already broken through to the soul-quelling stage. You know, the 3 ancient patriarchs are only at the late stage of soul-quelling. Feng Yun is only 13 this year and has already reached the early stage of soul-quelling. He's too strong, and all the Eternal Sect disciples were discussing the events of the 100 sects competition as if they had witnessed them firsthand. Nanli Zuainan in the crowd had a grim expression. He never imagined that Qianxiu would go to the 100 sects competition and even win the title of the 5th prodigy. And damn it, wasn't that guy Yao Fei from Taishan Sect said to be very powerful? How could he have been defeated by Qianxiu? Zuainan clenched his fists and looked at Qianxiu, who was surrounded and cheered by the disciples, his eyes almost spitting fire. Nmu, standing beside him, also said excitedly, "Senior brother, I can't believe Qianxiu actually defeated the disciple from Taishan Sect. He's amazing. Even the 2 of us couldn't do that. Qianxiu is only at the Void Realm now. Who knows how much his strength will increase when he ascends to the Firmament Realm, and he just got lucky." The people from Taishan sect must not have expected someone from a small sect to challenge them this time, allowing someone without real skill to get through and Xianxiu to snatch an advantage. Nmu looked at Zhuan Nan and opened his mouth, but in the end, he just shook his head and said nothing. After dealing with the disciples who were flattering him, Xianxiu walked over to Muyu, scratched his head, and smiled at him. And Xiaoyu, I need to find my 3 masters first. I'll come find you later, Fen. Okay, hurry up. I also heard about what happened at the competition. I sensed the 3 ancient patriarchs waking up this morning. I guess they are also worried about this matter. Enqi Xiaoya and Xianxiu returned to the main hall together. The 5 supreme venerables were all in the main hall. The 2 venerables who were sent by Qi Xiaoya last time to find the killer of the 5 elders in the sect had extremely grim expressions. Elder Wan and Elder Tang exchanged a look. Elder Wan lowered his voice. Elder Tang, why don't you report to the sect leader? Sect leader, the matter you sent us to capture the killer of the 5 elders last time has had some developments while you were attending the 100 sects competition. Elder Tang knelt on one knee before Qi Xiaoya. No? Have you caught the person? Where is he now? Elder Tang's expression was grim. After a long pause, he said, reporting to the sect leader, we didn't catch the person. However, you and the divine child have already met this killer. Xianxiu was slightly startled. He thought, I was at the 100 sects competition. When did I meet this killer? Xianxiu said, Elder Tang, the sect leader and I went to the 100 sects competition. When did we meet this person? And it was the Saint Realm expert wearing a black mask that you encountered at the 100 sects competition, the current hall master of Zhuxian Hall that is being talked about so much. And both Qi Xiaoya and Xianxiu were shocked. Qi Xiaoya said, how could the killer be him? Didn't the elder who escaped before say that the killer was just a cultivator at the Void Realm? How could it be that powerful Saint Realm young man? And Xianxiu reacted first. He gave a wry smile and said, Sect leader, that's actually quite possible. He can make a cultivator at the reincarnation realm ascend to the Saint Realm in the blink of an eye. What's impossible about him ascending to the Saint Realm in a few days himself? Qi Xiaoya still couldn't believe it. She looked at Elder Tang, but Elder Tang's expression told her that it was just as Xianxiu said. Qi Xiaoya's mood instantly sank. If this were true, Eternal Sect would not be able to avenge the 5 deceased elders. And that Saint Realm young man was the one who had massacred all 7 Saint Realm elders and countless Firmament Realm disciples of the entire 3 Thunder Sect. Now, he also had Emperor Gate Emperor supporting him. How could they possibly seek revenge? Qi Xiaoya waved her hand, signaling the 5 venerables to withdraw first. After the 5 supreme venerables left, the 3 ancient patriarchs descended from the sky, stepping on air. They stood before the 2 with their hands behind their backs. Ancestor Wuji said, Disciple, you have truly shocked us 3 old fellows. We thought we were just sending you to the 100 sects competition to broaden your horizons, but you came back with a ranking. And it's all because the 3 masters taught me well that I was able to defeat my opponents. Xianxiu scratched his head, humbly. Ancestor Shukuan narrowed his eyes and said meaningfully, but I heard that when you defeated that kid from Taishan sect, you didn't use the body refining technique taught by Master Puti, nor did you use the ascending thunder control art taught by Master Wuji, and you didn't even use the black roar. Your 5th prodigy ranking has nothing to do with us 3 old guys. At this moment, Qi Xiaoyao on the side was even more surprised. She thought the 3 ancient patriarchs had taught Xianxiu a lot, but she didn't expect that none of the immortal techniques Xianxiu used to win were taught by the 3 ancient patriarchs. And facing the 3 ancient patriarchs, Xianxiu was extremely embarrassed. It wasn't that the things the 3 ancient patriarchs taught him were weak or useless, but because he was afraid of being recognized as a prisoner from the arena by the elders of other sects on stage that day, he had intentionally hidden the black roar. And seeing Xianxiu at a loss, the 3 ancient patriarchs didn't make things difficult for him. Ancestor Wuji said, Disciple, you don't need to panic. Everyone has secrets, especially a cultivator with your extraordinary talent. We've also heard about the 100 sects competition. All the major sects are in chaos now. As the divine child of Eternal Sect, your top priority is to quickly improve your strength, Ancestor Puti said, follow us. The prepared physical body for a Firmament Realm cultivator has been prepared for you. The three of us will help you refine your body to an immortal physique. And Qianqiu scratched his head, feeling reluctant. 3 masters, actually, the reward for the 5th prodigy in this 100 sects grand competition is an ultimate immortal body. The 3 ancient patriarchs looked at each other, clearly not expecting that the reward for this sect competition would be an ultimate immortal body. They had only prepared a high-grade immortal body for Qianqiu, which were both treasures they had kept for many years. Cough, cough, since that's the case, then use the ultimate immortal body that our disciple won. This is something we old guys didn't expect. Ancestor Su Kuan said awkwardly. Ancestor Wuji sighed, coming to the Eternal Sect has really wronged you. We never expected your talent to be so high. Our resources and the cultivation techniques we've taught you seem to be falling behind your pace. Qianqiu said seriously, to my 3 masters, I, Qianqiu, have never thought this way. Since I chose to join the Eternal Sect, I've never thought poorly of the Eternal Sect. Good, good, good. Ancestor Putti said 3 good words in a row, even his eyes were a little moist. They had never expected that in so many years, the 3 of them had never accepted a disciple, and now they had received such a loyal and righteous disciple like Qianqiu. The 3 ancient patriarchs brought Qianqiu to the Eternal Forest, where they prepared to help Qianqiu fuse with this ultimate immortal body and planned to inject some of their cultivation into Qianqiu's body, making it easier for Qianqiu to improve his cultivation realm in the future. Disciple, on the day you joined the sect, you used some kind of divine text immortal technique, which caused your cultivation realm to advance 5 levels consecutively in a short period of time. While your realm has advanced, such an immortal technique will ultimately make your cultivation unstable. Ancestor Wuji took over from Ancestor Putti and continued, therefore, we have decided to inject some of our nascent soul cultivation into this ultimate immortal body to stabilize your cultivation. Qianqiu was stunned and quickly said, Master, if you inject your nascent soul cultivation into this immortal body, won't you shorten your lifespan? Ha ha ha. Disciple, you don't need to worry about us. The 3 of us were once divine children of the Eternal Sect and received blessings from the longevity bell. We have lived for hundreds of years and have lived long enough. Anyway, we are all dormant Saint Realm cultivators now, and our strength is not as good as before. It's better to each contribute a little nascent soul cultivation to help you become a Saint Realm expert as soon as possible. Qianqiu wanted to say something more, but was stopped by the 3 ancient patriarchs. Ancestor Wuji said, Disciple, you don't need to persuade us anymore, our minds are made up. The great calamity is coming, and before every great calamity, there will be conflicts between many sections. To protect the Eternal Sect, someone must stand up. Master, what exactly is this great calamity, and why are even the great emperors in the Emperor realm so worried? You first fuse with this ultimate immortal body, and then we will explain it to you. Qianqiu nodded, then sat down in front of the 3 ancient patriarchs and took out the ultimate immortal body from his Qiankuan bag. The 3 ancient patriarchs saw the Qiankuan bag Qianqiu took out, and after a brief surprise, the 3 of them exchanged wry smiles. They didn't expect their disciple to not only have extraordinary talent but also to have obtained divine text immortal techniques and rare treasures. The 3 ancient patriarchs gathered their energy and revealed their immortal shadows, symbolizing Saint Realm experts. Then, they used their nascent souls to help Qianqiu fuse with the immortal body. Qianqiu sat cross-legged, and with the boost from the nascent souls of the 3 ancient patriarchs, his immortal shadow was unknowingly awakened, and the ultimate immortal body slowly floated up, gradually fusing with Qianqiu's body. Qianqiu felt his cultivation and soul power increasing, but he was in bone-piercing pain all over, and cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Reduce pain. Reduce pain. Qianqiu silently recited this divine text, and the bone-piercing pain gradually disappeared. Just as the 3 ancient patriarchs were helping Qianqiu fuse with the immortal body, a black figure appeared in the eternal forest. He watched the 4 from afar, and the corners of his mouth curved slightly. This kid doesn't seem to have awakened his abilities yet, but his clone has developed the divine text immortal technique to its extreme. In such a short time, he has reached such a terrifying level. That Emperor Realm White Bone, after leaving the sect competition that day, quickly saw the Gate Emperor and Qianqiu's escaped clone cooperating. He was also surprised. However, I don't know how that Gate Emperor got involved with that clone. If my physical body hadn't been destroyed, I wouldn't have had to hide in the shadows like this. Since the Gate Emperor chose that kid's clone, then I'll lend this kid a hand. Let's see who's more powerful in the end, the Gate Emperor or I, Emperor Qiyu. At the same time, Wanzun Zhuanzang secretly slipped out of the Eternal Sect and went to a very hidden Taoist temple at the foot of Mount Eternal. Elder, why have you come? Has the master prepared to make a move? Wanzang knelt before an old man. This old man was none other than Elder Nayland Sanhai of the Seven Stars sect. Nayland Sanhai stood with his hands behind his back and said, I didn't plan to make a move so soon, but you should have heard about what happened at the sect competition. The sect leader has to advance the plan. I understand, Master. I broke through to the Firmament Realm yesterday. When will you help me break through to the Saint Realm? If I don't break through to the Saint Realm, I'm afraid I won't be able to complete the plan, especially since our sect has gained another terrifying divine child. Wanzan was very wary of Qianxiu. Your sect's divine child has already attracted the master's attention. Ensure his safety when implementing the plan. Also, ensure the longevity bell is intact. The reason we are giving you the opportunity to advance to the Saint Realm is because of your eternal sect's longevity bell. Do you know that? Your subordinate understands. Shall we begin then? Wanzan could not wait to reach the Saint Realm. He had waited for this day for too long. At this time, on the Hanggu continent, multiple conspiracies were brewing, which were the subtle quantitative changes caused by the impending great calamity. Meanwhile, in the Eternal Forest, Qianxiu had completely fused with this ultimate immortal body. He exuded wisps of smoke, a symbol of the extreme state of body refinement fusion. Qianxiu's eyes turned red, and he suddenly opened his tightly closed eyes. The breathing of the three ancient patriarchs beside him became weak, until Ancestor Wuji poured out the last wisp of his nascent soul and collapsed on the ground, exhausted. Firmament Realm. Masters, I have broken through to the Firmament Realm. Qianxiu joyfully discovered that his cultivation realm had advanced along with his body refinement, reaching the immortal body. The immortal shadow behind him gradually grew larger, changing from light red to blue, representing the Firmament Realm. Suddenly, his vision became illusory, and he saw a door. The person sitting inside the door was precisely the Gate Emperor he had seen at the sect competition. The Gate Emperor, located within the door realm, suddenly opened his eyes and looked meaningfully at the young man with the black mask in front of him. Qianxiu couldn't believe it. How could he see the Gate Emperor? What Qianxiu didn't know was that the scene he was seeing now originated entirely from the door realm created by the Gate Emperor himself. After Qianxiu was promoted to the Firmament Realm, he vaguely felt something awakening within him, but it was fleeting, and he didn't grasp the crucial point. The three ancient patriarchs gave part of their primordial spirit cultivation to Qianxiu, intending only to help him build a foundation for his ethereal cultivation, never expecting it to lead to a direct promotion. Old Ancestor Bodhi's face was very pale, but he didn't care at all, and said excitedly, Disciple, I didn't expect you to break through your realm in one go. You are one step closer to becoming a Saint Realm expert. And thank you for your help, Masters. I was able to be promoted thanks to your primordial spirits. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been so easy to fuse the immortal body and advance my cultivation realm. And Qianxiu was also surprised that his cultivation realm had advanced in one go while fusing with the immortal body. But he didn't know that this was all because he had previously recited the divine text Upgrade Cultivation to consolidate himself, so he could now be easily promoted and be stronger than most cultivators who had reached the Firmament Realm for many years. Old Ancestor Wuji waved his hand and said, Disciple, your Master Bodhi and I have consumed too much of our primordial spirit cultivation. We will go back to rest first. As for the rest, let Master Shukuan tell you. And Qianxiu nodded heavily. Old Ancestor Wuji and Old Ancestor Bodhi showed signs of fatigue and then disappeared into the Eternal Forest. Now White Bone at the Emperor Realm, hidden in the shadows, sighed and muttered to himself, These three old guys don't have much time left, and they still dare to pass on their primordial spirit cultivation to this kid. And with that, the White Bone at the Emperor Realm disappeared into the Eternal Forest. Old Ancestor Shukuan was supported by Qianxiu to a tree. He let out a long sigh. Looking at Qianxiu, whose physical cultivation had already reached the immortal body, he sighed with emotion. Indeed, the top-grade immortal body prepared by the 100 sex competition is excellent. Our three old guys' treasured high-grade immortal bodies are far inferior to it, and he paused. An old ancestor Woji said, if I'm not mistaken, this top-grade immortal body should be the netherworld hegemon body. This immortal body is not simple. If used well, there's a chance to cultivate it to a high-grade saint body, and what? Such a powerful immortal body, would the elders be so generous as to give it as a reward? In Shenshou was shocked, as if he had found a treasure. And unexpectedly, old ancestor Shukuan gave a bitter smile and poured cold water on Xianxiu. It's almost impossible for it to be cultivated to a high-grade saint body. It is said that there are only 3 netherworld hegemon bodies in the cultivation world. Hundreds of years ago, a great emperor at the Emperor realm also used this immortal body and cultivated it to a high-grade saint body. His strength was extremely terrifying, and Master, do you not believe in my disciple's strength? And it's not that I don't believe you, but there are extremely harsh conditions for cultivating the netherworld hegemon body to a high-grade saint body. It is accompanied by an ancient book called the Yuming 9-turn technique. The entire book is written in divine text. As long as you cultivate it to the 7th turn, you can achieve a high-grade saint body. But this ancient book has been lost for many years, and no one has seen it again. Without the augmentation of this ancient book, the netherworld hegemon body is naturally not so precious, which is why the elders gave it to you as a reward. And Shenshou was greatly disappointed. He didn't expect to obtain such an awesome immortal body, but the accompanying ancient book was lost. And afterward, old ancestor Shukuan told Xianxiu about the celestial calamity. Nin, the vast universe, the cultivation world where Xianxiu is located, is just an extremely small world among countless stars. In ancient times, there were quite a few beings beyond deities in the cultivation world. These deities lived in the divine realm. At some point, the path to the divine realm was closed. And there are countless deities in the universe, but deities don't care about small worlds like the cultivation world. Moreover, the cultivation world also has many deities guarding it. And after the passage to the divine realm was closed, evil gods set their sights on it. These evil gods relied on devouring small worlds to enhance their strength, and the cultivation world was targeted by evil gods and invaded every 1,000 years. And however, fortunately, powerful deities would not covet such small worlds, only some weaker deities would notice it. Although they were weaker among deities, they were an absolute power for the cultivation world. And so, every 1,000 years when the cultivation world is invaded by evil gods, it is called a celestial calamity by cultivators. All cultivators work together to fight against the celestial calamity. And during the celestial calamity, weak sects are often used as cannon fodder. Only sects with great emperors at the Emperor realm do not have to send disciples to be cannon fodder. And this is basically the reason for the celestial calamity. Old ancestor Shukuan sighed and said, during the last celestial calamity, the eternal sect still had an eternal great emperor, but he perished during the calamity. The eternal sect gradually declined. By the time I and the other 2 old ancestors joined the eternal sect, there were only a few saint realm experts left. 200 years ago, a great war between 100 sects occurred on Henggu continent, and we 3 were injured and became dormant saint realm cultivators, which is why we look like this now. And Shenshou gasped, surprised that this cultivation world had such a terrifying disaster. And no wonder all cultivators desperately wanted to improve their cultivation realm. It turned out that when the celestial calamity arrived, except for great emperors at the Emperor realm, all cultivators were nothing more than cannon fodder. And disciple has something he doesn't understand. The ones who come during the celestial calamity are all deities, but the difference between the Emperor realm and deities is vast. They are still within the human realm. How can mortals kill gods? And actually, there is another realm above the Emperor realm, called the Sovereign realm. They are already half gods. Many great emperors at the Emperor realm and one half god at the Sovereign realm are enough to defeat a not so powerful evil god. However, there haven't been any cultivators at the Sovereign realm and the cultivation world for many years, so this celestial calamity has made many great emperors at the Emperor realm panic. And Shenshou silently recited Sovereign realm. There was actually a half god like cultivation realm above the Emperor realm. And he realized that if he wanted to return to his original world, he could only elevate himself to the strongest existence in this world to have a chance to find a way home. An old ancestor Shu Kuan coughed and smiled at Qianxiu, then said, "Disciple, you have now cultivated the immortal body. Take some time to look at the longevity bell. If you can gain the recognition of the longevity bell, you will also receive the blessing of longevity from the longevity bell, just like us. And what is the blessing of longevity? And it's not a particularly important thing, it just adds a few hundred years to your lifespan. And a few hundred years added to lifespan. That's all." In the world Qianxiu originally lived in, a lifespan of 100 years was already beyond a normal person's. In this cultivation world, the normal lifespan for cultivators is over 100 years. The higher the realm, the longer the lifespan, but if one cannot reach the saint realm, their lifespan is only less than 200 years. Reaching the saint realm only allows one to live for 300 years. Now, old ancestor Su Kuan tells Qianxiu that obtaining the blessing of the longevity bell can extend his life by several hundred years. Wouldn't this make him a 1,000-year-old demon? After old ancestor Su Kuan left, Qianxiu stood there lost in thought. In the Seven Stars sect hall, the Seven Stars sect leader sat with his eyes closed on the sacred throne, and spoke to the left guardian beside him. "Have the elders who were sent out completed their respective rituals?" The left guardian respectfully replied, "All rituals have been completed, now it's up to the sect leader to give the order. Launch the general attack tomorrow night. The attack must be launched at the same time, otherwise these small sects will inevitably send for help to their allies, and then they will be difficult to deal with. It is impossible for our sect to appear in multiple places at the same time. Your subordinate understands, but after tomorrow night, we will surely become the target of public criticism. The 10 great sects will not stand by and watch us grow stronger." The Seven Stars sect leader laughed wildly for a long time before stopping, his eyes full of playfulness. "They lost so many disciples at the 100 sects assembly, they won't have the time to worry about us. Moreover, when the plan succeeds, who on Hangu continent, besides the Heavenly God sect, can defeat our Seven Stars sect?" At the same time, in the Night God royal family on Beihan Island, the head of the Night God family was furious, and said to Yishan Finghua beside him, "What's going on? How can a living person escape from under your eyes as a quasi-emperor?" Yishan Finghua lowered his head and said helplessly, "The eldest miss fled into the Void Star realm. By the time we noticed and entered the Void Star realm, we couldn't find her. Moreover, the leader of the Black Gold Ape tribe is lurking in the Void Star realm, and we dare not delay for too long. Send people to search the entire Beihan Island to find the young lady." The head of the Night God family roared. "Patriarch, since Miss can flee into the Void Star realm, she definitely doesn't plan to stay on Beihan Island. After all, this place is full of our royal family members." The head of the Night God family was about to speak again, when Yishan Finghua quickly said, "Actually, Patriarch, you don't need to worry. Miss has Kobe with her. With his abilities, I'm sure he can protect her well. Miss has always been under your protection for so many years. Going out for a walk will also broaden her horizons and improve her own strength." The head of the Night God family wanted to speak but stopped, and finally sighed, "Forget it, let her go. I have more important things to do. Go investigate how Gate Emperor and that young man who founded Juxian Hall got together." In Kuo City, a void gate opened in a secluded alley. Night God Qianxuan poked her head out and, finding no one, cautiously emerged from it. Kobe, who followed behind her, gave a wry smile and couldn't help but say, "Miss, I've caused great trouble this time. Taking you to escape from Beihan Island, the Patriarch will surely punish me severely when we return." Night God Qianxuan snorted, "Anyone who is mine, who dares to punish you?" The two walked out of the alley and saw the bustling streets of Kuo City. Night God Qianxuan stretched lazily, a slight smile on her lips. "This is the first time I've left Beihan Island in so many years. It's always snowing there, which is so boring. So this is what Hangu continent is like, with spring all year round. Miss, the eternal sect you asked me to find is here. Shall we go now?" "No rush, let's wander around here. We'll go to the eternal sect together tomorrow." Qianxiu found Muyu in the Soul Tower. Muyu was very surprised to see Qianxiu. "Qianxiu, you've advanced to the firmament realm? Ha! How did you see that at a glance?" Xianxiu was stunned. Muyu smiled faintly, it's a secret. Xianxiu scratched his head and didn't press further. He smiled and said, Master Su Kuan asked me to try the longevity bell to see if it can grant me the blessing of longevity. Do you want to come with me? Before Muyu could speak, Zuanan, who was beside them, said sarcastically, not everyone can obtain the blessing of longevity. Do you think you can get it? This time, Muyu did not object to Zuanan's words, and also nodded with a worried expression. In the past 100 years, only the 3 ancient patriarchs have obtained the blessing of longevity. Even our master has not been able to obtain it. Xianxiu was slightly surprised. If even the current eternal sect leader could not get the recognition of the longevity bell and be granted the blessing of longevity, then it would be even more impossible for him. But Xianxiu was still unwilling to give up, and said to Muyu, let's go take a look first. Maybe I'll get lucky and obtain the blessing of longevity. Zuanan smiled even more. Little Yu, let's go with him, so he can clearly understand his own limitations. However, the 3 ancient patriarchs were all divine children of the eternal sect. They all obtained the blessing of longevity. If Xianxiu doesn't get it, it means that Master and the 3 ancient patriarchs misjudged him, and he is not worthy of being a divine child. The 3 arrived at the inner cabinet. The longevity bell was stored in the inner cabinet. At this time, many disciples were outside practicing their techniques, or cultivating their soul power in the soul tower. Only Elder Qi Shan, who was guarding the longevity bell, was in the inner cabinet. Seeing Xianxiu and the other 2, Elder Qi Shan smiled warmly. He remembered that day Xianxiu struck the longevity bell 9 times in one breath, which was still vivid in his memory. Divine child, why have you come to the inner cabinet? I want to try if I can obtain the blessing of longevity. Elder Qi Shan was stunned, and then said in surprise, Divine child, the prerequisite for obtaining the blessing of longevity is that one's cultivation realm must reach the firmament realm, and one's soul power must reach the late moon soul stage or above. You probably. Elder Qi Shan did not finish his words, but it was self-evident that he meant that Xianxiu had not yet met the conditions for obtaining the blessing of longevity. Xianxiu smiled slightly, then gathered his energy and revealed his immortal shadow. A giant blue immortal shadow stood behind Xianxiu, and Elder Qi Shan was instantly dumbfounded. This. Divine child, how did you advance from the void realm to the firmament realm in just a few days? Elder Qi Shan felt that his worldview had been refreshed by Xianxiu once again. Xianxiu had previously advanced 5 realms in a row with a single divine text, and now, in less than a month, he had reached the firmament realm. Even Qi Xiaoya's exceptionally talented disciples, Muyu and Zuanan, have been in the sect for many years, and they are only at firmament realm now. After a brief surprise, Elder Qi Shan was relieved and immediately said to Xianxiu, Divine child, since you have met the conditions for the longevity blessing, I will now arrange the ritual. If you are recognized by the longevity bell, this ritual will allow you to immediately receive the longevity blessing. Elder Qi Shan gathered his energy and cast an immortal technique to set up the formation. Around the longevity bell, Qi Shan used an immortal technique to set up an extremely mysterious formation. He had Xianxiu stand within it, and as soon as he gathered energy, he would resonate with the longevity bell. Xianxiu stood in the center of the formation and gathered energy, but after several minutes, no anomaly occurred. Ha ha ha, even when Muyu and I stood in the formation, we could activate it. You can't even start the formation, and you still want to get the longevity blessing? Zuanan laughed uncontrollably, thinking he had finally found a moment of embarrassment for Xianxiu. He thought Xianxiu had actively asked Muyu to accompany him just to show off after receiving the longevity blessing, but in the end, he couldn't even activate the formation. Muyu also looked at Xianxiu, somewhat stunned, and murmured, how could this be? Xianxiu was also completely bewildered and extremely depressed. Do I really not deserve the longevity blessing? However, in the next second, the formation under Xianxiu's feet instantly activated, emitting golden light. A golden ring suddenly sprang from the formation, directly enveloping Xianxiu. Golden light flashed before Xianxiu's eyes, and a large amount of energy surged into his mind. He clutched his head in pain. Ah! Xianxiu cried out in pain. Even chanting the divine text reduce pain was useless. A huge stinging sensation came from his mind, and he felt like his brain was about to split open. Muyu and Shishan, standing outside the formation, were instantly scared stiff by this scene. This wasn't how it happened even when activating the formation. The longevity blessing was definitely not like this. Elder Shishan, quickly stop the formation. Xianqiu will die if this continues. Muyu shouted at Shishan in panic. Shishan was also completely stunned. In all these years, many disciples had attempted to obtain the longevity blessing, but never like this. Zuanan was stunned for a moment when he saw this, and then he laughed uncontrollably in his heart. He thought it was definitely because Qianqiu had used improper means to make the longevity bell ring 9 times on the assessment day, and now the longevity bell had discovered it and was punishing him in the most extreme way. Once this formation is activated, it cannot be deactivated, Shishan said with an anxious expression. If the divine child perished here, the 3 ancient patriarchs and the sect leader would be furious. Muyu stomped his feet anxiously and then said, Elder Shishan, senior brother, quickly think of a way. I'll go call master. Muyu left the inner chamber and rushed to the main hall as quickly as possible. At this moment, Qianqiu only felt a large amount of energy surging into his mind. At first, he was very flustered. He suddenly realized that this energy was causing his unbearable headache. After calming down, he quickly gathered his energy and dispersed this energy throughout his body. Doing so did indeed alleviate the headache, and a hollow voice appeared in his mind, speaking entirely in divine text. The longevity bell, as a divine artifact, is left in the mortal realm, waiting for a destined person to accept it. It can only be activated upon reaching the Emperor realm. Xianqiu was bewildered. What was happening? Whose voice was this? Before Qianqiu could react, the giant longevity bell beside him gradually transformed into a faint golden light, flowing into Qianqiu's body bit by bit. Seeing this, Shishan exclaimed in shock, This is the longevity blessing. Zuanan's face changed greatly. What's going on? Wasn't he in extreme pain just now? How could he receive the longevity blessing? As the golden light flowed into Qianqiu's body, Qianqiu's headache gradually subsided. His body suddenly levitated, and the longevity bell also floated up with Qianqiu, merging into one with him. At this time, Shi Xiaoya had already received Muyu's notification. She didn't wait for Muyu to arrive by sword, she directly stepped into the air and arrived at the inner chamber, anxiously asking, Elder Qi